lives. Just before the first sprint of the day into Kelso, we go past his house. We've got Finn Crockett from Strathpeffer up in the north of Scotland, and just outside Glasgow, East Kilbride, you've got Callum Johnson, who we just kind of mentioned. So, yeah, this is knitwear capital. If anybody knows, Pringle, which is one of the kind of biggest names, this is top from this part of the world, and I actually use Scotland Charters. I've got quite a bit of their kind of knitwear and things like that. It's just nice tops, nice merino, and this is where it's all made. And the manufacturing was, pretty much in the Hoyt surrounding area. So there's lots of knitwear companies here. Yep,
whiskey and knitwear, and of course shortbread as well. Very popular in these parts. Proper late summer weather here. You're talking my language. I'm a big fan of knitwear, Brian, and I'm a big fan of shortbread. I'm just getting into whiskey. Early days for me in terms of whiskey. We're just looking at one of the tan fields there, a part of the Ribble World team. I think that was Charlie Tanfield just towards the front, perhaps suggesting that Ribble Weldtite might be going in one of these early moves. There he is, number 35 with their bright orange helmet. And right near the front as well is the Kingdom Mountains leader, Stephen Bassett. So,
yeah, I think the jerseys start at the front, so they'll automatically be there. It's have a look in the neutral serving. It's always important to have a look at who else is round about. Are they stripped down, ready to race? That's the key. Have they got their speed suits on? And if you're looking to get in a breakaway, there'll be a little bit of chatter on the start line as they come off the start line in neutral zone. You'll see who's trying to kind of push and shove to get to the front. It gives you an indication of they will be on the attack. I think St Piran in the black, also a couple of riders up towards the front, they might be looking to try and do something as well. They've got one rider on the left here in the kind of green, is that purple helmet, green and purple helmet on the right hand side, black kit. So I think they'll be looking to try and get someone in this front group.
Yep, you would imagine so. Alexander Richardson, the best placed rider from St Piran yesterday, in 13th place on the stage, just outside the top 10. But a gentle meander out of the town. You can just see the rider just towards the back there, number 85. That's Matthew Teggett. He's in the white jersey. That's a separate intermediate sprint classification. And the sprints are spread pretty evenly throughout the stage. We've got one at 132.6 to go, 99 to go, and 57.4k to go. But from a climbing perspective, for the King of the Mountains classification, we have 3 third category climbs, all packed within the final few kilometres.
You see that, Matt? We're just out of town, straight into countryside. It's perfect for training round here as well. And we'll see it as we go through the stage. I'm glad the sun is out. I wish the sun was out yesterday, because it's really nice vistas, and we'll see some today as well. But the Borders is often missed. A lot of the time that people come to Scotland, they come to Edinburgh, Glasgow, and then go further north. They miss out Dumfries and Galloway, and you've raced there, you know what it's like to there. Such a beautiful part of Scotland, and also the Borders. I've spent many times here. We kind of skirt with the border where we get towards Coldstream of England, and then kind of move further north. But yeah, it's a beautiful part of the world, and we're hoping for a beautiful race today.
Yep, we certainly are. Well, there's only, just looking at a little bit of housekeeping in terms of the King of the Mountains, we've got 3 third cat climbs today, a total of 12 points on offer, and our leader in the King of the Mountains has 16 points, so he can't actually be overtaken in this one.
One rider just off the back there, so Mick is just saying there's one rider just off the back there, just waiting for him to come up. I don't know who it is. It's a little bit surprising to me. I know there's still a long way to go, but you'd expect Teggart with the white jersey on as the sprints leader, he would be up towards the front. He would have started in the first row. And I think today, it'd be interesting to see if he can get up there. The start is slightly uphill. We go uphill from the start, so it's not going to be easy. So it suits, an attacking breakaway. And I would think he won all 3 yesterday. If he gets in the break today and wins all 3, then other people are going to maybe look at other competitions. If you have I'm not saying an unassailable lead, if you have a good lead, some riders think, well, what's the point?
Yeah, definitely. It was quite interesting, the interview we had yesterday with Stephen Bassett. He did say exactly that point. He said, quite often these intermediate classifications are won very, very early on in the race, and then it's just maintaining it, so scoring as many points as you can. Although I do think from a King of the Mountains perspective, today will actually suit Bassett. It might be that we have a GC battle towards the end, but any breakaway, even if a breakaway rider does score maximum points, he cannot lead. Well, it's one of the Global 6 riders that's attacked straight off the bat today, and that is Connor Schunk of the United States of America. And he's got with him his fellow American. So even though the climbs aren't till the very back end of today's stage, the human-powered health rider Stephen Bassett already on the offensive, and this is one of the Tanfields. This is Charlie Tanfield going on the offensive, and looks like Mazzone there, Leon Mazzone of St Piran. So you were right, the British team's on the offensive from the get-go. And as you said, Brian, this is quite a grippy start, isn't it? They had that little bit of an exit from the town, and the road climbs up. It could ordinarily be a categorised climb, and it is, again, at least 100 metres of elevation before they drop down again. So as you said, fertile ground for an attack to go clear. And if you've not got good legs, these grippy starts can be quite uncomfortable, can't they?
Yeah, it just means when you get an uphill start, it means that, you know, if the breakaway does go, it could be quite strong, and we're expecting that. But you know, we didn't see the Ribble team or the St Piran team, and I think we mentioned it during our coverage that, you know, it was a little bit strange. Tour of Britain and, you know, a couple of domestic teams not getting a rider in the breakaway, possibly looking and maybe doing something in the stage, but today's a different day, and, you know, they are trying to infiltrate the breakaway. A lot of Israel Premier Tech riders towards the front, just controlling things. They want things to kind of calm down a little bit. They only want a small breakaway going away to make their life a little bit easier.
Yep. That would suit them down to the ground. Well, this is Charlie Tanfield, the unmistakable face of Charlie Tanfield. Has ridden at World Tour level. His big breakthrough ride, of course, that everybody will remember from a few years ago, was the stage win in the Tour of Yorkshire. Spent a couple of years at World Tour, actually, didn't he? Rode for Katusha, and then latterly with Quebecer, Assos, but back riding at continental level, and he's a very, very talented bike rider indeed, and is certainly one who's going to be hard to cross the gap. If you decide to leave Charlie Tanfield hanging out there for a bit and then try and cross the gap, it's always going to be a big effort, because he's a very, very strong TT rider, isn't he?
You can always tell these riders that are really into their aerodynamics. You just look at the setup. You know, these are riders that want to try and infiltrate the breakaway and use that kind of aerodynamic advantage. You know, the narrow bars, the levers pointed in, and you know, he's got a small gap, but, you know, he's not going anywhere. He needs a little bit of help.
Well, that was an interesting one. It was one of the WIV Sungod riders, just for the exact reason you were talking about. This is Teggart now, Matthew Teggart, the leader of the intermediate sprints classification. He knows a good wheel when he sees one, doesn't he? So he's punted himself right across the gap onto the wheel of Charlie Tanfield. And there's also a rider coming across the gap from Team Quebecer. Rather colourful jersey. I love that Team Quebecer kit. And also a Global 6 rider as well, and another rider from the Ribble Well-Type Pro Cycling team.
But just look behind Matt. Israel are happy with this one.
Yeah,
the
more
two
than happy.
riders, your rider here from, or two riders from Ribble, and just look at the behind there, the white shirts of these kind of spread across the road. It says to them that they're happy with this situation.
Yeah, they certainly are. I think it's both brothers. We've got two Tanfields in this break. I think that's Charlie. Well, it's definitely Charlie. It looks like it's Harry Tanfield. Physiologically on a bike, very, very similar indeed. St Piran have also got a rider in the move. Team Quebecer are represented, as our Global 6.
That's it.
And they've just shut the road down straight away. Like beautiful forested terrain. And I think, well, I'm categorically say, unless something bizarre happens, that is the breakaway of the day, because they're pretty much spread across the road, and they are more than happy with that situation, aren't they?
I think the teams that are represented there, you know, I think they're happy with it. You know, most of the British teams have got a representative here. Nice to see Quebec involved as well. And Global 6, you know, missing out yesterday and getting themselves in the breakaway. So, and also with Sungod, and they've got the perfect rider in there. And you know, we talked about Stephen Bassett, the King of the Mountains, with it all coming back-ended in third category climbs. It's a long way to get yourself in the breakaway and try for those points at the end. He'll possibly try and go with maybe the kind of GC battle towards the end and try and pick up some points, but I wouldn't say it's a big King of the Mountains day. It's more important for Teggart and the sprints.
Yeah, whatever happens for in relation to Stephen Bassett today, he cannot be overtaken in that classification. And with them all backloaded, this is a day where he can sit back, and if it does come back together, it depends on the lead that this breakaway builds up. and depends, of course, when they get brought back. But it's an ideal situation for Stephen Bassett that this breakaway actually mop up those points and he sits back. But if it does come back together, maybe his finish line will be the first climb of the day, which comes very, very deep into the race. And that comes at 27.7 kilometres to go. This is Stobbs Castle, one of many, many beautiful manor houses and castles in this neck of the woods. Now, the Borders has been visited by the Tour of Britain on 8 previous occasions. We actually passed today through Jedburgh and Kelso, both of which have previously welcomed the race. And of course, Hawick, we had a stage finish in Hawick last year. Now, the last visit to the Borders, in terms of a finish, sorry, should I say, was in Kelso.
This is actually a spa hotel.
Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it?
I've visited here on a couple of times, stayed overnight, and you know they say it's a health.
Recommend it?
Yeah, they say it's a health. So it's a lovely park. It's got nice Chinese gardens. You know, you can nice chilled out and things like that. I actually went there. And you know, they put on all these kind of health things. You know, it's one of these places you walk about with your, you know, your bathrobe and things like that, and go for these particular things and restricting, you know, what you eat and things like that. And I went for dinner and I had to ask for extra food because they weigh you when you go there and you come out and things like that. Well, I was just going out on the bike for a couple of days. I was there for about 3 or 4 days, so I was going out on the bike, doing a couple of hours on the bike and come back. So I got weighed out, and after asking for extra food, I'd actually lost weight.
There we go. A good recommendation there. Well, this is the classic moorland. We've quickly moved out from that heavily forested area, following the trajectory of the river. And this is the little climb that we'll talk about. This is an uncategorised dig. We then drop off the top of this, back up again, but classic moorland territory. Always very hard. This is the part of the break where it'll actually be hard work. This is where they're trying to establish that lead. The bunch behind, as we know, have completely knocked it off. Israel Startup Nation and Ineos Grenadiers have been more than happy with this situation. Let a break build up a bit of a gap. But it's the initial 15 minutes is where the break actually need to work quite hard, Brian, isn't it, before they settle down into more of a sustainable rhythm. But there's going to be quite a high intensity here while they build up that gap to as much as they can, basically. So it's an important part of the stage right now for these 6 riders.
Do you know, I always tell riders when I'm working with teams that it's important, establish the breakaway and then decide what you want to do. There's no point getting 20 seconds, 30 seconds and all kind of looking at each other, do a ride, don't a ride. Just establish it, get it up to about a minute, and then you decide, you know, what you want to do. Because I think a minute's enough for other riders not to kind of jump across. Or when you're sitting 20 or 30 seconds up the road, there's a lot of riders think, well, I can jump across there. I can get across to this gap here. So I think you know, they are pushing it out, and we're just looking up here. I mentioned one of the clubs there, just on the left-hand side, the Hawick Bells, just on the left, and their you know, pink and blue kits. It's a women's club in Hawick that is growing and growing all the time.
That's great, isn't it? Nice kit as well. That's wonderful to see. The tendrils of cycling are spread far and wide, and over the last few years, Brian, it's been magnificent to see the growth of our sport, isn't it? A sport that we dearly love, that I certainly feel privileged to still work in the industry, but to see the way it's grown and to see people of all ages, all walks of life getting involved in the sport. It's not about competing necessarily, is it? It's just about that feel-good factor, making yourself feel healthy. It's completely different, Great Britain now, than it was, especially when we started out in the 1980s. It was quite a niche sport, wasn't it? And I remember getting the mickey taken out of me quite a lot back in the early days, and then fast forward 20 years and you know, we're here.
More of the Bells taking the photographs.
They're evenly spread over the top of this climb, aren't they? Lovely purple kit there for the Bells. Well represented.
No, it's nice to see that, and I know that Hawick Cycling Club is here, and they've kind of changed the colours. They used to be the old Bantel colours, black with the yellow at top. They've changed it a little bit to, I think it's kind of blue and pink or blue and red, but the Bells are there, and you know, I follow them in social media, and you know, I did a talk up there before lockdown, and they're the life and blood of this, you know, cycling in this area. A lot of them go out, and you know, you can just see the roads, quiet roads, rolling roads, and you know, they're pretty much out in all weathers. Yep,
absolutely gorgeous terrain here. You can just see the bright sunshine and then the shadows. I love that contrast on these patchwork quilt fields. But a steady tempo being set by the bunch. There's the roar from the bells just on the right-hand side there. That's the first real glimpse of Alex Richardson in the centre there for St Piran. He'll be more than happy because he's got Adam Lewis in the break. So depending on the lead that they build up, it won't be too long before we actually see some team cars. But it's very, very narrow roads as we see a resting cow. Looking pretty disinterested in the way the bike race is, but we've got a break and it is well established. So we've got Adam Lewis there from St Piran, 27 years of age, representing Team Quebecer, and South Africa is Travis Stedman. Then we've got the brothers from Ribble Well-Type Pro Cycling, that's Charlie and Harry Tanfield. Charlie, the youngest of the two, Charlie 25, Harry 27. And also in the break, Connor Shunk of the Global 6 cycling team. And the man in the white jersey, number 85, just at the back there, who's put himself in a very good position to defend that sprinter's jersey, is Matthew Teggett, one of the key riders in yesterday's breakaway. And in fact, won every single sprint yesterday. So he's got 9 points. And the way that this break has opened up, it's looking that it could be a very, very good day. There's the first time gap, 1 minute and 34 seconds. As there's a few conversations, Alex Richardson having a chat there with Alex Dowsett. And then we've got Robert Scott on the right-hand side. And then the man that did a lot of riding yesterday alongside Andre Amador, that is Reto Hollenstein. So a good deal round for the Israel Premier Tech team. You, Brian, it's fair to say, pulled a double shift, didn't you? You almost did a commentator's version of Reto Hollenstein yesterday. You did the Tour of Britain comms, then you headed over to the States, didn't you? So for a double day, an important day of point scoring actually for Israel Premier Tech.
And I think it brought a bit of luck as well to the team. You know, I mean, 2 wins from 2. But yeah, no, a really, really good race. If you haven't seen it, you can go and watch the Maryland Classic. A bit of history for American cycling.
Well, let's just double check who the rider is from. The number is slightly obscured there, but it looks like it is a number 5 on the back. So it's the Finnish rider. Sorry, Ukko Isaki Peltonen. A great name. A little bit of nominative determinism there from the Finnish rider at the back. It isn't Connor Shunk. A little bit of a cattle grid here. As you can see, what Brian was talking about earlier on, such beautiful terrain. It can be very, very harsh terrain, but when the sun shines, it's absolutely beautiful. Really clear visibility. Yesterday, we didn't get any transmission for the first hour or so of the race, but today, complete contrast and a gorgeous, gorgeous day here. And at the moment, the wind is going to be helping them too. So they're moving really quite quickly. Yeah, that would have been grim, wouldn't it? It's like riding through treacle when you get a headwind over this sort of terrain.
Well, this is very similar to, we talked about the Girvan race that used to be around, sometimes the Doonham race. We go over roads like this in Scotland where small, exposed, and you get crosswinds and things like that. So luckily the riders have got a really good day. But straight away Hollenstein has come up towards the front, showing his horsepower to others on horses, because he'll be used today.
Yeah, and again, they won't want to let this breakaway get too much of a lead. And Alex Dowsett will know, especially Charlie Tanfield and Harry Tanfield, because both of these riders are exceptionally gifted time trialists, really good proponents of the individual and the team pursuit, and also know how to ride, not just strongly, but ridiculously efficiently as well. So that's why we've seen Hollenstein make sure they don't give this breakaway too much of a lead early on, because that's a pretty strong break, especially over the terrain we've got, and with the added benefit for the break of the tailwind too. So it's about really keeping a lid on this. I can't see this going out to 5 minutes today.
No, and I'm going to give you something, because it's not often we get the opportunity to say this, but the Peltonen is in the breakaway.
Exactly, I was going to say, nominative determinism. He has a cycling-based surname. So yeah, I don't think that's ever happened to Peloton in the breakaway, bro.
No, that's a first.
It's got to be a first. So just coming towards the brow of this hill here. And Ukko Isaki Peltonen just having done his turn at the front. 24 years of age, from Helsinki. A place that I have had the privilege of visiting. Beautiful city is Helsinki. Oh, I'm just going to cut off my comms for some bagpipe action.
Double bagpipes.
Double bagpipes. Again, with the double bagpipes and the Doppler effect over a cattle grid. How Scottish could it be? Absolutely great. That was quite a nice moment, actually. Quite enjoyed that. But no, this breakaway now moving pretty well. 2 minutes and 1 second. And they'll be enjoying this, especially over these narrow lanes, Brian. I know there's not too much stress in the peloton here. The Israel Premier Tech team and the team just sat behind as well. Ineos Grenadiers, they have the second place rider, remember, on the general classification. Omar Friele will be wearing the blue jersey. We've not exactly spotted him, but watch out for the former Spanish road race champion. He's in blue today. The points jersey ordinarily will be on the shoulders of our race leader, but it's on the shoulders of the second place rider today, so can't quite spot him at the moment. But 201 and holding steady. And Alex Dowsett sat in second position. Then we've got Mike Woods in third. Oh, one of the Uno X riders just popping onto the grass there. And the best place to be on the roads like this quite often, Brian, is in the break, isn't it? Because this is pretty narrow. It's a nice road surface, but very, very narrow indeed, and quite technical. Lots of twists, turns, up, down, stone bridges, and we've ridden on terrain like this quite a lot. And you can just see the crosswind hit starting to thin out already on the bunch here, Brian.
They're very lucky, but just looking at the cars behind, is there someone dropped? Because there seems to be a gap in the cars behind, you know, the Commissar car. So I'm not too sure if anybody's been dropped. The service cars are starting to kind of move up, but this would have been a nightmare. Just looking a little bit further down to see if I can see anybody. But imagine if it was really windy up here, crosswinds, it would split to pieces straight away. And I think some of the teams would use it to their advantage.
Yeah, they certainly would. But thankfully, there's an entente cordiale. Just see the German road race champion Nils Pollitt just coming up to the bagpipes again.
I think I would be sounding like this if I was in the peloton.
I think I'd be, yeah. Breathing through some other extremities. From bagpipes to wind, you can just see, as we've just talked about, the wind coming from the right-hand side. Hollenstein happy to maintain this pace. The gap hasn't changed for the last 5 or 6 Ks. Bang on 2 minutes and 1 second. They don't want to give this break too much leeway, but they'll be more than happy for it to go for the vast majority of the stage, one would imagine.
I think the best place to the general classification is, in fact, Travis Steadman of Quebec at 1 minute and 2 seconds. So there's nobody up there that was in that front group yesterday. If you weren't in that front group, I know there's a slight crash in the run up towards the finish, but if you weren't in that front group, I don't think the leaders of Israel Premier Tech and Strong would be too worried about this breakaway, with nobody, you know, really showing the strength yesterday. If you've got kind of good legs, you should have been in that kind of front group. So I think they'll be happy with the makeup of this group.
Yeah. Just a reminder of what happened yesterday. Corbin Strong took the sprint, and they're just dropping off the other side of this uncategorised climb. The pennant marshal on the right-hand side doing a cracking job. Now, on some of these more minor lanes, not all of these bends will have chevrons indicating the severity or the angular obtuse nature of some of these corners, so they do a really important job of making sure these riders shave off a little bit of speed. Hardly any of these riders, save for the local Scottish riders, will know these roads either. So coming into some of these technical roads blind can be quite stressful, quite tricky. It's part and parcel of pro cycling, of course, but these particular roads, British roads, are unique, as we were discussing yesterday. They're particularly unique, narrow, undulating, twisting and turning. There's no real opportunity on the left or the right for any runoff at all. If you get it wrong, you're off. And then that add to the mix that grippy road surface, but they have their own unique identity. I do love British roads, whether it's down in Cornwall, whether it's in Wales, whether it's up in Scotland. They have their own beauty, but they are tricky to negotiate, especially if you're in a fastly moving peloton, as we know.
Well, they are. They're very different down in Cornwall with the steep banks, you know, right at the side, and then you get Yorkshire where you got the stone walls at the side, and you know, everywhere is very different. And yeah, in this part of the world it's not often used. We said that yesterday. Not used at all. You know, that finish, that was a first for, you know, any of the races, you know, in my years on this earth, possibly used before. maybe the Tour de Grampian or the old Scottish milk race. I don't think anybody's been on social media to let us know otherwise, but I'm sure that Tour de Grampian might have been up to Glenshee. But yeah, first. And you know, we've been in the Borders many times in the Tour of Britain, possibly not in these climbs, because there are so many climbs around this area, and I think it's a first finish in Duns.
It is indeed a first finish in Duns. We've been to Hawick in the past, but the first time we're going to be visiting the town of Duns, which is in Berwickshire. So we're moving from Roxburghshire into Berwickshire, which is a big market. It's essentially a market town back in the day, used for livestock. The scene of some quite awful battles back in the Middle Ages. And this is that left-hander that the breakaway have already gone through. Still 2 minutes and 1 second, so that gap holding steady. That is if the gap is right. But this breakaway having to work hard, and can be quite stressful, Brian. Not stressful, but when you're in a breakaway and immediately the lead goes up to 3, 4, 5 minutes, you actually end up feeling quite relaxed, and the pace that you end up riding out with a group of 6 or 7 riders, I'm not saying it can be easy, but there's plenty of opportunity to rest. But here, with a lead of only 2 minutes, they can't afford to back off too much here, can they? So there's going to be the effort required to maintain that lead is just going to be a little bit harder, because there was only 5 or 6 Ks, less than that, where the peloton knocked it off, but they are not allowing them too much of a lead at all.
No, they aren't, and you know, I think we'll look at that, because you know, Israel Premier Tech have got Dylan Towns, Corbin Strong won yesterday. They get Michael Woods. You know, they've got Mason Holloman, the British rider that is stepping up from the development team to the pro team next year, and you know, he's a good enough climber. Hollenstein did a lot of work yesterday. Dowsett came up at the end, so they only have 6 riders, and I think the interest for me is, are they going to get any help from Ineos Grenadiers, or is Ineos Grenadiers going to sit back and you know, just let Israel ride? And I don't think they'll ride just with one rider. I think 2 riders. I think it'll be Hollenstein and Dowsett.
They're already using Dowsett, yeah.
So the 2 will ride today, which means that they've got 4 left. They've got the race leader and 2 other kind of favourites, and you know, one of the British riders that's very capable of getting up there towards the end as well. So it'll be interesting to see if Ineos Grenadiers actually do kind of help out with this chase, or they leave them to it. And I think that's why Hollenstein and Dowsett are just out there. They'll keep this gap down and keep everybody interested. That's the Hawick Cycling Club colours. It's a kind of purple and
nice,
pink.
Isn't it? I do like that kit. There you go. 2:10 is the gap now for our 6 riders out in front. And talking about the size of that group, as you mentioned, none of these riders managed to hang on to the front group. None of them pose a big threat overall. As you said, Travis Steadman at 102, the best placed. He's the rider just on the front, that lovely colourful Team Quebecer kit. But we had 50 riders in that front group, and then the 51st was 19 seconds down. That was Zeb Kiffin. So out of the 108 starters we had yesterday, sadly, we lost 1 rider, and that was Marco Haller, who crashed very, very early on. So we're down to 107 riders, but so less than half the field, actually. So there were quite a few riders distanced in the last part, but only 50 riders in the bunch, and none of the riders in the breakaway managed to be in that front split. But just to answer your, not query, but if I was the Ineos Grenadiers right now, looking at the strength of the Israel Premier Tech team, the fact they've got the lead, I wouldn't be helping them at all today until right at the back end, because they are a team that's, Ineos Grenadiers is stacked. We saw Andre Amador do a lot of work yesterday. We saw Richie Porte do that too, and Michal Kwiatkowski. Kwiatkowski lost 3:05. Richie Porte, unsurprisingly, lost 33 seconds. But Pidcock, Port and Sheffield and Omar Friuli, of course, who sits second overall, all at 10 seconds. And the Israel Premier Tech team have a very dangerous squad for the back end today, especially with Dylan Teuns and Mason Holloman too, but he's sat in 3rd position. So I think the 3 riders that Israel are going to use already, we've got team formation. Holloman maybe for deeper into the race to give Hollenstein and Dowsett a little bit of a break, or almost he'll be the guy that drops back and gets them bottles and stuff like that. And you can see already the hierarchy within that squad, can't you? Saving Teuns and of course Mike Woods for the finale, and also to see what Corbin Strong can do, because clearly he's got very, very good legs.
But on the flip side of that, Matt, you know, I would ask the questions of Ineos, because they have got a potential winner in Tom Pidcock, who's British. They've got Richie Porte, you know, in his last race. They would, you know, love him to try and, you know, win this race. And, you know, they are a British team after all. The riders that are probably the favourites in Israel Premier Tech are not British. So I would kind of play that card. I would speak to them and go, well, you know, if push comes to shove, and I don't think it will happen. I think this is the perfect breakaway.
Yep.
I don't think they're worried too much about it. If I was in this breakaway, I'd be looking at, right, we've got the two Tanfields in here. They are powerhouses.
Yep.
We're just going to ride together. OK, they're only giving us 2 minutes, but they'll just ride team time trial now and hope for the best. Teggart in here, we said it right from the start. He's in a very good position now to take even more points in the sprints competition. Who will throw the dice against him? I don't think there's anybody fast enough here to take it, the points away. So I think it's a case of getting out there, conserving energy throughout the stage and trying to win the stage. But I think questions, if I was Israel Premier Tech, I would ask questions of Ineos. I'd maybe let the gap go out a little bit, because, you know, OK, Israel Premier Tech might be losing, but so are Ineos. And you have to play these cards sometimes that, you know, Ineos Grenadiers are here to win this race. You know, it's their home race and they're here to win it. But on the other side, it's points. We're all talking about it for you know, the last couple of minutes, points for Israel Premier Tech as well.
Exactly. No, they've and that's one of the reasons, I believe, apart from Dylan Tierns not being super happy at Bahrain Victorious. He brings along, I don't know if he actually is allowed to bring those points with him, to be perfectly honest with you, but he obviously will try and score points for them. Sorry about the picture breakup here. We'll get back to pictures as soon as we can. But look at that for a vista. Absolutely stunning here in the Scottish borders.
And it's green.
It's green. And again, Brian, all bike races are about showcasing the landscape, the culture, the cuisine, the history, the people. But that is absolutely spectacular, isn't it? And I'm so happy that we're up in the Scottish borders again, because it's somewhere not that's easily forgotten, that needs to be talked about, because it's a place that you go to and you do feel the weight of the world drop off your shoulders. It's such a relaxing place to be, isn't it?
You skip past it. And the same was said about Northumberland as well. I know Roger Hammond's got a place up there, Caravan, and he goes up there and he loves it there. And I know that a lot of the riders in the borders drop into Northumberland. So right across that kind of borders area, Hadrian's Wall, it's kind of skipped over by everybody, either just kind of flying into Glasgow and Edinburgh and going north. Well, it's lovely in the borders area. I've spent a lot of time. I've got a lot of friends here, and it's, you know, different worlds, quieter roads. I'm not going to say they're easy roads. Well, I'm not going to say they're easy roads, because they're rolling and quite heavy and things like that. And I can remember when I just turned from under 16 schoolboy, and then in my day, my birthday was in July, and well, it still is.
I was going to say, has it changed?
Yeah. And my birthday was in July, and I turned junior in July and rode the Junior Scottish Championships in August, over 65 miles around the borders. And I was in the leading group of 10, and I cramped up coming in towards the finish. It was, you know, it was so difficult, you know, going from riding 25 mile races to 65 mile races. I cramped up in the end and finished 10th. But the person I mentioned yesterday, my friend Drew Wilson, who I was, you know, a little bit older than me,
race against Drew
and things like that, he actually won it. So, you know, there was, you know, the club still kept it, but yeah, it takes its toll in this part of the world if you're riding around and racing here.
Yeah, it certainly does. Grippy terrain. But these riders, as you can see, just look at the position adopted here by Harry Tanfield. As we drop back to another rider that was in the break yesterday, the ponytailed vision of Matt Gibson. He took a little bit of a tumble, Matt Gibson, yesterday as well. Thankfully, he was okay. A few riders taking this opportunity to take a break, and Hollenstein just keeping the race on the left-hand side. Obviously different, given the fact that we drive on the left-hand side. The race convoy is on the left-hand side of the road as well, so it's the right-hand side that they pass, but when you're on the continent, in mainland Europe, the convoy is on the other side of the road. And now we're on a relatively large, say relatively speaking, for this neck of the woods road. It's been easier, and it's a good opportunity, a safe opportunity for these team vehicles to pass, because on those narrow roads there was no way any of these cars were passing.
It's always the question at a team managers meeting, is it? You know, the feeding and the country laws and things like that. And you know, I can remember right from the start that, you know, it's so dangerous, a feeding zone. The last thing you want is, you know, the British teams feeding on the left-hand side and the Continentals feeding on the right-hand side. And I think now it comes under, I think UCI rules now that everything's on the right-hand side.
Yep. Yeah, it can be quite confusing, and we see riders from the foreign teams getting it wrong, especially on the Tour of Britain. It's a real culture shock, not just a culture, just from a technical perspective. But the gap now gone up to 2 minutes and 31, certainly out of sight, out of mind on this particular road. As you can see, this brake moving really, really nicely, and some of the longer pulls on the front being done by the Tanfield brothers. Very, very efficient. And I'm sure, given the knowledge that Alex Dowsett has of those two brothers, I mean, Alex Dowsett might even be acting as road captain here, because he knows the roads, he knows this race. He's led this race in the past, was in the yellow jersey, and took the yellow jersey on the stage at Hempstead, didn't he? With Matthias Brendley was in the break as well, wasn't he? I think Brendley might have won the stage, actually. I remember it very, very well indeed. So Dowsett knows what it's
away
like.
all day.
That's right. And another British rider was in there from, what's his name? Lovely lad from Yorkshire. I can't remember. Riding for Madison Genesis. Digging deep into my knowledge bank of the Tour of Britain. But no, Alex Dowsett knows. He's ridden 11 editions of this race. A slight little bit of a break-up in the break there. Sorry, we briefly lost our pictures. We're going through some quite shaded terrain, and quite often when we get the canopy of the trees, it just wreaks havoc with the pictures. So apologies for that. But in the meantime, hope you don't mind just looking at this wonderful landscape here, this patchwork landscape that Brian and myself were describing earlier on. A real celebration of this, a wonderful part of the world. But there you go. Keeping on the left-hand side, therefore you can get movement up on the right. Now, Brian, we both driven team cars in various bike races. You've driven team cars in the biggest bike races in the world. There's a particular etiquette, but also there's particular tactics, isn't there, in relation to team car placement. There's obviously rules and regs. There's a draw, essentially, for the start. Obviously, team classification now, or GC classification, will determine the order of the cars. But when things get really technical, quite often there's a few tactics that DSs might employ to make sure that their team cars at the front during a particularly stressful part of the race, narrow lanes. You need to make sure your team car's at the front, and just explain that a little bit. It's something that's not really spoken about, but I think it's absolutely fascinating. You've got race tactics up front, and also there's some interesting interplay in the team cars as well, because it's so important to have a team car near the front, isn't it?
There is. In a stage like today, when you get the narrow roads at the start, and if the wind was blowing in a different way, and if the teams thought it was going to kind of split up, what sometimes you would do is send your second team car, because in these races you're allowed 2 team cars, so you send a team car up the road and sit after the top of that climb where we saw the bagpipes playing, just in case it's split up, because the problem about these roads is you can't get the service. But that wasn't the case. They were happy that nothing was going to happen. But it happens often that, you know, you get the riders to put your hand up before particular points to give you, you know, a good position. But I think nowadays, Matt, everybody knows these tactics, and you've got to remember that you're racing, maybe not at this level, but certainly in World Tour races, you're racing against these guys pretty much week in, week out, and everybody knows when you're taking the, you know, so you be nice. And what goes around comes around, and as I said, they will always try and get one over. The one person that I think for me, you know, working at the World Tour and things like that, was always, wow, he was so quick. How did he get there? He's all over the place, and he was like that as a rider. Was Davide Bramati?
Yes, yeah.
He was always there, and there's another case of you've got 2 team cars in the if one of your team cars stop for a puncture, not everybody does it, but the other team car moves up straight away, because if there's another problem, that other team car is in that position, because you've got a number order, whether it's 1 or 2, you've got a number order. So if you're team car 2 and one of your riders gets a puncture, then that number 2 car will move up straight away and take the position of number 1 and then swap over again, just in case something else happens. It's all these small things that are happening behind, but there is a hierarchy. Punctures and crashes have priority feeding, but then you put your hand up, and what the commissar does is he'll shout out, and then there's a queue order, but then you're waiting in a queue to feed your rider. If there's a puncture or a crash, you have to move to the right hand side and then back out again, and it's quite chaotic. And if you've got riders stopping for natural breaks and coming through the car, you need to have eyes in the back of your head.
Yeah, you certainly do, especially in some of the big classics like Paris-Roubaix, Tour of Flanders, for example. Team car placement can be, not quite often, but it can be critical in relation to...
Do you know what? There's not a lot of point in some of the team cars in these races. What they're doing now is positioning people at the side of the roads, at the end of different sectors.
Quite often they're volunteers, don't they? Some fans that they'll be given a jersey, go out and sit with some wheels. It is, the teams with lots of resource will do that. But 2:48 now is the gap, so it's a really effective team, and you can see how much pace that this front group has. Everybody doing their bit. Still got a fair bit to go until the first intermediate sprint of the day, but the gap moving ever nearer to the 3-minute mark now. So this is going to be a hard day's work for the group behind Ritter Hollenstein, but matching 6 determined riders here, all trying to build as big a lead as they can. 6 very strong riders, especially when you factor in the Tanfield brothers with their TT prowess, means, and that's why we saw them, the bunch, should I say, riding very, very early. Alex Dowsett back on the front. And I think that break might be too strong for one rider to actually hold the way they're moving at the moment. That's why, rather than just one rider sitting on the front doing long pulls, they're swapping relatively regularly, because otherwise this lead could go out to 3, even 4 minutes.
It could, and I think it will go up above 3 minutes, just using 2 riders, because there's the 6 in front. Just coming through Jedburgh at the moment. Jedburgh, if anybody knows this area, we've talked about what comes from this area. This is a very strong rugby union area in Scotland. A lot of rugby played, a lot of top clubs, but just through Jedburgh there, and their team time trial 6 against 2 at the moment, and that's what I was alluding to just before. You have to ask the question of Ineos. Yeah. Ineos don't have to. I think it's Brett Lancaster and Steve Cummings in the car. They don't have to, but they don't want to lose out as well. You've got to remember that Corbin Strong and Israel Premier Tech have already won a stage, so they've got success. It's up to the others to try and gain that success. But every other team wants, because they're such a strong team, Israel Premier Tech, they want to get Israel to use up as many riders as possible, so that I'm not saying isolated, so there's less help come the end, because I do believe that we could be seeing fireworks today. Yeah,
I do think when you look at the remaining stages, still got 7 stages to go, or 6 stages after this one's completed, of course. We finished down on the Isle of Wight. Hilltop finish to start the race, and a Hilltop finish to end this year's Tour of Britain. The first time that the modern edition of the Tour of Britain, now in its 18th year, has ever visited the Isle of Wight. Beautiful place. A very interesting race will happen next Sunday, finishing up the climb of the Needles, but it's only a short climb. It's certainly not a climb. There'll be big time gaps. But today, I think there could be opportunity for some real racing action. But I do think you're right. I think the Ineos Grenadiers might help, but I don't think it'll be for a while yet. I think it'll be well over half distance before they assist. I think what they want to do is just keep an eye on this time gap. But I think that the riders that Israel Premier Tech have at their disposal are more than capable of holding this. But then once those riders fall away in this hilly finale, once we get through to the final intermediate sprint of the day at Reston with 57 k's to go, the terrain gets a little bit hillier. The mid-section of today's race is relatively flat. I say relatively speaking, 1 or 2 small climbs, but the back end of this race really is particularly undulating, and I think will provide some real opportunity for riders to attack. But I think what the Ineos Grenadiers will want to do, they'll be very mindful of the strength of Israel Premier Tech, so we'll be careful on striking that balance, making sure they're using enough resource but not letting the race get away from them. but I do think they'll help. But I don't think it will be till maybe the last third of today, Brian, to be honest with you.
The middle of the stage, if you just described there, Matt, is probably good for the breakaway. If all 6 riders commit like they are doing now in team time trial fashion, it's going to be very difficult for the just 2 riders in front of Dowsett and Hollenstein. Taking nothing away from Dowsett, he's a ruler type rider. He doesn't mind, riding at thresholds. He's a time trial specialist, so he'll ride as much as he can. But I think for the breakaway, they'll want to buy the third sprint of the day at Reston. They'll be hoping to have an excess of 3 minutes or a little bit more, because they're going to need that going into these 3 third category climbs towards the end.
Yeah. So just after the climb that you just described, the intermediate sprint, should I say, that you've just described, it's undulating all the way in. And then climbs, we've got, although the first climb of the day at one side is a nasty one, it's uphill all the way to the foot of that climb, and then it's a real sawtooth profile all the way into the line. And the final climb of the day comes with only 6 kilometres to go. But the short climbs, but I think the best stage, if you've been watching the Tour of Britain over the last few years, probably the stage that we've been comparing this to, although you never know, would have been the stage last year. Eventually it was won by Wout van Aert, but there was only about 15 or 20 riders left, wasn't there? Ethan Hayter was up there, but it was a really attacking finale. And I do think that Ineos Grenadiers and Israel Premier Tech will start to try and light things up a little bit. But the question for me is, will they protect Corbin Strong? How will he cope on that undulating terrain? He's clearly in great form. But you'd imagine the profile on the run into the line would suit Woods and Dylan Teuns just a little bit more. And I'm sure they'll be more than happy to, as long as they keep the red jersey within their number, they won't mind if Corbin Strong falls away, as long as the rider that takes it is from their team.
No, I would agree. I think Corbin Strong showed in that type of kind of long drag that he had the strength to kind of stay there and deliver that sprint. He did say it kind of opened up in the left hand side, which we noticed, but I think it was always today was always going to be very difficult for these type of riders, and I think the tactic of Israel Premier Tech is possibly trying to keep a hold, try and get another win, of course, on the stage, but trying to keep a hold of the leader's jersey within the team.
Yep, I think you're right there. You can just see there was the camera was focusing on the underside of the saddle here for Uko Peltonen. And basically he's put a gel wrapper under there. The riders aren't allowed to dispose of any wrappers or materials at the side of the road. They will get penalised. So he's just stuck it underneath his saddle there. Can't quite discern what's being said there, but a little bit of a conversation. You just see the mechanic in the back there with the GC. Gaffer taped to the seat. And always interesting conversations. There's several gels as well. And it's quite a nice position, isn't it? Because when you're in the bunch, obviously the riders are radioed up, but it's nothing quite like going back and having a little bit of a conversation and a look in the eyes, just see how you're going, bit of motivation. It's always something that I quite liked as a manager and also as a rider as well. That looks like a particularly nice chewy sweet he's got there.
It is, and it's clearer as well.
Yeah.
Sometimes in races the race radio crackles and you have to, what was that? And you don't want to have to go back and forth. What did you say? Can you repeat that? And it starts to get a little bit annoying sometimes. So it's a lot easier just to talk to the rider. But just looking at the mechanic at the back, glad that he's not asleep. But the mechanic, I used to work with Claes Johansson, and the Swedish mechanic, and
he was a teammate of mine in ACBB.
Yeah, Claes was class, because you need a mechanic to just not be there to mechanic. You're there in the cockpit of the car and everything's happening, and he has to be helping you with the numbers and the race radios, because it's all happening. If you're doing something else, you're talking to riders, they're coming back to the car, and comes through that so many riders. It's very important at the start of a race that you get exactly who's in the breakaway. As soon as you get that information, then you post it up to the riders. So if the riders have missed somebody in the general classification or somebody of danger, they can shut 30 seconds down rather than a minute. It's very important. So a mechanic at that level is always important to have a good one there to make sure that he's always kind of working.
No, It is. It's quite something that's not often focused on, and quite often as well. We do see some team cars with 3 people in, sometimes with 4. Generally, it's 2 or 3. So 2
They
DSs.
don't like 4.
But there's not enough room to move around. But generally, it's 3.
The mechanics hate it in the back
too.
with someone, because normally you'll have...
They've got wheels, haven't they, there?
Yeah, 2 sports directors, 1 driving and 1 the main sport director that giving out the instructions. I don't like the main sports director driving. I think that's too dangerous. And then you mechanic in the back, and he likes to kind of spread out with these tools, wheels and things like that. The last thing they want is, you know, a VIP or someone in the car with them.
Yeah, it's there's a lot that goes on in a team car. It's essentially a hub of information and resource. So you've got generally have a wet bags of the riders in car 1 and in car 2. So
you talk about that.
Yeah.
Sometimes in some of these cars, between the back seats and the back of the car, there's sometimes very little room, and the mechanics are in the back. And yeah, if you remember, you're in a Grand Tour and there's 8 bags all in the back.
Yeah.
You know what, of course, with your name on them. Say, hey, can I have my Geely? And he'll go, you know, he'll be half over trying to find the bag, bring the bag out, and hand you the Geely. No, not that one. I want another one. And it's like,
there's so much choice these days,
it's
isn't
just chaos in the back. And, you know, these mechanics are running, and they've got to put their hand over for the bottles as well. So when riders come back for bottles of food, you know, sometimes food is in the side pocket of the car, but bottles are handing the bottles forwards. They're going in the back and getting things in the back. It's it's not an easy job as a mechanic in a World Tour team.
Yeah, always a lot going on, and as you said, you can't afford to nod off either. You need to keep, especially during a stage where there's a lot of activity going on, you need, as you said, to pass information through to the DS, help out, and quite often in some team cars as well, there's only 1 DS in the car and then the mechanic as well, so there's a lot of things that they need to do, as well as the mechanicking, as well as being aware. So yeah, they've got a big generally a cooler in the back with lots of bidons in, as Brian has just described, all of the wet bags, which is essentially like a mini sports bag with a load of zips on it, full of kit. Which also will have a spare pair of shoes in for the riders, because you think, oh, why would a rider need a shoe? Well, generally all it takes is a crash that you could be fine, and you've scuffed your shoe and broken the shoe plate, and you basically cannot ride your bike. So all teams, generally speaking, will have a spare pair of shoes in the wet bag as well. Otherwise the rider just cannot do their job, and it's that connection point between the rider and the bike that is absolutely vital. It's often something that's a little bit overlooked, but if you haven't got a spare pair of cycling shoes, you're done for. You might not be able to finish the stage unless you strap your foot to the pedal. Although strange things have happened back in the past, where I have seen riders using toe straps and strapping their foot to a pedal because the cleat system is broken. But yeah, capes, gloves, spare food, and then of course spare wheels. So you've got wheels on the roof, bikes on the roof, and then wheels on the back seat as well, so the mechanic can run out and not have to take a wheel off the roof. So generally have 2 fronts and 2 backs, 2 rear wheels in the back, and a set of tools. And the toolkit generally, it's like a cloth toolkit a lot of them have, which is just opened on the seat ready with the key tools that they need. Nowadays it will quite often be a drill to take out the through axle, and a 9mm Allen key and a 4mm Allen key are the ones that are close to hand, and, and an oily rag as well, always handy too.
Not everybody has the luxury of the budget World Tour teams. There's quite a few small teams in this race, and what you'll find is if you look behind the breakaway, you'll see the team car, but the team car could just have 1 bike on. So what happens is, the World Tour teams will have fully all laden out in the position of the bikes, so the priority guys are on each side of the car, less priority in the middle. And then you get smaller teams, they will probably have the second team car just sitting second team car with wheels, and what will happen is the main team car will have all the bikes on it. So when they get a rider in the breakaway, they'll stop at the side of the road, switch the rider that's in the breakaway bike onto the car. So if Ribble, they're putting both Charlie and Harry's bike on the car, and then that will go up with the bikes, the spare bikes, ready for them in the front of the race.
Yeah, it's a really good point actually, because of course in the Tour of Britain we do have various teams, or teams operating at various levels. In fact, 4 separate team distinctions in this race. We've got 5 World Tour teams, of which the Israel Premier Tech team are 1. It's worth listing all the World Tour teams. We've got Ineos Grenadiers, Team DSM, Israel Premier Tech. We also have Bora Hansgrohe, and Mobistar. Then we have 6 pro teams, previously continental teams, or pro-continental teams. There's the blue jersey for the first time of Omar Freely, and then we have 6 Conti teams operating at the 3rd division, and then 1 national squad, and that is the Great Britain team. A very, very strong team GB is as well. So you could get a real sense here, Brian, of how actually quick they're moving. The average speed so far, nearly 45 k's an hour. We do have that cross tailwind. It'll change into a headwind for the last 30 k's as they loop back around. But you can get a real sense of how quick they're moving at the moment, just to maintain that gap and not let it go out too much. So the brake here moving very, very efficiently.
They're using this kind of middle part, this kind of rolling part of the middle of the stage to their advantage, and it is to their advantage, you know, just knock it back on some of these kind of drags. But you know, we said that when you've got 6 riders against 2 riders, you want to, if you're looking for more time, you do it on the kind of faster parts of the course.
Big thumbs up there from the Flying Mullet. That's Shane Archbold. Thumbs up beforehand from Lucas Postelberger as well. But yeah, you can just see the brake going up a climb and the bunch yet to hit that climb. No categorised climbs till the back end of today's stage. But the first sprint of the day will be coming up very, very shortly. That comes with 132.6 kilometres to go. As we look at the side profile over Reto Hollenstein, it really... I love to hear the audio from the bikes. You can hear the sound of the tyres on the tarmac, and then the clunk of the gears as it echoes through the carbon frame. It's a lovely sound, isn't it? You know, it's but they're moving very, very quickly here. This is one of these little uncategorised climbs that will gradually sap the strength of our breakaway. There's the St Piran team car, a rather relaxed member of staff there on the left-hand side, offering cheers rather than a physical bottle to the representative of St Piran in the break. Adam Lewis. Adam Lewis actually has had an interesting career so far. Only 27 years of age, from Walsall in the Midlands. The race wouldn't go too far from his house. We head into Mansfield and tomorrow, although that's more in the north part of the Midlands. Joined St Piran at the start of this year, but previously I spent a couple of years with the Beat Cycling team, which is a 3rd division Belgian team. So a pretty decent team with a very good race programme. It has been picked up now by the Cornish squad, who've had a pretty good race programme as well, run by Steve Lampier, and they'll be more than happy to get one of their riders in the breakaway. And I wonder how Alex Richardson can do today. One long line here, so the bunch having to work very, very hard, and we do. I'm conscious not to keep repeating myself, but going back and looking at racing over the last few years, things have changed enormously. And breakaways, we used to see breakaways that would never really going to threat the general classification, moving away and getting 5 or 6, 7 minutes and coming back very quickly. But that just doesn't happen anymore, Brian, does it? It really doesn't, because of the quality of the kit, the bikes, the riders' awareness of the importance of aerodynamics, and also all of this open source information that's available about nutrition and training. Even riders at the 3rd division of the sport are very, very handy and know exactly what they're doing, and they can't be given. And there's not quite the difference, I don't think, between 3rd division teams of 5 or 6 years ago and now. I think it's a far more graduated difference between the top level and the 3rd division. Well,
there is definitely, and you know, I think, you know, some races, maybe not the same average speed as World Tour races, but you know, they're highly competitive, you know, lower down, some of these races, and you know, we'll see it here during the Tour of Britain as well. You know, where do these World Tour riders come from? They come from these developing teams, and you'll get some individuals, maybe 1 or 2 in each team, that are, you know, very capable and looking to step up, and you know, they're going to kind of try their arm. They're not worried about, you know, points and UCI and all this sort of stuff. They just want to go out there and race, and you know, we will see that towards the end. But yeah, it's just a measured ride, you know, with all the kind of sports science around cycling now. It's easier to ride at a tempo pretty much all day, rather than give them double figures and, you know, really try hard and bring them back towards the end. So yeah, that's just all kind of measured. It's all in the training, and you know, but it's very different training when you listen to kind of Tim de Klerk and things like that, and what he does in training. He goes out there and trains to do his job. It's the same with the lead-out guys and sprinters. Some lead-out guys don't make good sprinters, and vice versa. It's all in the training.
Yep. it's training for what you need to do as a pro, whether you're a sprinter, whether you're a climber, as you said, whether you're a rouleur that rides at a relatively linear pace, just like Risto Hollenstein's doing here. You can see he's a slightly bigger chap, can generate a lot of power, but his role, as we saw yesterday, illustrated to perfection, is basically just to keep that steady tempo. But it's a high tempo, it's a difficult tempo, but he needs to be able to ride at a constant pace, an efficient pace, for the best part of 3 or 4 hours sometimes, and even longer. I think they're looking back at last year's Milan-San Remo in particular. Tim de Klerk basically just towed the peloton for the best part of 200k, all the way over the opening climb of the day onto the coast, and it was only 70k's to go. He pulled off. I think he did 220k on the front that year. He didn't get help from anybody else either. He just rode at that one tempo, and that was an extreme example, but that's the sort of effort that these riders need to be able to do, is shoulder a heavy workload, not an intense workload, but a heavy workload over a long period of time. A diesel sort of effort, but that's, and when I use the word diesel, that's not detrimental. It's just a different sort of physiology and a different sort of effort.
And they've worked out that it's actually a bit easier to do that rather than save all your energy and ride at 50 odd kilometres an hour for an hour. They've worked all that out. But just looking at this time gap here,
it's gone out a bit, isn't it?
I think the group in front just needs to be wary a little bit. It's gone out to almost 4 minutes now, and I think they have to be wary that they don't gain too much. For this moment here, I think they have to try and conserve a little bit. They have to ride it just under that kind of threshold and save that energy, because it's so back-ended, this stage today. And I think there has to be riders in here thinking of glory, thinking of that stage, and you have to. That's the reason you're getting a breakaway first and foremost. So I think now they have to just pare it back a little bit, just relax, make sure they're eating and drinking and not causing too much panic behind, because sometimes when the gap does go up to 4.5, 5 minutes, then you really don't want Ineos Grenadiers or any other teams kind of helping out. So they're happy with this situation. So only 2 riders, still Hollenstein and Dowsett at the front of the peloton. Everybody fairly relaxed, but they just have to be aware of this gap now.
Yep, there might be a bit of a conversation, or conversations we might see start to happen after about half distance between a couple of the road captains. We saw it yesterday. Kwiatkowski having a chat. I think it was with Alex Dowsett yesterday towards the back end. But they were working because, of course, yesterday was the opening stage of the race. There was no predetermined hierarchy. Everybody was all in, but they were the 2 teams that took up the mantle of ownership of the race, the pace setting, and it was equally distributed yesterday. But today, given that the jersey on the shoulders of Israel Premitech, they need to, it's slightly different, a different situation. But coming up to the first sprint of the day now. Yeah,
I think more battle. Will we see more battle for the sprints, or will we see just a kind of rollover for the white jersey? That's I think what I would be interested in. Teggart already showed that he's quite quick yesterday, winning all 3 sprints, and up against some good opposition. So I think slightly uphill here to that sprint, sitting at the back. Nobody's kind of really looking around, so I think it's in the best interests of this breakaway. I don't think anybody's really kind of interested in kind of trying to waste energy here. So it looks as if it could be bit of a rollover for the white jersey here.
I think so, and he's just positioned himself. There's a bit of an urgency about his pedal stroke there. He's on the drops, ready to roll.
He's the only person on the drop apart from the rider at the front.
And he's winding up here a little bit, although there's a bit of a kick here from Tanfield. That's quite interesting. So Charlie Tanfield wanting to go, but look at that. Well, clean pair of heels there. Probably doesn't even need to go full gas. Steadman also nudging in for second place, so a good start to the day there. Just did enough to open the gap and then essentially rolled across the line. So sprint number 1 at done and dusted. It's really important that they get back into formation. So not exactly a roll across the line. And from the other riders, if they're feeling good, why not take a couple of points? There's a prize on offer as well. So a good start to the day for the British rider. Checks the gap behind, sorry, the Irish rider should I say, checks the gap behind and can just ease off there. As you said, they do need to measure their effort. There's no point in sprinting all the way to the line, so effectively just checks the gap just in front of a load of school kids. That's great to see. And one thing we should give a nod to and acknowledge is the organisers of the Tour of Britain Sweet Spot here, the effort that they go to make sure that all of the communities, the towns, the villages, of course the cities that they pass through, are completely engaged and fully aware that the Tour of Britain's going to be passing through. So all the schools will be aware, and clearly there the kids had prepared banners and little posters, and you never know, some of those kids might be inspired to get on a bike and start riding. And I'm pretty sure that every edition of the Tour de France, there's kids, of the Tour of Britain, there's kids at Tour de France, of course, there's kids at the side of the road who are inspired to go and race a bike, but really, really great to see. But I think that's important, the year-long route planning, and then the year-long, and all the relationships over the last best part of 2 decades between local constabularies, local authorities, towns and villages. It's a real PR exercise, isn't it? But great to see that engagement there, Brian, as well. Something we don't often talk about.
No, it's been happening for pretty much since its new inception, this race. Very important to deal with, because they're dealing with the local authorities, and it's important for the local authorities to get the community involved. And as you know, the Scottish kids have been back at school for many weeks now. Unlike the,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Do they have a shorter summer holiday?
No, they stop earlier.
Right. Okay.
You know, my kids are in English schools, and they stop at the end of the Tour de France, while the Scottish kids are already in holiday for the month of July. So they stop earlier and go back earlier, while the English kids go back later and start later. So, you know, my kids have only been back. This is the 3rd day back at school, where the Scottish kids have been back for a few weeks now. So they've had plenty of time to make their banners. Good
stuff. Always great to see. As Alex Dowsett strings them along, you can just see real distinct colour blocking there. Israel Premier Tech in the white and blue and red. Of course, our race leader in the red jersey, Corbin Strong of New Zealand. And just behind them, the mass ranks of Ineos Grenadiers. The blue jersey of Omar Friele sat about 3rd or 4th wheel. Then we have the other World Tour team, Bora Hansgrohe. And just behind them, we've got Uno X. So already colour blocking here, because all it takes is somebody, and then we've got DSM as well. So still best part of 130 k's to go. Just behind them, the bright fluo yellow of Bingo Pal Sources, the 2nd Division Belgian squad. And almost a couple of little echelons forming here as well, Brad. Just on the left-hand side, you've got Human Powered Health. So it's one of those days where it's always going to be a bit of an uncomfortable ride, riding at this sort of speed. 45, 46 k's an hour they're doing now, constantly. And with that cross tailwind, you've got to be really, really attentive, because we've been in situations before where it splits, and the last thing you want to do is get caught at the wrong side of a split and have to work to get back on again.
But the thing is with that, you saw some colour blocking there quite often, and I'll say this to teams, you know, when you want to move up together. Or when you see someone else moving up, move up with them. It's a case when it's kind of strung out like this, and you're a little bit too far back and you want to move up. You don't want to be just going to the right hand side and moving up. I would always take advantage. Anybody passing me, I'd move up, or I would get, you know, a couple of my teammates and say, look, we move up and move up together and try and kind of help each other. There's no point doing it as an individual, because you're just wasting energy. It's all these wee things that you have to think about all the time. It's all keeping the gears down. All these wee tips. A lot of these wee tips I had to use myself when I rode the hot chili London to Paris by the Tour de France. At the end of July, I had to use all my experience to get me through 100 miles a day for 3 days.
Yeah, ducking and diving, bobbing and weaving, Bright. When you have a limited resource to deploy, you become even more wary and protective of it. So,
and that's also important, Matt, and you probably agree with this as well. But, you know, I always like to start a race not feeling that great. If I didn't feel that great, I would duck and dive a lot more. The worst is when you start a race and you feel top dollar, you're absolute pinging, and you want to show everybody else how well you're going. It's sometimes that you pay for it in the end, rather than kind of trying to conserve as much as you can.
That's an interesting thing. I mean, you can go through so many different states of being in a bike race. It's an endurance sport, of course. Multiple hours spent in the chair, in the saddle, in the bike office. And yeah, it's a really good point. I think most of my best rides over the years thinking back, I felt awful at the start as well, whether that was the self-preservation, whether my body knew that I was was feeling particularly good, so subconsciously it didn't allow me to open up early on. But then near the end, I mean, 2/3 of the way through, it'd be like a switch had been flicked, and then suddenly I had all this saved energy, this condition that I used to use. But it's a quite strange psychological state, but generally speaking, my best rides at the start, I felt awful, Brian.
It's harder to do in training, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because sometimes you go out and after half an hour or an hour, you feel terrible.
Yeah,
and I know some people would say,
to go back home,
just go back home and things like that. And no, you persevere with it, and you know that maybe give yourself half an hour, 45 minutes, and you do come through. Sometimes I've had to force myself out in the past, feeling terrible. Maybe it was more psychological than anything else, but see, when I've done my 4 or 5 hour rides and come in, the last kind of hour and a half have been my best.
Yeah, interesting. And also, so early in the race, quite often you'll see the 2 or 3 lead teams in the race at the front, distinct colour blocking, but every single team, right the way to the back, and St Piran were the last team at the back in that black kit there, was colour blocking all the way through, so there's real discipline, isn't there, instilled in every single team. I don't think I've seen colour blocking quite like it. Normally it fades and gets a bit more mixed up, doesn't it? There's a bit more, the peloton's in more of a state of entropy and chaos towards the back. But that whole line, as you said, distinct colour blocking, so the tactics of World Tour teams, or the not so much the tactics, but the way that teams are organised nowadays. These smaller teams are still as organised. They might not have the same financial resource, or they don't have the same financial resource or equipment resource. But in terms of the way they tackle the race and the discipline that they instill on their riders, with a view to these riders moving up the ranks in the next few years, is exactly the same, isn't it? And that was a real illustration of that back then.
It has its plus and negatives, of course. If there was the crash and your colour block, and then a few of you, the same team, come down. Sometimes the tactic is to make sure that you potentially kind of spread out a little bit sometimes. But then again, it's early in the race. I always kind of pick to a road behind. If there's someone can annoy me, Matt, like someone getting out the saddle, the bike coming back and things like that, I'll go a few riders up and sit somewhere else, because you just need to feel comfortable and not at edge. Well,
front wheel change there for one of the that's Charlie, I think. There you go, that's sweet. So Charlie Tamper, the brake will wait for them. They've got a nice gap here, so they'll ease off. They won't. He's still got a little bit of a chase. They won't completely stop, but they'll knock it off, because a rider of the class, the calibre of Charlie Tanfield, himself from Yorkshire. That was quite nice. Very clearly that's sweet. So nice and patient. Remember, he's
just waiting for the car now.
Yeah, waiting for the car. He can drop in behind that for a little bit. Have to be a little bit careful. It doesn't do too much. But I think in this situation, the group in front would just ease off a little bit, wait for him to get back on, and then pick back up to speed again. But a really solid lead that this 6 riders have built up now. 3 minutes and 51 seconds, 127 kilometres to go. All wheel changes these days seem to take an eternity compared to what they used to do. And because of these disc wheels, as we look a little bit further back, this is Tom Pidcock, who was one of the favourites for yesterday's stage, ended up finishing 5th despite being at the back. In the post-race interview, he went back for a nature break and just basically said, I got it wrong. I hesitated, waited far too long to get back. The bunch was all across the road because it was a headwind. He said, the plan was for Pidcock to be on the wheel of Omar Freely, but he wasn't there. But still, he said I possibly would have won had I been in the right place. So no excuses from Pidcock, just in the wrong place, but is still determined to try and do something in this race, that is for sure. So there's a lot of pressure on his shoulders, and also significantly not riding the World Championships now either, Brian. So he's pulled out of the Worlds to refocus. He's had such a busy year, cross, mountain biking, Tour de France as well. It's a busy year, and a rider of his talents, although he is ridiculously talented, he's only human as well, Brian, isn't he? He's only young, he's only human. He needs to keep that spark there. So sad that he's not riding the Worlds, but I completely understand it.
I think possibly if it was maybe in Europe he might have ridden it.
I agree with you totally.
Different kettle of fish,
totally.
And we've been there as well. I was talking with you about the Commonwealth Games and a different preparation. It's not about just nipping over to Europe and riding the World Championships. It's the time change, it's the preparation involved with it all. You know, they say for every hour of change you need 1 day.
Wow.
So it's all of that taken into consideration. I know Max Chiandre, you know, after the Olympics, when, you know, we got the bronze medal there, and he got in contact with me about riding the World Championships in Sicily that year. And I thought, yep, okay, we'll ride, but, you know, what is the plan? You know, what we're doing, all this sort of stuff. And even the preparation involved at the end of the year, because you got to remember, I was not a World Tour rider at that time. All my preparation and the training I would have to do and organise my own training camp and do this. It's a big investment to just go there. And then a couple of weeks later, he got in touch with me and said, well, I don't know if my prep's good enough. I'm not going to ride it. So that was it. So it's not just a case of just turning up and riding the World Championships. It's all the preparation involved. And I think with it coming up, and you're only talking about, what, 3 weeks' time? It's a lot of preparation. And
25th of September is the men's road race, isn't it? So it's not long at all.
It's not that far away. And to ride this race is good preparation for it. But if he rides this race and it's all the preparation, has to go there quite early to get acclimatised, to get rid of the jet lag, all this sort of stuff, it's a lot of effort. And like you say, he's had a really busy season, and I think mentally, and especially maybe after the mountain bike World Championships, where it didn't really kind of go his way, I think that may have been the tipping point. And then off the back of yesterday, just making that little mistake, maybe mentally he's ready for a little of a break.
There you go. A good bit of speedway skills there from Harry Tanfield.
Was he trying to entertain us there, or what?
I think he was. I think he was maybe bored of our chat and said, oh, I'm going to shake things up a little bit. Just break too late. Hands off the bars. Comes in, carrying way too much speed into that right-hander. And so opts to redistribute his weight by using the classic foot down, but not quite foot on the floor. So a very intuitive bit of adaptation on that corner there. So
nice of him to say sorry. I don't know what I was saying sorry for.
I think we're saying sorry to the car behind. Again, that's just an instinctive thing you do. Quite even when I've done that before out on my own, and lifted up my hand to say apologise for flicking around a pothole and realise I'm on my own.
Do you know what, Matt? Now that you say that, when normally when you go out and do your 5-6 hour ride, and I put myself in a race scenario to try and get the best out of myself in the end. So the last hour that I have to ride hard tempo, I keep on thinking I'm in a solo breakaway behind, and I start looking behind to see if the bunch are there.
That's a different level, Brian. That is. I mean, blimey, that's a different level.
It's that motivation. I need to keep going, looking around, the bunch aren't there. I need to keep going. It's just that kind of mental focus.
Old habits die hard, Brian.
Yeah.
Old habits die hard.
But now I keep looking in front to see where the bunch is.
I'm pretty much the same. Just looking up like that, like a meerkat. Well, where's everybody else? But no, just to finish off the Tom Pidcock conversation, he said, just to echo what you were describing about your experiences, he wants to be 100%, and he said with the amount of racing he's had, with the disappointment, which he openly has talked about, of the Mountain Bike World Championships, where clearly he was physically in a good place, but he said everything just kept going wrong. He said that if he goes to the Worlds, and the class of rider he is, Tom Pidcock now is at that stage in his career, although it's a very early stage of his road career, where if he goes to an event, there's a purpose. He's not just going to go to the World Championships and ride, because I think Tom Pidcock over the next... he lost that... nope, that bottle went...
to the head.
Nearly into one of his teammates there.
Unlucky for number 13, was it? Or 131, Mitri.
That was James Mitri, of New Zealand. Yeah, so Tom Pidcock not going to go 100%. It's only after yesterday's stage that he made that announcement. Whether the decision was made before the stage or not remains to be seen. But Tom Pidcock not going to the Worlds, and is going to... But clearly focused on this essentially being his last race. Yeah, I
got selected for Great Britain as a junior to ride the World Championships. As an amateur rider, never got selected to ride the World Championships. I was told if I won a certain race, I'd get selected. Won the race and never got selected. So as an amateur, I never got selected for the World. So I always wanted, that was my goal, to go to the World Championships. I managed to get to a few World Championships as a pro, but then later in my career, my pro career, I wasn't going to go to just to make the numbers up, just to represent Great Britain. So a few of them are kind of knocked back. So I can understand the motivation there to do the kind of all the extra training, to go there to get a result. I wasn't thinking about getting a result, but I wasn't going just to make up the numbers and ride round and finish. If I didn't think I could finish maybe top 20 or top 30 or whatever it is, then there's no point in going. Or more importantly, if there's someone in the British team that I was going there to do a job for, then I would do that. And that's why the reason why the Matt Schiandri, he was going to go, he'd finished third in the Olympics, and you know, he was wanting to try and get a medal. That's the motivation, and you need that motivation to go. And for some reason, it's hard to say that Tom Pidcock has not got that motivation, because of course, you know, every time he throws his leg over a bike, he's motivated.
He's motivated. Just knows he's got a finite amount of resource, of which to distribute over the year, and he's one of those riders who's enjoys riding his bike across different disciplines, but wants to excel at each discipline. You know, he's an Olympic mountain bike champion, he's world cyclocross champion, wants to win the world road race, and would have been the team leader had he gone, but doesn't think he can be at 100%, so has pulled the pin. So I completely respect that decision. So it opens the door for a couple of our other British, very talented, I think Fred Wright, who's had a brilliant year. Bahrain victorious, not here of course, but Fred Wright has been exceptional this year, so consistent, and could do a good ride. But we've got some good strength in depth. As we see another pocket of spectators just at the side of the road, 121 kilometres to go now. Human Powered Health team car just at the side of the road. And look at that. Look at that. Oh, Brian, you come up with some pearlers today, mate. But yes, that is some hay bales. Beautifully.
That's art.
That is absolutely lovely, isn't it? I'm just going to let that just breathe for a minute. Well, let's remind ourselves of the composition of our breakaway. 120.7 kilometres to go. We started in Hawick and we are heading towards Duns. The direction of travel for the vast majority of the stage is in a northeasterly direction, heading towards the coast. Then we loop back and head in a southerly direction for the last 20 or 30 k's of today's stage. And that's where most of the climbing takes place. 3 third category climbs, densely packed towards the back end. And this breakaway went after just a kilometre or so. Took them a while to build up a lead, but now they have a gap of around 3 minutes and 40 seconds. On your screen from Global 6 is Ukko Peltonen, a wonderful name, doing his long turn on the front. Also there in the white jersey is Matt Teggett of the WIV Sundgaard team, was in the breakaway yesterday, amassed maximum points in the intermediate sprint classification, and has also won the first sprint of the day today. The next one comes in 21 kilometres time. And with the way things have gone so far, can't see him being beat in that one. We've got Adam Lewis as well, representing the Cornish team St Piran. Also in the mix, the two brothers from Ribble Weldtite, Charlie and Harry Tanfield. And rounding out our breakaway from Quebecer, Team Quebecer is Travis Steadman of South Africa, who's also incidentally the best placed rider in this group, and is actually, as we speak, the virtual race leader.
He is, and just a little bit of news on Quebec. As you know, they dropped down into continental level on the development team. Well, Team Quebec, they've got a new sponsor as well called Click, QLIK, which they're kind of rolling out, as in the word click is pronounced as a data integration service. So, you know, they're picking up some small sponsors. They're already at the Tour of Britain kind of working with the team. So good news for that team that, you know, they're starting to get more and more sponsors coming into the team to help the development and help the team, you know, move up to the next level.
Yeah, that would be good. So they've always had, well, over the last few years, they've always had a development team feeding into their pre-existing World Tour team. And it was a big disappointment that they couldn't find the sponsors for last year. They certainly tried and tried and tried, but it often happens. They're not the only team to have been in that situation.
Just also looking at I noted there on the left-hand side there, I don't know if we'll see it now because with the way the TV motorbike is, but at the bottom of that drag we saw one of the Ineos cars. But 300 metres at the top of the hill, you had the staff member giving up. I know that the teams use race radios and try and indicate where they're going to be, but it's important sometimes that you know where that person is. giving out to make it a little bit safer. So all the teams, what they do is they'll have the car angled so that the riders can see the car, and then the riders will know they've got about 10 seconds to go over to the right hand side, because sometimes when you're in a bunch, Matt, you're feeding on the right and you're on the left hand side, you can't always get over, so you have to give 300-400 metres, see the car, you know you have to move over to the right hand side to get your feedback.
Yep, there's a lot of planning that goes into this. Every single part of the bike race now is thought about in a lot of detail. And back in the day, there wasn't quite so much the planning. It was far more organic. The team car was there, and if you missed it, you missed it. And there wasn't. You'd roughly know obviously no computers on the bikes to tell you exactly where you were. Well, they were, but they were in the very early stages, and quite often you would actually miss it. But now there's a lot more planning. It's so important that the riders get that nutrition at the right time. Although saying that, though, Brian, there is an opportunity. Quite often riders will miss the feed. So what will happen is the team car behind will pull in, gather up any spare musettes, won't they, and bidons, drop them into the team car, then a domestique will then drop back. It's the last thing you need to do, but there is also a mopping up process, isn't there, for any riders through a particularly chaotic feed, or if the racing's on and they pass through a feed. That sometimes happens when it's quite difficult, but as you say, there's a lot of planning that goes into the feed. As you see, another little pocket of enthusiastic Scottish Borders fans really getting stuck in.
Especially young fans.
Indeed, a very young fan there. So this brake doing a very good job here. Difficult to see a particularly weak link in this move, actually. Everybody seems to be, definitely the two brothers, the two Tanfield brothers, doing a lot of the work here, but I'm impressed by Jouko Peltonen. He's done some really long turns on the front. Proper team time trial formation. Again, they're not doing that two lines, are they? With 6 riders, they're really well drilled. One turn on the front between 20 and 30 seconds and then swinging off. So you get around 2.5 minutes of rest before you hit the front. So really quite effective, and they're working very well as a unit. So it's strong and smart.
Well, you've been in a few breakaways in your career, like myself, and some breakaways, you know that it's never going to work. The cohesion isn't there, and straight away from there they got their act together, and that's very important. There was no kind of rivalry, there's no thinking about king of the mountains and sprints. I think they've got themselves pretty much organised straight away, and this is why they're doing well.
So 3 minutes and 31 seconds, 116 Ks to go. So 3 minutes and 29 seconds. So the gap holding steady now to our riders out in front. Tanfield and Tanfield, Charlie and Harry from Ribble Weldtite. Charlie Tanfield sits at 3:38, Harry Tanfield at 3:03. Matt Teggett of Ireland representing Wib Sungod. There we go. It says no speed limit, and there's no speed limit for the riders. In fact, they pass through as quickly as they can. It's nearly 70 k's an hour on this long downhill drag. I just see Tom Pidcock dipping into his musette there. Wonder what he's got for lunch as the Norwegian champion just moves up round the outside as well. There's Anders Skarseth. Sorry, it's Erasmus Tiller, should I say, is the road race champion of... We've got 7 national road race champions in this field for the Tour of Britain. So Alex Dowsett takes his turn on the front there. Ritu Hollenstein just tucked in behind. It's Mason Holliman as the other rider from the Israel Premier Tech team. We're just passing through Kelso now. Place I've been to on a few occasions myself. There's the man that was in the breakaway yesterday. Now he's actually wearing number 1 there, and I can show you, isn't it? It's the most aggressive rider award, so for some reason wearing number 1. So there's 2 number 1s in the field. That's Tom Pidcock, and also the rider from Human Powered Health, that's Matt Gibson. Matt Gibson, of course, in the breakaway yesterday with his colleague and teammate Stephen Bassett in the green jersey of King of the Mountains leader. And there he is, just dropping back a little bit to collect some bead-ons. Matt Gibson, a very, very good sprinter. Wasn't sprinting quite as well as we're used to on yesterday's stage. Got a fine third place in the last edition of the Tour of Britain. So passing through beautiful Kelso here. The Tour of Britain has been here on a couple of occasions in the past, actually. Actually, we had a stage finish back here in 2019, and that stage was won by Matteo Trentin. So Kelso, ooh, a little bit of a check. That could have been a little bit nasty. As you can see, the cobbled streets of Kelso, a little bit difficult to negotiate. Quite often, if you're cornering at speed on cobbles, obviously you don't get the same sort of traction. The bike's rattling along and there's not the same cohesion. So the bike has a tendency to drift a little bit further. Slightly more difficult to steer. Let's have a look at that again. It is Teggett going into the corner. He gets it fine. It's actually one of the Tanfields. Drifts ever so slightly. Well, actually, it's Teggett who actually braked a little bit and caught on the inside was Charlie and Harry Tanfield. But they are absolutely fine. No problems at all. Great to see so many people out at the side of the road welcoming the Tour of Britain here as we head further north, heading in a northeasterly direction at the moment. The next intermediate sprint of the day is at Coldstream. That comes in about 13 kilometres time. Then we head even further up to the north and we head to Eyemouth, the little town of Eyemouth on the coast. Then we swing back in towards Reston. 27 mile an hour for our breakaway here, moving nice and quickly, still holding steady. The gap 3:30, maximum lead at the moment that this break have had today so far. It was 3 minutes and 58 seconds. And then when we get to Eyemouth on the coast, we briefly head up the coast, then we start swinging back inland towards the final intermediate sprint of the day at Reston. And then we loop our way back through, and then it's only within the last 30 k's that we get the 3 categorised climbs of the day. It's going to be quite a tough finale, and I do think, given what we've got over the coming days, we will see some attacking. It could be quite a ferocious, entertaining finale. Not that today so far hasn't been entertaining. It's been a real insight into how the break forms, and that is great to see. That is Oscar Onley. Oscar Onley, of course, riding for Team DSM. It isn't very often at all that you get to pass through your hometown, so great to see that little poster there of Oscar Onley. Only 19 years of age, rides for Team DSM, rides for the development team. Apologies briefly for our picture breakup as we head to the finish line. Our first glimpse, actually, of the finish line in Dunnes. So the peloton still being led by the Israel Premier Tech team. And just at the back of their string, just in front of Magnus Sheffield from the Ineos Grenadiers, is our race leader, Corbin Strong. What a ride that was yesterday by Corbin Strong. He's won some pro races in the past, but this was his first race whilst riding for the Israel Premier Tech World Tour team. But he's a very decorated track rider, is Corbin Strong. 2020 World Points Race champion. Also a previous Team Pursuit World champion at junior level. And then is the current, or the new 2022 Commonwealth Games scratch race winner. Of course, those championships recently been held in Britain, in Birmingham. And it's clearly in a rich vein of form. So right now, the peloton riding pretty much bang on the same speed as our 6 riders out in front. So we've still got that gently helping cross tailwind. And that's one of the reasons, save for the strength of this team, of this breakaway set of riders, should I say, that the average speed is around 48 k's an hour. I'm expecting that to drop off a little bit, but this midway point is an opportunity for this break to really build up that lead, or at least maintain it. And it looks as if that the peloton have passed through the centre of Kelso in relative safety, which is good news. So just a reminder for those of you who may have just joined us of the situation at the top of the general classification. It is Corbin Strong, as I just mentioned, the New Zealander who leads this race. He's 4 seconds quicker so far than Omar Freely. Then we have Anders Johansson of the Uno X Pro Cycling Team. Good ride by him yesterday for 3rd place. He sits in 3rd at 6 seconds. All of these time gaps courtesy of time bonuses, of course. 10, 6 and 4 time bonuses awarded at the finish line. There are also time bonuses at the intermediate sprints. 3, 2 and 1 for all 3 sprints. And then the best of the rest, Oscar Gonzalo Serrano of Movistar. He is in 4th. 5th place yesterday, Thomas Pidcock. Then we have Dylan Tierns, Filippo Fiorelli, Oscar Onley. Good ride by him yesterday, of course. It's just passed through Kelso. Anton Charming in 9th. And then rounding out the top 10, Filippo Zanna. So worth having a little bit of a talk about the stages that are yet to come in the Tour of Britain this year. It's an interesting route, north to south. Last year started in Cornwall, finished in Scotland. In fact, it finished in our start town, our start city of Aberdeen. So we're essentially doing a reverse lap, or a straight line of Britain this time, finishing in the Isle of Wight. So the stages are as follows. We'd started in Aberdeen yesterday, we finished in the Glen Shee Ski Centre. Today we started in Hawick and we finish in Duns, still in Scotland, as we get another glimpse of that rather fetching poster of Oscar Onley, a local resident. Stage 3, we're back into England. We're in Durham and we finish in Sunderland, another rolling, undulating stage. Still in the north, well, we're in the North Yorkshire Moors. We start in Redcar and finish in Duncan Park. Then we move into the North Midlands. We're in West Bridgford and we head over to Mansfield in Nottinghamshire. Then we start stage 6 in Tewkesbury and we finish in Gloucester. The penultimate stage of the 18th edition of the Tour of Britain starts in West Bay down in the south and finishes in Ferndown. And then the final stage, for the first time ever in the Tour of Britain history, it's exclusively located on the Isle of Wight. And we start in Ryde and we finish up the 2nd category climb of the Needles, where the finale and the outcome of this race will be decided. So the total distance of this edition of the Tour of Britain, 1,352 kilometres, 18,572 metres of elevation. So as normal, a really hilly race, undulating, not too much flat, although we are in a little bit of a flat section now. 3 minutes 30 the gap. So a really interesting route. Maybe not the splits that we thought would occur on yesterday's stage, but again, there were some splits, only 50 riders in the front groups. There was a little bit of a selection, but all of the main favourites, all of the main protagonists you would expect to be competing for the win are still well in the frame. But this group out in front, these 6 riders, are making it very difficult for the bunch behind. It's a hard day's toil for the Israel Premier Tech team. But Alex Dowsett, more than capable of riding at this sort of level. And he would have known full well not to have given this group too much of a lead. And it could have made a massive difference, in fact, if they'd have just ridden for another 5 or 6 Ks and given this break another 1 or 2 minutes. It could have been very, very difficult indeed. And given the speed that they're moving at, it's harder to go even quicker, of course. Now, other teams will ultimately, I think, get involved in the chase, but not till deep in the race. And as the Israel Premier Tech team had the responsibility of shouldering all of the work, because they have the red jersey, and the other teams will, of course, sit back and wait, keeping their resource as fresh as they can for the back part of this race, because I do think it will be a relatively decisive stage. Don't think it'll determine the ultimate outcome of this race, but I do think the terrain, depending on the way it's ridden, I do think we will see a little bit of a selection. And there is Tom Pidcock looking very relaxed, just in front of Felix Grosshartner, the Austrian road race champion. The gap now at 3 minutes and 35 seconds. Alex Dowsett on the front there, on the drops. There's Reto Hollenstein just behind him. In 3rd place on the road is the young British rider, 22 years of age, Mason Holliman. Just behind him is Dylan Tierns, still getting used to the Belgian being in the kit of the Israel Premier Tech team. And then just behind the tall Belgian, we have the figure of Corbin Strong of New Zealand, 22 years of age. And what a day that was for the youngster. What a day indeed it was for the Israel Premier Tech team, taking the Maryland Classic over in the United States as well. So the Global 16 car bounces up the outside to rejoin the breakaway. Good riding today by Ukko Peltonen, the Finnish rider, only the second Finnish rider to actually take the start in the Tour of Britain. And the other rider from Finland who's started the Tour of Britain was way back in 2014, and that was Jonas Hentala. So it's been the best part of 7 years since we've had a Finnish rider in the Tour of Britain. And he's up at front looking good, and this is his teammates, or these are his teammates, should I say. James Mitri and Kian Watts, both of New Zealand. Dylan Sunderland, the Australian, there he is there, just glancing across. Also in the mix, Nicholas Sessler of Brazil. And rounding out the squad for Global 6, has a real international flavour, as you would expect, is Connor Schunk. I'm also looking at Ribble Weldtight's Red Walters there from Grenada. He is their Grenadan road race champion. He's got a rather nice bike as well. Look at that. Full custom paint job for the young man from Grenada, who packs a powerful sprint. There he is, Red Walters on your screens. Well, Brian's just joined me in the booth, back from grabbing a little bit of lunch. Brian, I'm just going to depart briefly to grab a sandwich. I'll see you in a bit.
Adios, amigo. Well, they don't say that in this part of the world, Scotland. It's like, see you later, wee man. But yeah, Red Walters, quite prolific in his social media if you want to give him a follow. First got to know him quite a few years back now. I was involved with a programme called The Coach, and Red was one of the participants in that one. So 105 kilometres to go. Not a great deal of change in the breakaway, with the time gap still sitting at 3 minutes and 39 seconds. It did go over, just touching over 4 minutes. And then we had the puncture of Charlie Tanfield. Seem to have lost about 20 seconds, but they're back in order now. The question is, will this man still be in the red leader's jersey at the end of today's stage? Just looking a little bit on social media about predictions. A few people predicting Pidcock and Towns, Serrano, Frowley, Strong still up there, Jorgensen, Zana, Sharmik, Gloag, Onley. Well, this is Oscar Onley's home area from Kelso. We went past his home not too long ago. It's not often you get that in a home race. Something I think will be treasured for the young rider riding for Team DSM. So these 6 riders went away pretty much in the first couple of kilometres. It was an uphill start, and they quickly got organised. Initially the gap went quickly up to 2 minutes, and then we had the team of the race leader, Israel Premier Tech, that came to the front, held it at 2 minutes, but slowly but surely through the Scottish borders the gap went up to 3.5, 4 minutes. Very relaxed peloton, just leaving all the work to the team of Corbin Strong Israel Premier Tech for the moment. This team will be happy. Ribble Weldtight, they have got 2 riders in today's breakaway, the 2 brothers, Harry and Charlie Tanfield. It's probably why there's smiles all around. They've done their job for the day, and it's often the case where you have a goal for the team. They decided not to put a rider in the breakaway yesterday. The goal possibly today was to put 2 riders in the breakaway, and they managed to do that. So let's see how far they can go on the stage. It's all back-ended today, with all 3 sprints coming. in the first two-thirds of the stage, and then we have 3 climbs at the end, 3 third category climbs. 24 kilometres to go. The first one tops out, one side rig. It's 2.3 kilometres in length. Then it's down and straight up, 16.8. This is the top of the next one. It's 1.2 kilometres in length. Then another downhill before we go up a short, sharp one. Hardens Hill. It's only about 900 metres, but that comes with 6 kilometres to go. Quite a fast run into Duns for the finish. So a wee bit similar. Myself and Mark were talking about the stage last year, won by Wout van Aert up the Angel of the North. And it kind of all kicked off at the back end. A very interesting stage, but for Alex Dowsett here, it's about sitting to the numbers at the front with Reto Hollenstein, just controlling this breakaway and trying to keep it at around about 4 minutes. They'll be hoping that they may get some help from another team. Tom Pidcock being one of the favourites for today. They're hoping that potentially Ineos Grenadiers may want to help out, but for the moment they haven't. That's a difference a day makes. With Corbin Strong winning yesterday, it puts the pressure on Israel Premier Tech to control the breakaway of 6 riders. The best placed is Travis Steedman from Team Quebec at 1 minute and 2 seconds. So other riders in the peloton are smiling. It's not that at the front, it's concentration here from the team of Israel Premier Tech as they go about their business and trying to control the breakaway. So the young Brit Mason Holliman just behind Alex Dowsett here. Behind Holliman you have Michael Woods and Dylan Towns in front of the red jersey of the race leader. And Dylan Towns and Michael Woods have been tipped for a performance today. So Human Powered Health deciding not to put a rider in the breakaway. It's Joey Rosskopf, former road and time trial champion of the US. And I'm sure later on this race we will see him in the breakaway. Tends to like to get himself in the breakaway and look for a stage one. Quite a few opportunities coming up over the next few days. First true border tune of Coldstream. It just nestles on the border between Scotland and England. The 6 riders just pass into the last 100 kilometres now, with 1 kilometre to go to the sprint finish. And although it wasn't a rollover for Matthew Tegart, he won all 3 yesterday. He's 100% record so far. He won the first one today. Didn't have a lot of competition. A couple of the riders just taking up the minor points, but another important one coming up for Matthew Tegart. And if he gets a good lead in this competition, then, you know, few will try to take these points away from him. Possibly just at the back here, Harry Tanfield, just watching Tegart here, might be interested as he goes to the right hand side, and he does. He opens up on the right hand side. He tried to go from it before in the previous one, but Tegart comes over the top. Still a way to go. Tegart sits down there, so Tanfield going early here. Steadman also interested from Team Quebecer. He goes down the right-hand side, but just round the corner, they can see the sprint line. But Teggart just has enough to hold off Steadman there from Quebecer, with Charlie Tanfield, or Harry Tanfield, taking the third place there. So it's a 100% record for this man here from with Sunguards, Matthew Teggart, taking maximum points with another sprint to come with 57 kilometres to go. Maybe we see it again with Tanfield going early. Steadman trying to surprise there. But when Tanfield went on the right-hand side, Teggart had to go with him. He went long. Teggart sat down again, but he had competition from Steadman, who gets the second place. So 2 seconds for the rider from Team Quebecer, Travis Steadman, but it's 2 wins and 5 from 5 in this year's Tour of Britain in the sprints for the Irishman Matthew Teggart of With Sunguards, and he'll keep a hold of that jersey for tomorrow. So we've gone through the second sprint of the day in Coldstream, with Matthew Teggart taking the maximum points yet again. Bit of a contest this time. So Adam Lewis just come back to the car here, just getting a little bit of information from his sports director. Still smiling back in the peloton, many riders, but as we see from the front, Israel Prematech a bit more concentrated here. Sasha Modolo there, quite a prolific winner in the past. He's kind of lost that form a little bit. Was a prolific sprinter. Always had my green highlighter go across his name in the start list.
Same here, Brian. Thanks for just a nice little bit of lunch. Had a falafel wrap, or falafel. Yeah, but Sasha Modolo, as you say, real classy rider. It's quite often happens with certain riders in their career. They have a couple of years where can't quite seem to get the results, or can't quite seem to have fulfilled the potential that they've shown. Spent a couple of years, of course, at EF recently before going back to the Italian team he started his career at. But it's still a very talented rider, and looks like he's having fun with his teammates. They're always good to see. What can they do to say? They had a good rider, and they had a rider up in the mix yesterday in the top 10. So they brought a very strong team here. Of course, they do have the Italian champion Filippo Zanna. They had Filippo Fiorelli up there in the top 10 yesterday. That's Gaburo. Really aggressive, tenacious sort of rider. And as Brian just said, there's the confirmation of the second sprint of the day at Coldstream. So Matt Teggart adds another 3 points to that white jersey. He's going to be safely ensconced in that one at the end of the day. So 9 points yesterday and another 6 points today. So 15 points to the good. It really does back up what we were talking about earlier on, about the early stages of these intermediate classifications. Does make it a lot better. Pretty expecting to see in the breakaway tomorrow as well, but the gap's gone up again to 4 minutes, so this breakaway are really making the bunch, well, in particular the Israel Prematech team, work very, very hard indeed, but still only deploying 2 riders on the front. Certainly no panic stations at all. They've got this well under control, but 4 minutes over this sort of terrain is a good lead, and they've still got that tailwind as well, and they've got the tailwind for the vast majority of the day, in fact till they get to Eyemouth on the coast, and that comes just before the final sprint of the day with 57.4 k's to go. So they've probably got about another 30 k's or so of riding in this cross tailwind, and then it turns into a cross tailwind from the left hand side as they go up the coast, and then they have a cross headwind, cross tailwind again, and then the final 3 climbs as a cross headwind. So really difficult terrain. That's when I do think we'll see, for various reasons, fatigue will start to set in for the breakaway. We've got the wind direction, and also we'll see some more firepower, and I do think we might see at least 1 or 2 other teams get involved, if it's not committing to the chase, actually starting to attack the race. But we shall see. This is Michal Kwiatkowski just dropping back a little bit. No real panic for him. Such a classy bike rider. Again, he's had a couple of steadier years, but a reminder of that ability of his by taking Amstel Gold this year. Brilliant win, Brian, wasn't it? Such a classy bike rider, Michal Kwiatkowski. Likeable rider, former world champion, of course, as well. But has spent the last 4 or 5 years at the Ineos Grenadiers team. And there he is, just coming over to have a word with Brett Lancaster.
I think they're talking tactical now. I think that's the reason why he's come back now.
Yeah, because the gap's gone out. It's a strong move, isn't it? Do they put somebody on the front?
Yeah, that's Brett Lancaster. Steve Cummings is there as well, but I think this is tactical now. It's not about service. It's about, and he doesn't want to talk on the radio. It's better face to face. I think they'll want to put a rider in front now, and that's why he's asking the question. You know, just over 4 minutes now, so, and a strong breakaway. Especially when they've got the firepower. But I tell you what, Matt, when this man wins, he wins big.
Oh, he does, doesn't he?
You know what I mean? He doesn't get any small wins. You know, every win he gets is big.
Yeah, you're quite right. You know, he's the elder statesman of the team. No, not quite as old, should I say elder statesman. He seems like he's been around for an eternity. He's only 32. It's ridiculous. He's only 32 years of age.
Flower power from Poland.
There you go. And he's actually got a long-term contract now with the Ineos Grenadiers, so he's with them probably till the end of his career. So 2025, he signed a long-term deal. Such a reliable rider. Everybody's career in terms of form and condition ebbs and flows, of course, but a real reminder of the sheer class. In fact, it's his only top 10 this year is winning Amstel Gold. So as you said, delivers when he needs to, so tactically astute. A couple of bead-ons in his back pocket. Welcome to everybody watching on GCN Plus, or joining us on GCN Plus. This is stage 2 of the Tour of Britain. We're in the Scottish borders today, and the sun is shining after a wet, damp, miserable day today. Still an exciting race, but the sun is shining, 17 degrees, and we've got a cross tailwind for the first part of the day. In fact, for the first 2/3 of today's stage, and we have a breakaway that, as you can see, top left of your screen there, that's the evidence of the substantial gap that this breakaway has built up over the opening half of today's stage. Total distance, 175.2 k's today, still 93.4 k's to go. Certainly not panic stations in the peloton behind, but we have a very, very strong move out in front. The rider on the back there, that is Charlie Tanfield. He's got his brother Harry with him, both representing the British Continental Team Ribble Weltite Pro Cycling. Also in the mix is Matt Teggart, the Irishman riding for the WIV Sungod team. He was part of the breakaway yesterday, scored maximum points in the intermediate sprints classification. He's therefore wearing the white jersey, has infiltrated this move today, and so far has taken another 6 points, taken in the opening 2 sprints in that classification. So now leads, well, he's got a healthy lead in the sprints jersey. We've also got the only Finnish rider in the field, Ukko Peltonen, from the Global 6 cycling team in the move as well. And right on cue, there he is, and the second rider from Finland to actually, that's one of his teammates, shall I say, right at the back. That is Connor Chunk. And also in the move, we have Adam Lewis of the St Piran team, and the Continental team from Britain, hailing from the southwest, down in Cornwall. There he is, just on the front of that group as we round this right-hand corner. A rider who spent first couple of years of his professional career racing over in Belgium with the Beat cycling team, and also in the group rounding out the 6 riders out in front with a very healthy lead is the rider who's best placed, actually. This is Travis Stedman of the Team Quebecer Assos, and he's the rider in second position there, the smallest rider in this group with that rather colourful Quebecer team kit. And they've built up this lead. This is the maximum they've actually had, 4 minutes and 19 seconds. As I said, the best placed rider in the move is the rider from Quebecer. He sits at 1 minute and 2 seconds behind. So he is the virtual race leader at the moment, and the only team doing any chasing so far has been the Israel Premier Tech team, because they have the red jersey of race leader after a sensational victory yesterday. The New Zealander Corbin Strong is ensconced in the red jersey. Second place overall, Omar Farile of the Ineos Grenadiers. Came close, wasn't quite quick enough in the finale, but the responsibility right now is with the Israel Premier Tech team. And alongside me, as yesterday, is Brian Smith, double British road race champion. Brian, we're in your homeland, we're in Scotland, and the sun is shining, and we've got an interesting situation here. As I said before, don't think it's quite panic stations, but we saw Michał Kwiatkowski dropping back to the team car, having a conversation. And when would you, when would you think that the Ineos Grenadiers should start assisting with the pacemaking and with the chase here?
Oh, hi. I still think it's early. I think you want to keep the pressure on Israel Premier Tech, and I think in the conversation with Kwiatkowski going back to the car and talking with Brett Lancaster, and I think they can leave it a little bit. They know that, you know, this is all kind of back-ended and it can kick off. You know, so we go into the final kind of 20-odd kilometres, you know, the breakaway can still have, I reckon, you know, just over 2 minutes. So there's no real panic for the moment. But I think from the breakaways perspective, I think they just pare back a little bit and not extend it too much, because if you do extend the gap a little bit and it goes towards 5 minutes, then Ineos Grenadiers will ride. But you want to kind of try and conserve that little bit of energy. Still 90 kilometres to go. So I think the breakaway just have to, in this middle kind of part of the stage, just make sure that they're saving something for the end. It's very important they save something. They've already got a healthy lead, but if it goes up, then I think Ineos Grenadiers will ride. So I think the case now is not to panic, not to worry about it, is for Israel Israel Premier Tech, to remain with the two riders in front. I don't think they'll get or they'll put another rider towards the front. I think they'll just ride with the two that they've already got at the moment. So I can't see much change, I reckon, in the next 20, 30 kilometres. It would just be a case of Alex Dowsett and Reto Hollenstein trying to keep this gap down around about the kind of 4 minutes mark. But this is where an intelligent breakaway can play the game here, in just saving that little bit of energy, paring back maybe 1 or 2 kilometres an hour, and just trying to kind of keep that gap around about 4 minutes.
Yeah, it's a really interesting one. It really, really is.
It's a balancing act at the moment. We're in a balancing act, and it's experience that's going to count here. If this gap continues to go up, then of course the question comes, and more pressure comes from Ineos to ride. So it's a case of, do this break want Ineos riding now? I don't think they do. And I think they have to watch this gap and not push it up too much.
Yep, it is very, very interesting the way this lead is going out now. 4 minutes and 26 seconds. Remember, it's 6 riders versus 2, and this is a very, very strong breakaway. They've got 2 of the best British time trialists, actually, in that front group, Charlie and Harry Tanfield. Harry Tanfield, of course, you'll know from his explosion onto the scene, took a stage off the Tour of Britain whilst riding at continental level, and then spent the following 3 seasons running at World Tour, AG2R, he rode for, also ridden the Grand Tour, the Vuelta, and is a very, very gifted time trialist. Both of them as well have ridden on the track as a very effective team pursuit squad too. Certainly they're certainly very, very efficient riders, and they're an exceptionally good fighting force out in front. So the lead continuing to go out now, and but as you said, Brian, it's a balance here. Do they continue to press on here, or do, with a 4 minutes and 26 seconds lead, they can almost say, okay, let's just hold this, let's just conserve a little bit, because the important thing about today's route is that there is a change of direction. When we are going place to place, but we have basically been heading in a north-easterly direction for the vast majority of the day, and will be for the next 20, 25 Ks. We hit the coast at Eyemouth, then we turn back in the opposite direction where we'll hit a cross headwind, then a cross tailwind briefly, and the last 30 Ks are into a headwind too, so they could use, and the terrain changes as well, from being relatively flat to gently undulating for this midsection. It's a very, very hilly finale, And if you have just joined us, the back end of today's stage is very densely packed. 3 third category climbs, all within 25 kilometres of each other. The first one we hit at 27.7 k's to go, and the last one, and that is Hardens Hill, comes with only 6 k's to go. So really interesting terrain. We should see some attacks. We could see a bit of a shake-up, maybe even more than yesterday. But that sort of terrain, they're going to need relatively, well, a little bit of reserve in their legs, aren't they? And they're doing a really, really good job right now. I didn't think, Brian, that the lead would go up this high, although we've got to temper that, and we've still got 88 k's to go. So we've still got the best part of 2 hours of racing. And the average speed, interestingly, so far today, due in part to that tailwind, nearly 48 k's an hour, so well ahead of schedule. But that might actually slow as we hit the hills at the back end and we hit that headwind.
Yeah, that's the bit that worries me, Matt. That's, you know, they're riding too hard, too well in the breakaway. They can afford to bring it back a little bit, because if they relax a little bit and allow the gap to come down to under 4 minutes, maybe 3.5 minutes, you got to remember at the same time they're going to be conserving energy. Just look at the rear of the peloton here. It's been pretty much lined out from, you know, the word go. As soon as we go over that kind of first non-categorised climb, it's been lined out the whole time with Dowsett and Hollenstein in front for Israel Premier Tech. See it now, still in one line, so the pace is on.
Yep.
And you know, it's always nicer to have a breakaway of 6 riders and have that little bit of wind assistance, and you ride and the gap will go up. I still think that, you know, the group in front of both Harry and Charlie Tanfield, Teggart, Lewis, Steadman and Peltonen, I think they can afford to relax a little bit. If they relax, don't worry about the time coming back, maybe half a minute or a minute. It gives them a little bit of a breather in the middle of the stage. They're saving as much as they can for the last part, because, like you say, the wind changes and also it starts to get a little bit hillier.
Yep, it certainly does. So the two brothers having a bit of a conversation at the back, Charlie and Harry Tanfield.
I don't think they have to worry, because the team car right behind them.
There was a bit of a shake of the head there, a bit of frustration from Charlie Tanfield, but he hasn't got to worry at all. He said that, as you said, Brian, the team car's right behind. Just don't stress about it. 4.5 minute gap, best part of. Still with that tailwind at the moment. And I'm going to talk about a stage that happened in the Giro d'Italia this year, just to talk and expand upon the point that you just raised there about the management of breakaways. And given our understanding of pace setting now, it's even more important than it's ever been. Everybody knows at the level that they can ride at. They know the watch they can sustain for X amount of time. They know how quick bikes and equipment and kit are now. And we know how pace management is absolutely crucial. Here's that moment again. Obviously didn't manage to get his musette, so a little bit annoyed there. But you can pick that one up in a minute. Doesn't need to worry too much. But again,
maybe that was his favourite drink.
It could have been his favourite drink, or maybe there was a cappuccino or a flat white in there. Very much doubt it. But pace management and the understanding of it's not just one pace that they set. It's not just flat out all the way and continue to go as long as they could. Maybe years ago it was, but the stage that I'm going to talk about was stage 18 of the Giro, won by Dries de Bont ahead of Affini, Magnus Cor and Gaburo, who's in this field. And that was an absolute masterclass. Clearly 4 of the riders there, they're in great form. Magnus Sheffield here, the young American for Ineos Grenadiers. But the way that primarily de Bont managed that breakaway, they got 4 big engines, but they never got more than 2 minutes. And they said, we don't need to ride harder than this, but what we can do to crack the peloton and to really test them is to save everything for the last 20k. Rather than tire in the last 20k, find something more. And incredibly, that's what they did. They outwitted the peloton. There's only 4 of them. They used the wind to their advantage as well. But it was, I think, the finest example of managing your resource, given the terrain, given who was chasing behind, that I've ever seen in my life. And we're seeing this more and more and more. It's the understanding of what you need to do to get the job done, and saving a little bit towards the end as well, and playing not so much poker with the bunch, but doing something that's slightly unexpected.
Well, I was here, talking about the Giro. We're here at Tour of Britain, one of the Tour of Britain stages with Endura. I was in the car, and they got about 5.5 minutes, and we were looking for a stage when we had Dean Wilkinson in the group, but Anne Post at Bagdonis, and 2 of them can sprint towards the end. It was into Sandringham, And that was when HTC were there with Mark Cavendish.
I think I was riding.
You may have been, yes.
I think I was out the back.
So, no, you weren't. So we got 5.5 minutes, and then they started riding and they started bringing it back. And I said to Ian, talk to the rest of the guys. I said they want to bring it back as much as they can so that they can get other riders thinking, well, the stage win is up for grabs. So I tell you what, let the gap come down, lull them into a false sense of security. So we went from 5.5 minutes. When it gets to 2.5 minutes, I want you to get the rest of the guys in the breakaway to start for 10 kilometres, ride hard. Ride hard. So I went up to, in the An Post car, luckily there was Sean Kelly there. So I said to Sean, we're going to, when it comes down to 2.5 minutes, we're going to ride hard. And he was like, OK, we'll go with that. So what happened was the gap was coming down slowly. So HTC at the front of the peloton think, oh, we've got control of this. The gap's coming down. We've got control of this, not a problem. So all of a sudden, with about 30 kilometres to go, when it's coming down to the 2.5 minutes, the guys start riding harder at the front. So it goes up to 2:40, 2:45, 3 minutes. And we hear in the race radio that they're talking in the peloton. HTC are talking to other teams to try and get them to ride, and they wouldn't ride, and because the gap was going up. And then after 10 kilometres it settled down, so they still had 3 minutes going into the last 20 kilometres of the race, or 15 kilometres of the race. Ended up, we got second by inches from Bagdonis in that uphill finish.
We had Walter Sabrandi in the break.
Yeah.
Well, I was the managing the Sigma team. I was in team 2 that day. I remember we had Walter in the breakaway that day.
We foiled the breakaway just by these tactics, because I know that with the gap coming down, when you give them 5.5 minutes, that's all you're given. So then the gap starts to come down, down, down. So 2.5 minutes was my cut off, and I said, right, for 10 kilometres, ride hard. And you know, if you're riding at the front, what's happening here?
You don't expect it though, do you?
No.
You don't expect it. You expect there to be the lead to go up, stabilise, drop down, and then you're the ones in control. OK, we've got this, we'll go through the feed, it goes out, it comes back. You always think, or traditionally the thinking has been, it's always the peloton that's in control.
Yes.
And if you're smart and you look at the resource that you've got, look at the teams that are chasing, you can play with the resource that you've got to keep the bunch on the bit of the back foot and do something unsuspected. They still almost start to have a sense of panic, and I love that craft that there is, and that just comes with experience. But it's happening a little bit more these days than it used to be. That was obviously quite a creative way of riding, but I really find it fascinating. And we'll see what happens today. It's a tough day on the Tour of Britain today, especially this back end. But no panic just yet. We still have a very long way to go. In old money, in miles, still the best part of 51 miles. Best part of, I'd say, 1 hour 50 of racing, given the tempo they're setting at the moment.
See, if Ineos were riding, it would be a slightly different scenario, but they know that Ineos are sitting back, which they're leaving 2 riders to it, so it's 2 against 6. So I think it's a good time over the last kind of 10, 20 kilometres until we get into, you know, the last kind of 50 kilometres. I think for the breakaway, they just sit back a little bit and save. They don't give 100% in the breakaway. Just keep it about 4 minutes, I think. By the looks of things, Israel Premier Tech are happy with, you know, holding them, you know, closer to that 4 minutes instead of going to the 5 minutes. They can afford to let it come down to about 3.5 minutes, so they've got a little bit of playroom. But the good thing is, you know, Ineos Grenadiers aren't helping out in this chase. So by saving that energy into the last 50 kilometres, then, you know, the 6 of them, they can keep it together and race and see how far they can get into the stage with that potential win at the back of their minds. I don't think it's still possible, but you have to use,
you might as well try that, wouldn't you?
The tactics you've got. Purely because I think they're going to race the last part here. Yep. It's going to open up the race. Yesterday wasn't the big stage we really expected because of the wind. I think today is a real racers final, and I think we'll see a very different final today.
Yep, I wholeheartedly agree there, Brian. A nice little use of the wing mirror there, bringing in the wing mirror as the rider got a little bit close there. That's a good illustration. See, it's quite clear that Team Quebecer haven't got the team car up there, so it was the neutral service, the Vittoria car, that was actually servicing the South African Travis Steadman. So all of the World Tour teams and the pro teams here will have 2 team cars, but some of the smaller teams don't. They might have just travelled with a van and a couple of vans and a smaller car. From an infrastructure perspective, completely different. And also we've got a slight change in the wind direction here. Earlier on, the wind was coming from the left, sorry, from the right. It's now coming from the left-hand side. Another Oscar Onley fan club. While you were having a quick lunch break, Bri, we passed through Kelso, the hometown of Oscar Onley, and there was a load of fans out and a big poster of him up on the wall. So a big nod to Oscar Onley, who finished inside the top 10 yesterday. Another real talent, only 19 years of age.
Yeah, big motivation for him to be able to do that. I never had that chance, but nowadays with cycling being popular, I was in Scotland, especially. The main sports seem to be just kind of football. Everybody just interested in football. It filled the papers and things like that. Now, people know who the likes of, Bradley Wiggins and Mark Cavendish and that is. I still find that slightly weird sometimes when you meet people and they say to you, what are you doing? I said, I'm involved with cycling. I watched Bradley Wiggins. What? You never had it back 20 years ago. Nobody would. Who what's cycling? Who are they? And I even remember when Robert Miller was pointed out to me as a youngster. He's a professional bike rider. What's he do for work? I couldn't understand.
Yeah, they thought it was a hobby, didn't they? Yeah. So he rides a bike, but what does he do for it? How do they earn a living? Yeah, it was just the concept of being a professional cyclist. Was quite an abstract, strange one to a lot of people. And of course the sport was exceptionally niche back when we first started out back in the 1980s. On the continent it was embedded, well established as part of the culture, but in the UK, although there was a big club scene, time trialling scene in particular, it was very niche and didn't really quite permeate into the public consciousness as it has now. So many people out on the bikes. We could wax lyrical about how many people are riding bikes these days, and how infrastructure is changing within a lot of our towns and cities, which is refreshing and very timely as well. But this break continued to do a very good job. Bang on 80 Ks to go now. 4 minutes and 10 seconds. Little Spider-Man fan there on the left-hand side. A couple of the Caja Rural team. But watch out for Edward Prades on a day like this today, potentially. I would imagine that young Callum Johnson is enjoying his day. It's really interesting, isn't it, Brian, when we look at some of the smaller teams, or Caja Rural aren't exactly a small team, they're a pro team that operate in the second division, been around for a long time. The sponsor is an insurance company from Spain. But the way that riders like Callum Johnson, and also look at Hugh Carthy, who forged his own path, didn't he, to ultimately into the World Tour by going to live in Spain, learning the language. A cacophony of noise here from the kids, the local school, wonderful to see. Often quite deafening riding past. I remember having tinnitus after a particularly loud passing past a school. But some riders just find their own path, don't they, and do it completely on their own terms. Go to Belgium, going to Spain, and that's really lovely to see, because getting a place on a team like Caja Rural is no mean feat at all. That's a pretty big deal, isn't it?
Yeah, and some of the time it's who you know. Just looking, is that Chris Young there? Might have been, but yeah, there's who you know a lot of the time.
Yeah, there is that.
When you're looking for that little bit of kind of help, and I was quite fortunate that I've got some connections with Caja Rural, and Callum Johnson for Caja Rural already was in the development team, but it doesn't say you automatically go to the World Tour team. And with my work in the past and having friends, I reached out to them and said, this guy's producing the numbers, he's developing at his own speed, and he deserves a chance, and he got that chance. It was the same with Paul Double as well. Paul Double has been riding well, and
he's moving up next year, isn't he? To the next level,
and I know that he was talking to a couple of teams, but I reached out to a team and they were really interested in him, and his manager was talking to them, and I think it was 2 other teams that showed interest, but he phoned me up. I was actually out in the bike training for London Paris, and I thought, chance of a rest, Paul Double's phoning me, so I stopped at the side and I gave him a little bit of advice. And sometimes it's the same with Leopold Koenig in the past. I gave him my advice, I was helping him, and I advised him not to go to Team Sky and to go to Movistar. But he decided, like most people, they wanted to go to Team Sky, and I don't think he developed much there. But with Paul Double, he took my advice, and he's going with a good team next year, which will help him develop. And it's the same person. One of the sports directors there is a good friend of mine, and he helped with the Caja Rural connections with Callum Johnson. So I'm glad that's happened. But I'll tell you what, not only just the help of some of the the bike riders that we've got now across the board, and I just want to say this, I was so impressed with her, but Tata Martins met me at the Madrid Challenge, the women's race, a few years ago when we were at the Vuelta. She rode the race, she finished fourth in the race, fourth in the Challenge Madrid, and then she was going about the women's teams, giving out her CV. I just thought you don't see that in kind of men's cycling. She was going around the teams, giving her CV, and she was promoting herself and things like that. I thought, this is incredible. Introduced her to Orla. Orla had a quick chat with her for her podcast and things like that. And I just thought, so I picked up the phone to Bob at Drops at the time, and I said, she's the real deal. She really wants this, and you can see that in someone, that motivation. And next thing, he signs her up, and look what she's done. She's been magnificent, and such a lovely person, such a hard-working person.
No, it is interesting how the human side of having a dream, and then there's having a dream, and there's actually setting about doing it, constructing the component parts, taking risks as well, stepping outside of your comfort zone. And quite often in cycling, the biggest thing to do in stepping out of your comfort zone isn't so much the training or the riding, it's going to speak a different language, going to a Belgian team, going to a Spanish team, a French team or whatever, going abroad, learning about a new culture. But I think it's a real stimulating, important thing for a young person to do. It certainly isn't something that I ever regret. Mason Holleyman nearly came to grief there as he removes his arm warmers.
He shouldn't have his arm warmers on. We're in Scotland. It's summertime.
Wow, it's only 17 degrees. There's obviously a slight chill in the air. No, absolutely gorgeous day here. Another one of these small climbs, Ritter Hollenstein. Big day in the saddle for him yesterday. I think between him and Andre Amador, probably spent the best part of about 190 kilometres on the front. And then it all came back together. Big success for the Israel Premier Tech team. They've really had a good couple of days, but still 4:15 for our breakaway. And a reminder of the composition of this move. If you have just joined us, thank you very much, wherever you are in the world. On your screen is the team of the Israel Premier Tech team leading the Tour of Britain peloton. There's break of 6 just up the road as they pass through that feed zone. A few of the riders there grabbing a musette, having a rummage around inside to see what's on offer for lunch. But Israel Premier Tech leading the chase because they have the race leader amongst their number in the form of Corbin Strong, 22 years of age, took his first pro win yesterday in a big bunch sprint. Well, a slightly reduced peloton. We had 108 riders start, and the front group contained 50 riders yesterday. The climb, the long drag more to the Glenshee Ski Centre after starting in Aberdeen, and he now leads this race 4 seconds clear of Omar Freile, who's in the blue jersey of points classification leader. And the breakaway, well, we have 2 riders from the British domestic team Ribble World Type Pro Cycling. The brothers, Charlie Tanfield and Harry Tanfield. It's not very often you get a breakaway with 2 brothers in. We've got Matt Teggart, who's the points leader, the intermediate sprints leader. He's wearing the white jersey. Yesterday he was in blue. He was in the breakaway, won every single sprint, and so far today he has done exactly the same thing, so has amassed a very, very good lead in the intermediate sprints classification. Adam Lewis in the black jersey of St Piran, the team based in Cornwall, is also in the move. We've got Uko Peltonen, who've already had a bit of fun with his surname in the nicest possible way, a little bit of nominative determinism. So he's in the move too, only the second rider from Finland to participate in the Tour of Britain. And then rounding out the break of 6 from Team Quebecer is Travis Steadman, the youngster from South Africa, who incidentally is the best placed rider overall, sits at only 1 minute and 2 seconds. But the gap here holding steady at 4 minutes and 15. And You've got the Global 6 cycling team car moving up again. I think that's just an illustration, because clearly they've only got one team car here. They're having to go back and forwards, aren't they, rather than staying behind. They are moving up and forward. So it's quite a busy day for that team, especially with a big time gap. It's going to take a few minutes to cross a 4 minutes gap, especially at this speed.
It is, and you have to balance that up. I know with regarding, bottles and, some nutrition and things like that, you can give it to neutral service or give it to another team car and forge that relationship. And that quite often happens, but it's sometimes kind of fingers crossed that, there's no puncture or crash, because I know there's neutral service there, but it's a lot quicker and easier to get your own car service you. So it is a balancing act that you've got, and they're not the only team that have got kind of one car in this race. And we know that Quebec have made an agreement with neutral service just to look after, and this quite often happens. You forge these alliances with the other teams in the breakaway, look after each other, and that's what they're doing. And it's in the best interest of the other teams to look after each individual. It's only if you've got a mechanical problem, and every now and again, and over a gap of 4 minutes as well, Matt, I know from experience that sometimes radio communication doesn't work. So if you're trying to talk to a rider in the breakaway in this sort of terrain, we've already seen, yesterday and today, that some of the kind of picture breakup. It's the same with the race radios. Any communication, so you just hope that everything's okay. But it's hard when you've got one team car, because you are juggling things and moving up at the right time, coming back and hoping that your rider in front doesn't have a puncture or anything.
Yeah, it's, as you said, Brian, quite common that these sorts of relationships are forged, and they are very, very important as we take a really close, focused look at our race leader. Double flick of the elbows there. Again, he's not imitating a chicken, everybody. If you watch closely, it's one of these unspoken languages of the peloton. It's just a little bit of body language. The double flick of the elbow basically means I'm going to get out of the saddle. Which is just part of this etiquette.
It's a new one.
It is. It is relative. It wasn't around when I was around. I would, again, when we were around, you wouldn't. Well, you get out of the saddle, but you wouldn't be able to change gear out of the saddle. But we never used to do it. But it's quite new now. Generally, when a rider does get out of the saddle, the bike just moves back ever so slightly. Some riders are awful at it. The bike jolts back, and I've seen crashes. But it's generally because briefly, they'll, it's almost, they will actually slow ever so slightly, and it's quite easy to touch wheels, as we see a rather stunning castle just over to the right-hand side. That looks almost Gothic. Yeah, the universal sign. But I've only noticed it, Brian, over the last 3 or 4 years, actually.
Same, probably not as long as that for me.
Yeah.
I always thought that, especially in a breakaway, flick the left elbow, you pass, flick the right elbow, you pass on the right hand side. It's just, the etiquette. Double flick of the elbow was maybe something across the whole road, and just be aware left and right. I've seen riders, pointing, they put their hand behind their back and point out. We used to, and the riders still do, they wave. And they wave above their heads, because if you're a little bit further back, you're looking for that kind of elevation. If you just wave to the side, a lot of riders behind can't see it. So you see a lot of the riders wave left and right, and there'll be shouts. And I talked about this in a recent race, that no matter where you were, I think it was with you, we were working together. No matter where you are and where you go in the world, you always learn left and right in that language. But I believe in Denmark, you get tricked.
I did. Well, the Global 6 has made it, well, quick. It's got across that gap pretty fast. Yeah, it was the Tour of Denmark. The day before the Tour of Denmark, went out with some teammates, a couple of Danes in the team, and they jokingly, well, I asked, could you tell me what left and right is? I just want to learn a couple of words while I'm here. I believed I'd learnt left and right, and was happily shouting it out through these little towns and villages and back into the city where we were staying. And then I've learnt when I got back that I'd been swearing some quite profane words for left and right. I won't go into those. This is a family show, but you can imagine what I was shouting out. So yeah, that was quite embarrassing. So make sure you do your research, folks, if you're ever...
And don't trust your teammates.
Don't ever trust your teammates, especially if it's a slightly different language that you're not quite as familiar with. So if it was Finnish, for example, as we can see this man on the screen, Jukka Peltonen, I wouldn't trust him. I'd have a little bit of a look first. But there we go. Fun and games and a conversation here. Still 4:15. Great shot here of our bunch. Pretty much full colour blocking order, save for just the back of the bunch there, but still the Israel Premier Tech team shouldering all of the responsibility so far today. And it won't be too long until we hit the coast and we have a change of direction, because the next intermediate sprint comes at Reston. That's with 57.4 k's to go. That's only 13 k's time. So we will be hitting the coast, heading north up the coast, and then heading back in, and then the wind will be coming from the left-hand side in the face. So across headwind, although by the looks of what we've seen today, it's certainly not blowing particularly strongly, but it is just enough to just give a little bit extra to that the average speed. And they are moving very, very quickly. Not an easy day for two riders in particular, Alex Dowsett and Ritu Hollenstein. But smart riding by them. They knew straight away when that break got up the road, especially with the Tanfield brothers in there, they could not give it too much of a lead. And for those of you just who've joined us in the last 30 minutes or so, the break went away immediately, but it was only 5 or 6 k's. They built up a lead of a minute and a half, and pretty much straight away we had these two riders on the front. They weren't giving them too much of a leeway, although it slowly built over time. There was no real piano at all in this race today, was there?
No, I worry for Hollenstein, because he was the rider working yesterday. He had the help of Amador. Now he's got the help of Dowsett, and Dowsett did a little bit on the drag up towards the line. But I do worry, it looks as if we get a puncture there. You can see Dowsett just put his hand out there and say there was some stones in the road, but looks as if it's Dylan Towns, is that, or Woods?
It looks like Woods.
Yeah, it's punctured there, so that's not going to help. It's not going to help the team there, so they'll just kind of knock it back a little, but they can't really afford to kind of knock it back, because I think nothing's going to happen. I don't think any Grenadiers are going to do anything at all. I think they'll take action at maybe 50 kilometres to go. So inside the last 50 kilometres, if it's still where it is at the moment, I think it will be, then I'll need to force the hand. But we're just looking at Israel Premier Tech just stopping. Another rider dropping back. He'll just stay. I used to hate this.
It's Hollyman, isn't it? Yeah, wait.
Yeah, used to hate this, that just stay at the back. Don't come into the peloton, because often you get a rider comes back into the cars and he gets in the way. It's a lot easier for one rider to get through the convoy in the cars and use the cars to his advantage, rather than two of you or three of you. Just wait at the back of the peloton. Once he gets there, then move him back up towards the front.
Well, that's exactly what Hollyman's doing now, isn't it? And interestingly, Mason Holloman is coached, should I say, by one of the men driving, I think it might be the following car or the lead car, by Dean Downing.
The car behind him.
So it's that car,
so
that car behind. So a lot of... Actually, I think he might have actually passed... I think Dean still keeps an eye, but it might have passed the reins on to a lot of World Tour teams. I'd say the majority of World Tour teams, all of the coaching is in-house now. There are one or two teams where it isn't, but leading to this point, I think because he's in the Continental team still, although he's at Continental level, and if you have a World Tour team and a Continental feeder team, there are opportunities in certain races where you can actually step up and get exposure to the bigger races, as we look at Ayton Castle and that beautiful red brick with those glorious turrets and very well manicured gardens. No flag, which perhaps could indicate that there's nobody home, or maybe the flag's in the washing machine. Who knows? Unless they have a backup flag.
Yeah, it's kind of advertising to burglars that nobody's in. I think, there's nobody in residence, but there'll be people living there.
Yeah, I think there is. It's sprawling grounds, and absolutely glorious as we head ever nearer the coast. In fact, we're heading up the coast. I don't think we actually quite touch it, but we head into Eyemouth, back out again, and then there is a change of direction. But this is where the terrain starts to change a little bit. It gets hilly now, so it's up and down pretty much all the way. And once we get beyond Reston, It's up
no
and down,
rest.
but there's no resting at all. So although we do go through resting, it's zero resting. Good point there, Brian. But 4 minutes and 30 seconds, 67 k's to go. I do, in fact, think you were right in the first instance. I think it was Dylan Tierns who did puncture, not Michael Woods. And it has disturbed the breakaway a little bit. They've knocked it off ever so slightly, and that's given our break of 6 around about another 15 seconds or so. So this is a nice lead. 67 k's to go. So around an hour and 20 of racing, give or take, and a 4 minutes and 30 lead. This is where there will be a lot of calculation. We talk about him, and our wonderful colleague Sean Kelly talks about making a calculation. And right now, there's going to be some serious calculations being made about this time gap. But the weather and the wind direction is on the side of the peloton. That headwind finish, the undulating terrain, these repetitious climbs that will start to sap the strength of our breakaway, despite the fact that they might be measuring their effort and they're clearly working together as a unit, trying to save something perhaps for the finale. It's still going to be very hard. These sorts of roads are strength sapping, isn't it? And there's the fatigue side of things that we need to factor in here. It's not just pure tactics. There's a physiological demands of riding on the front on a stage like this as well. We need to factor in.
We do, but I still, fancy this breakaway. I don't think they'll go the whole way, but I still fancy it because it's only the second stage. But looking at the front of the peloton, I did notice, was that a rider from Worth Sungod that was there?
Trinity.
Trinity it was. Trinity have started to ride, so not Ineos Grenadiers, but if it's Trinity now helping out at the front of the peloton now. So I thought nothing would happen until we get to about 50 kilometres to go, Mark, but they've decided that they want to help a hand, and I needed that. I think if I was Israel Premier Tech, I'd be a little bit worried but the way this was going. I think they were hoping that Ineos would help out. They've sat back, they're playing the waiting game, but interesting to see that Trinity have now decided to put a rider there.
Yeah, I couldn't quite identify who that was, but Trinity, by the way, are a continental team. They were the team that Tom Pidcock moved through the ranks. Actually, several big riders over the years have been at that team. Ben Turner, another rider who's come through the Trinity Racing team and now is at the Ineos Grenadiers. They've got Luke Lamperty, the 19-year-old American Criterium champion, a real powerhouse. But I think today they're probably looking after the interests of Thomas Gloag, who's going to be moving over to Jumbo-Visma next year. Another real talent, only 20 years of age. They've also got Liam Johnson, Oliver Rees and Sam Culverwell, and they are managed by Ian Stannard, he's DS number 1, and in car number 2 is Pete Kenyak, both of course who previously rode for Team Sky, both former British national road champions. And Pete Kenyak, this is the first time he's actually been in a big race in the team car, and has said he's really enjoying the learning process. But clearly they've had a conversation, and again, this is something worth expanding upon. That's just not a random rider who's ridden up. That is a clear decision that's been made from the team car that we're going to put someone on the front because we fancy our chances here. And also, it brings into focus a different style of racing for Trinity. That over the last few years in the Tour of Britain, they've just put people in moves, and now they're thinking a little bit more shrewdly about how they use their resource, and they're not just going to stick somebody in the move just to get exposure. It's about winning bike races and becoming, if not winning, protagonists, and getting riders used to actually getting involved in the racing. It's a really interesting shift.
I wouldn't have put a rider up. I can only think by putting a rider up, it puts a little bit of pressure on the riders that are targeted for today's stage. It's always nice that when you put a rider up at the front, you think, okay, this is the plan, this is the riding for me, and it gives you that little bit of motivation. But when you look at the team of Ineos, they have got one of the favourites for today's stage, and I would have just sat back. And I know it's nice to see some of the smaller teams come up and get involved with the race, and irrelevant of what else is happening. But I would have just let Israel Premier Tech and Ineos Grenadiers and try and save as many riders as possible for this final, because I think it will kick off in this final. So for me, I probably wouldn't have put anybody at the front. I'd have let Israel and put the pressure on. If this gap stays at 4.5 minutes with 50 k's to go, then that puts pressure on Ineos, and they have to ride, and you can play off the back of it.
Yeah, looking at the gap now as we head into beautiful Eyemouth, a place that I've never been. Seeing this for the first time, I would imagine, like many of you, just see the waves of the North Sea, crashing against the rocks there. Aside from that, a relatively calm, still day here. Absolutely stunning. And it's not often you see the North Sea with such blue, clear waters. Absolutely gorgeous day here in the Borders. First two stages, of course, of this year's Tour of Britain entirely in Scotland. We move into the northeast tomorrow, into England for the first time. But the gap still holding steady. In fact, the breakaway have taken another solitary second, 4 minutes and 31 seconds. Alex Dowsett moves to the front. Actually, Andre Amador has now moved to the front as well. So we predicted, didn't we, what today is 175 Ks. We said the last third, that would be roughly where Ineos Grenadiers have moved through. We haven't seen Amador do any pulls yet, but the fact he's moved in front of Dylan Teuns and is just behind Ruto Hollenstein suggests that they are going to start working now, because if we got to 45, 50 Ks to go with a gap of 4 minutes, 34 minutes, even with that terrain, they're not going to get caught until very, very deep into the race. So, and I still think now they might even go over the first couple of climbs in front.
Yeah, I think that could be the case, but Amador is coming up, and that's what I'm saying, is there's absolutely no reason for Trinity to ride here. They're just sacrificing one rider. The only thing I can think of is the fact that they're just, you know, it's a motivational thing more than anything, so they can afford to sit back. They have to put pressure on Ineos. Ineos have to ride. You know, we saw that Amador can ride all day, so I think Israel Premier Tech will be happy now Ineos have started. They've been hoping for that. I thought it would happen up nearer the 50 Ks than the 60 Ks to go, because it did look as if Alex Dowsett and Ruto Hollenstein were holding this down, but because of that puncture and, you know, losing that kind of extra 30 seconds, then, you know, Amador has come up, but there's absolutely no reason for Trinity to be there.
Yeah, an interesting one. Different takes, and that's what I love about bike racing. There's you can look at a situation, you can analyse it, you can reflect on it, but ultimately you have this evolving situation on the road, and there's going to be lots of different hot takes on how to deal with a particular situation. One director sportif might disagree with another, and that's where you see this brinkmanship. Other teams asking for support, other teams saying back and saying, no, it's up to you. And then your view is that Trinity shouldn't get involved, and I think that's why I love this sport so much. There's no hard and fast right decision. It's just grey, and we won't know the right decision until the end of the race. It's absolutely fascinating.
But you've got one of the top World Tour teams in the world sitting back. Realistically, they have the experience, the overview of what's really happening. So I know that they're ambitious, Trinity Racing, but I don't see the point in putting one rider, just sacrificing one rider when I don't think they have to. That one rider can make the difference in the end to help their leader. I don't think they're going to help by putting that one rider up towards the front, because Ineos were sitting back. It was a case of Ineos were always going to ride, but at what point? It was as simple. You know, that's the way that we said it right from the start. The gap would go up, and it would go up to maybe about 4 minutes. It's gone above that, and now it puts a little bit of pressure on Ineos. And then we told you that during the middle of the stage, it was important for that breakaway to settle down a little bit and save that energy, and it looks as if they have. So I wouldn't get an immediate reaction like we were talking about before. They can afford to lose a minute with Ineos coming to the front, but then when we get inside the last kind of 40 kilometres, that's when you start to, you know, try and kind of push out the advantage in the breakaway, and hopefully by that time they've saved that little bit of energy. But just leave it up to, like yesterday, just leave it up to Ineos and Israel and put pressure on them. They have got, you know, both those teams are the strongest in the race. No, they certainly are. It is an interesting one, and it does look like the Trinity rider is on the front, unless that's Amador. They're similar kits from a distance. Both got dark kit, but I do think it's still Amador riding on the front. But gap is now 4 minutes and 38 seconds, so in fact it's gone out ever so slightly. Again, a reminder that the group out in front are doing an exceptional job, as you can see. So the gap, 4 minutes and 38 seconds, and that is how quickly the bunch are riding at the moment. And they've moved into, they're heading up the coast for a few kilometres, and then we head back inland. So we're still heading roughly in a northerly direction before we swing left. So in a couple of K's time,
There'll be a left-hand turn, we head inland, and the wind will be coming, there'll be into a headwind, but from the side. It won't be a block headwind. Then we have about a 10 or 15 kilometre, 20 kilometre stretch of a head crosswind. And that might be where we see this gap start to come down, start to drop a little bit. But so far, despite added resource on the front, the lead is holding steady, on the assumption, of course, that the lead that we're seeing on our screens is the right one. I've no reason to think otherwise. But a really fast pace today, just under 46 kilometres an hour for the stage today. It hasn't been an easy one by any stretch, and given the shape of the bunch as well, it's one of these days, Brian, isn't it? As previously riders, when you're not in control of the pace of the peloton at all, when you're not dictating, and you're not particularly maybe on a good day, and maybe days like that happen a bit deeper into the race when their fatigue has started to set in. Can be pretty grim, can't it, when all you're focusing on doing is getting to the finish in one piece. This is you can tell this pace is on the cusp of being sustainable, but still pretty uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's going to be uncomfortable for a lot of riders. Some of the times you have to kind of break the day down, because it can be a long day if you're just sitting there for 4 or 5 hours in the wheels. I'm just looking at the front of the bunch. It looks as if Alex Dowsett has dropped back. He's done his kind of job for the day. I think Hollenstein, he's not that far off it. We saw yesterday he kind of dropped back a little bit. Now that Amador is there, but they still get the help of Trinity. And I still think that, with the 2 riders being used up with the Israel, I think no real panic, but that gap isn't coming down too much. I would have just put a little bit more pressure on Ineos, not just to use Amador, but to use another rider as well. Yep.
Unless there has been, I'm wondering, and again, I'm completely speculating here, Brian, whether it's Ineos that have asked Trinity to put somebody at the front and not the other way around. I mean, that could be a possibility, and to save some resource. But that could be an interesting one, because both Amador and the chap we get to identify from Trinity Racing moving to the front happened exactly the same time. So I'm just wondering if Ineos said, look, can we have some help? That's quite an interesting one. And we have to have really honest cards on the table here. There's all these teams are completely separate, but also some teams have strong relationship with each other, others don't. You might see some Dutch teams forming alliances when they need to help each other out. The same with Italian teams, same with British teams. So we can't rule that out either. I mean, we're sat in a completely different place. We don't know that information. But when you look at it from a distance, you think, yeah, I can't see the reason why, but I'm just thinking whether Ineos has said, look, can you give us some assistance? I'm not too sure.
Well, where does Stannard and Peter Kenyon ride? But if I know them, they wouldn't do. I think they're doing it for, right, we're riding for you today. Yeah. We're riding for confidence. I don't think Stannard and Kenyon would say, just because we've got an allegiance to Team Sky, which is management company Ineos, then we'll ride. I don't think they should be riding at all. The only reason is to give that confidence to whoever they are riding for, and I think it is GLOAG that they are riding for. So when you see someone riding, and I've been there in races where they've went up and rode on the front, and you think to yourself, oh, I can't let them down. We hear it in the interviews, can't let them, the work of the team. But I don't think, when you look at where Trinity Racing is, quality riders, quality team, and they are taking a step up. But when you look at the might of Israel, and especially Ineos, then put the pressure on them. You have to be prepared to lose, to win. And it's up to everybody, because Ineos have done very little today. They've just started to do a little bit of work now with, 60 Ks to go. You have to heap the pressure on. And, if I was seeing this, if I was sitting in sitting in the Trinity car, I'll be rubbing my hands going, 440, 58 kilometres to go. The pressure is on these big teams. We're going to sit back, follow, and try and take advantage.
Yeah. If this was a hilltop finish in the Vuelta, you'd be saying, yeah, of course they're going to get caught. But now, the longer this goes on, and not taking anything away from Andre Amador, who is a very, very special rider indeed, there's been no significant change. The pace, they're essentially matching the pace up front. And now we've got another hotspot sprint coming up, and this is at Reston. Brian has just showed me the snack he's about to eat, and it is a very Scottish snack indeed. A caramel, is that a Tunnocks? Tunnock's Caramel. I mean, with no allegiance, it's very, very Scotland. We are in the Scottish borders, so I'm more than happy to mention that brand. It's a lovely, chewy wafer biscuit, and I'm a little bit jealous that I haven't got one as well. So coming up to the next hotspot sprint, it's been 100% record for the man in the white jersey. He's glancing over his shoulder. We've seen a few tussles. We've seen especially Travis Steadman try and take some bonuses. There Steadman goes again, but the Irishman is by far and away the quickest rider in this group, and he takes another win, another 3 seconds time bonus. It won't worry him too much in terms of the time bonus, all about the points. He sits at 4 minutes and 42 seconds, and the group temporarily split, but second place for Travis Steadman, and that was one of the Tanfield brothers who took third there. So 100% record for this man. It's been a good couple of days. It's important now with 57 Ks to go that they regroup, because they've got a chance. I'm not going to give them the percentage. They have got, I think they've got a small chance of staying away here, Brian. A small chance of staying away if they continue to ride. As you can see, there's still the wind's blowing a bit. The terrain gets increasingly harder from this point inwards. It's up and down. That's when it's harder to ride in a breakaway. The flatlands are where they can really ride effectively, but it's undulating terrain, and they're quickly organised and back in formation here, because I do think they have a fighting chance of potentially staying away here with 56 Ks to go. That equates to about an hour and 15, hour and 10 of racing, and there's confirmation. Matthew Teggett takes maximum points in the Reston ahead of Steadman, and it was in fact Harry Tanfield who got third place. So 56.5 Ks to go. 4 minutes 40 is the gap. I won't bring Brian in just then. I was about to. He's just chewing on his Tunnock's wafer, but a very good result there for Matt Teggett. So he has a handsome lead in that classification. In fact, he has 18 points in total. And this is the peloton chasing behind. Trinity Racing getting involved in the mix now. And I do agree with you, Brian. I wasn't suggesting anything at all in relation to that. I was just looking at possible situations which quite often can happen within cycling. Allegiances can be formed, favours. It's just
you're not the only one.
The complex fabric.
Yeah, Jamie from Sheffield is saying exactly the same thing.
Yeah, no, I just find it interesting. I think what our job is to do is to deconstruct this sport and explain to people what sometimes goes on. There's nothing underhand about that at all. But I think the primary reason is Trinity Racing is a proven nurturing ground for some of the biggest talents in the world. And in this sort of racing, putting riders on the front to protect other riders is what's going to happen in the next few years when these riders move up. And we know that Gloag is moving through to Jumbo-Visma, and there's not many opportunities for these teams to ride at this sort of level. They'll primarily do the under-23 circuit, which they primarily dominate, don't they? They're a very, very strong team across cross and mountain biking as well. But they're learning the ropes, and I think this decision has been independent. I know you've got a problem with the decision in terms of tactics, but I think it's more, OK, Thomas, it's your day today. There's some big World Tour riders here, but no, we're going to set you up, and it's all part of learning, isn't it?
I hope it's that. When it comes to the end, we'll know the result. But if I was in that team, I wouldn't be putting anybody in the front, especially when Ineos have done nothing all day. You know, they're here, they're a British team, they want to win. They've got, you know, a couple of contenders. It's up to them. You put the pressure on a team. Likewise with taking the race lead yesterday with Corbin Strong. Everybody else has lent on Israel today, so you have to think about it.
Yeah, you certainly do. Ritu Hollenstein still doing some work. So the Israel Premier Tech team is still using the riders that they used earlier on. So they haven't actually put any fresh legs at the front. So Mason Holliman still fresh, never far from the front though. And then clearly saving Mike Woods, Dylan Tierns and Corbin Strong. And Holliman moving up to World Tour next year. He is a very, very gifted climber indeed. He's won some big races over the last couple of years. Has had a few opportunities to ride with the World Tour team. And as a result, given his class, given his results, given the fact he's integrated well within the team, he's now a valued member and has been rewarded with a 2-year contract at World Tour level. So another young British rider in the World Tour from next year. He's got a big job to do today. And the gap has come down enormously. 2 minutes and 40 now, Brian. It's saying the gap is. So either our ticker stopped or these long drags. It's these long drags now that are going. This is where the peloton are going to clearly start to eat into that lead and explain. You know, even when you're in a break, Brian, feeling strong on gently undulating terrain, the real test of how you're going is when you hit a long drag, isn't it, or a climb? And sometimes it's the first stark reminder of, oh, I'm now getting really, really tired. And we've seen this. We've seen this now.
I don't know. They stripped the clock out now, so
yeah, whether that was right or not. I mean, that was a lot to lose in 3K.
Yeah, it was a lot.
So we shall see. It's still saying, we've got some other information coming through saying it's still 4:40, but we'll wait and see. That did seem a little bit strange that they'd lost 2 minutes only on one long drag. Almost impossible. They'd almost need to get off their bikes briefly. There is the peloton. I'm saying 2:45. So that's what we've got. Still a reasonable lead, but the pendulum, from looking like the breakaway had a glimmer of hope, I would say that has been extinguished. 2 minutes and 42 seconds is going to be very, very hard to hold on to, given the pace that's being set by Amador and still Hollenstein and the as yet unidentified rider from Trinity Racing who's on the front. And clearly fatigue is setting in the group in front, as Amador churns a huge gear here, dragging this peloton along. And this isn't easy at all. One long line. Ineos Grenadiers just sat behind. Michal Kwiatkowski is the rider, just sat behind the New Zealand leader of this race, Corbin Strong. And a little bit of a sign there for Thomas Pidcock. I think when we move into Yorkshire in the next couple of days, there'll be enormous support for Thomas Pidcock. Pitters, prodigiously talented rider. And you'd imagine that the profile today would really, really suit him, because finishing 5th yesterday, he was clearly unhappy with. Not in the greatest of position by his own admission heading into the final, but still managing to come round for 5th. If he's got good legs, we know his focus is set now firmly on this race, ending his season on a high. The team are behind him, but they are a team with multiple options. But 2:32, a bit more healthier now. I wouldn't say the bunch were worried before, but this fresh injection of pace and fresh legs has clearly made a big difference, hasn't it? But a good day for this young man.
It has been. You know, you can only ask the best, and he's given his best over the last couple of days. Oop. Looks as if he's got a little bit of a mechanical problem here, but I think it's over. I don't think he has to worry about it. Not with the gap down at 2.5 minutes. That is very dramatic. And, you know, I've given them absolutely no chance. We're just talking moments ago with the gap, you know, up at 4 minutes and 40, 4:30, that, you know, they stood a chance. But with 2.5 minutes, if this ticker is right, they don't have any chance at all.
No.
And even more so with Trinity Racing, there's no reason for them to ride now, because it's well in control of, you know, Ineos and, you know, Israel.
I think this is an illustration of tactics are one thing. Tactics are clearly important, but I think the way that Trinity is set up, this is about learning as well. So I think you've got the tactical play on one side, which I completely agree with your point. Look at it from a completely dry, and look at the teams as just a set of resources. It doesn't seem to work, but I think it's something slightly more nuanced than that. Although I do agree that on one hand, I think the Trinity are setting things up for their leader, and that you'd imagine it would be Thomas Gloag. So that's what I love about this sport. There's so many things that we don't really know the true answer to, but there's this.
Mine just fell out. Does that matter?
Your battery?
No.
Oh, your end cap?
Yeah, the wee cap.
Is it BB30 or GXP?
It's BB 86, I call it.
That was really interesting conversation. His bottom bracket cap holding in his chain set has actually fallen off.
Yeah. Does that matter?
So that's what he said. Does it matter? And then I think that was
No.
Harry Tanford was saying, what sort of bottom bracket is it? Because I know that Harry Tanford is a real tech geek. He knows his stuff. So I don't think it matters. It's essentially just a dust cap on the top. So otherwise, it would be worrying. And we have seen chain sets fall off in the past. Remember the famous picture of Laurent Fignon sat on the road with his chain set with his broken crank. But so his dust cap has fallen off. But I think mercifully the chain set is is fully adhered to the bottom bracket.
Which just goes to show you that riding in roads, I'm not saying Scottish roads are harsh.
Well, you are, aren't you?
Yeah. But that sort of movement always in the bike is I had that before with pedals on the top of a roof. They came undone.
Just gradually loosen over time for the vibrations.
Just gradually loosening and losing it.
Yeah, interesting. It was really nice that we had that real clear conversation. We often get snatched bits of conversations from the peloton, team cars, riders, but that was beautifully clear with real fidelity. Lovely to hear these little conversations. But he's back on the front now, is Teggart. And despite already taking the 3 intermediate sprints today and securing at least another day, probably 2 days in fact, in that jersey, that's on the assumption he doesn't score any more points, he's happy to continue to ride. And back on the front is Ritter Hollenstein, 1 minute and 56 seconds. So this gap is now coming down. It went up, stabilised earlier in the race at 1.5 minutes, then 2 minutes, crept up to around 4 minutes, nearly touched 5 minutes, but now is coming down rather rapidly as we head into the final third of this race. 51 Ks to go, and still we have those 3 categorised climbs to come, which may shape the outcome of today's race. The first of which comes at 27.27 kilometres to go, and that's one side rig. Shortly after that, in fact 9 Ks after that, we've got the beautifully titled Manslaughter Law, and then with 6 Ks to go we've got Hardens Hill. So 3 densely packed climbs, and even the terrain, Brian, as you can see leading into the climbs, is pretty unrelenting, isn't it? It's just up and down all the way, and this will really start to sap the strength not only of our breakaway but of the bunch behind now. This could be a really interesting finale.
I think it will be, because there's been pretty much no let up. The average speed has been up, and you've been ticking along at a decent speeds. You've been using bigger gears, and that's where it's always important to try and keep those gears down, because when you're in a tailwind you can bowl along, and then all of a sudden you turn kind of inland, start to hit some climbs, and have the gears lower a little bit, and you can feel that kind of fatigue in the legs. So this gap has come down very, very quickly now, inside 2 minutes. I'm going to take my own clock, but I'm just waiting for a
nice landmark.
Yes.
That's the classic old school way, and that's a motorcycle. Of course, we've got transponders on these bikes, so you can just see them strapped to the forks or taped to the forks. Quite often what riders are using, or teams are using these days, is a little bit of latex, which essentially clamps aerodynamically. You can just see on the right-hand fork there of the rider at the back, Travis Steadman. That will be a little bit of latex. Quite often it's an inner tube, part of an inner tube, cut up.
Yes.
And it's really, really tight, so you've got a real aero comfort fit to the transponder on the fork. It's actually probably the best way to tether the transponder, even better than taping it on, just clamps it on firmly. So we've got the transponders with which we're getting the time gaps, and also there we'll be getting separate time gaps, which ultimately are a little bit older, or the longer the gap between the breakaway and the peloton. When it's an old-fashioned timing, the older the gap is. But what it is essentially, as Brian's just said, they will stop at a point on the road, start the stopwatch, and when the peloton pass through that point, they will then stop the stopwatch. Then they'll write that on the chalkboard, drive back up, which can often be best part of a couple of minutes, to the breakaway and give them that time check. So it's an old-fashioned way of doing it. It is very effective, but the danger with its accuracy is the fact that the longer the gap, the older the time that the riders receive. So they'll be getting that information, which is quite reassuring, especially for riders that aren't in communication with the team car and are wanting to know the gap. But this is coming down, nice and steadily now. 1 minute and 3/4.
Yeah,
now,
that is about right. That's the kind of old school way of what used to happen. Now what happens now is they'll take it between the cars, and once they give that information up, the blackboard already has that information. So he'll be, or she'll be, riding in the motorbike behind the breakaway, so they'll just go straight up. The old school way is stop at the side of the road, take your own time gap while the peloton pass, and then relay it back up. So now they do it over a race radio, which is a lot quicker now. But that is right, the time gap. By the looks of things, I picked out a bit of hedge there, put my timer on it, stopped it at that particular hedge, because I'm a hedge expert.
I thought you were, Brian.
Yeah, hedging my bets here on 142.
I tell you what, Brian's come out with some real dad puns today. That might have topped it, to be honest with you. Yeah. I'm just going to let that one just lie for a minute. I think we just need to clear the air. Anyway, 48.4 kilometres to go. Of course, Brian is on home soil today. We're in Scotland, we're in the Scottish borders. We started off earlier today in Hawick, in Roxburghshire and the east southern uplands, and we're heading into Berwickshire to Duns, the first time we've ever had a finish in at the town of Duns. It used to be, formerly was the county town of Berwickshire, known for its livestock market. We've also got Duns Castle, which no doubt we'll see a little bit later on, and it's also, incidentally, the home, if any of you are into motor racing, I know that Alex Dowsett is, though he won't necessarily be watching the show right now. Might be piped into his ears, who knows. It's the home of Jim Clark, who was the former Formula One champion back in 1965. So it's now Trinity on the front, Richard Hollenstein just sat behind Andre Amador. And then we've got Mason Holliman, but meanwhile, this break's still determined to try and keep this advantage for as long as they can. But that was a really significant point in the race. Those fresh legs on the front, clearly we didn't get the correct time checks for a while, but clearly those fresh legs on the front have made an enormous bit of difference, haven't they?
They have, but they're like, you know, with the gap coming down, no real panic now, because with the gap at 4:30, 4:40, you know, every understanding that that's why Ineos and Trinity have come up, because the gap was too much, but it's, you know, it's been managed really, really well. And Dowsett it looks as if he's kind of back towards the front as well. So there's plenty of firepower to be able to help.
Yeah, there certainly is. There's plenty of resource still. So Israel Prematech have only used 2 riders today, as you said. And with the addition of a rider from Trinity in the mix, that's helping both of the teams. And they're doing a very, very effective job now. And just the addition of a couple of fresh pairs of legs as well, it just gives, although Hollenstein and Dowsett have been riding pretty hard all day, a sustainable effort, but nonetheless a really heavy workload. Clearly would have burned a lot more calories than the vast majority of riders in this field, riding in the wind at the tempo they'd needed to keep that break at arm's length. As soon as you get another couple of fresh legs, it makes a world of a difference. You can almost breathe a sigh of relief. You're still working hard on the front, but just that additional bit of rest, Brian, makes so much difference at this level, doesn't it? Just another minute or two not riding in the wind, shaking off the legs a little bit, even freewheeling when you just get on the wheel. That's going to buy you another 10 or 15 kilometres further down the road.
Yeah, they have to be experienced riders that come up, and we have with Amador, because the last thing you want when you've been riding pretty much all day and then you get fresh legs to come to the front, and you have small drag like this and they keep the pressure on it, it can hurt the riders that have already been riding all day, so they have to be aware of that.
Yeah, that's, as you say, quite often you'll get riders that are fresh and also a little bit over-eager, and even at the top level you do see it sometimes when riders have, especially near the back end of a race, 20k's to go, 15k's to go, when there's a break that needs to be caught, and you get some rider rolling through that just surges on the front and just snaps the elastic and breaks all of the cohesion. And you can see the riders that have been on the front beforehand remonstrating. It's all about evenly picking up the pace, that real graduated increase, enough to make a difference, but not enough to break the rhythm of the riders that have been chasing previously as well. So it's that gradual incremental increase in tempo that's almost unnoticeable. You just feel that extra bit of pull, but rather than shattering things behind. And that, as you said, Brian, takes a lot of experience, doesn't it? Riders, of course, should all be eager, but it's about tempering that eagerness, and that time, that was a very quick bottle change there. Good work there by the Soigneur. Thankfully stayed upright. Unlike the unfortunate Quick-Step Alpha Vinyl Soigneur, who decked it the other day in the feed zone in the Vuelta. It can be quite chaotic, especially when you're feeding 2 riders in rapid succession. And 1 minute and 34 seconds now, so we've got just over, I would say, an hour of racing. Factoring in these climbs and 44k's to go, I'd say we've got an hour and 5 left, give or take a minute or so. But although we've got these climbs that punctuate and pepper the run into the line, conversely, you've got these little moments where you can rest as well. But a lot of these, as you can see, pretty technical, aren't they? Dropping off these, drop-offs to either side, sharp left turns. Again, the place to be is definitely out the front, the rutted left-hand side as well. Typical British country lanes, aren't they? Yeah,
looks like an old Ford that's been cemented over there, river crossing. But Yeah, they're well in control here. If this time gap is right, just wanting a bottle here. No, got the second one there. And quite often you see that more and more in races, because we are somebody going cyclocross behind there for DSM. But you know, when you're riding on the fronts, if you're needing a drink, if your teammates aren't supplying you, because they have to drop all the way back, come all the way up, and
at
you're
this
riding
stage
on
of
the
the race,
front.
it's a big investment now, isn't it?
Yeah, so it was just a nice gesture there from I think it was St Piran there, just to give Amador the bottle.
Yeah, I think it was actually the Global Six. The St Piran stepped back, and it was the Global Six that stepped up. So yeah, and again, that's one of these unwritten things, and you often see team like Soigneur's not give bottles to rival team members, but that Amador's going to remember that. These small little moments, you know,
both
when there's
teams
a
have
gap
got a rider on the break.
Yeah, well, there we go. But yeah, and also there's not so much stress, but Amador will remember that. It's these small little moments that are just about the bigger sporting picture here, aren't they? There's everybody wants to win this bike race. There's stiff competition, but there's still this social cohesion that the peloton has to have for it to be able to function properly. And there's these little unspoken moments, these little nuances that it's essentially a community, Brian, isn't it, in there, you know, where everybody wants to beat each other, everybody wants to make each other suffer, but also it's a partnership, isn't it, as well?
As they say, what goes around comes around.
Totally.
And you know, it's very true in sport, and you know, you want to good sporting gestures, and you know, that was one there, and we see it so many other times in races. But just looking at these roads, these are the roads that I used to love training on in Scotland.
Here. Well, not in Scotland so much, but these sort of country roads, I just used to enjoy it.
I could ride down from where I used to live in Paisley. I could go down into Ayrshire and be on 5-6 hours in small roads like this all day.
You hardly see a car, especially up in Ayrshire. You could go training and hardly see any vehicles at all. Pretty much have the road to yourself. Now, that aerial shot we had before, you could just see a real good illustration of a meandering river that erodes and deposits. So it erodes on the left or the right.
And forms Oxbow
and then,
Lakes.
then you get Oxbow Lakes, which we're going back to geography at school now, aren't we?
Yeah.
Clearly of a similar generation. Well, we are the same generation. That's about all I drew from geography, actually. Oxbow Lakes to breakaways. 1 minute and 13 is the gap to our 6 riders out in front. And they're doing a great job here. They've enjoyed a lead just under 5 minutes at its maximum. And we are heading ever nearer to the town of Duns, situated in the beautiful county of Berwickshire. Lovely green, verdant terrain that they're passing through. Although the topography, as you can see, it's pretty much up and down. There's not too much flat at all. As you can see, up a little bit of a rise now. And you can almost feel this sense of fatigue that's setting into this break. As we see, it's only day 2 in the Tour of Britain. So they'll be relatively fresh, but they've been out in front all day and they've had to work really hard. In fact, because the peloton started riding after only a few Ks, it's not been an easy day at all for this breakaway. But with just around an hour of racing still to go, the gap at 1 minute and 14, the shape of the race and the possible outcome of this race has completely changed within the space of just 15 Ks. Just that little bit of extra impetus on the front, those fresh legs. But a reminder that we've only had 4 riders on the front: Ritu Hollenstein, Alex Dowsett, and the rider, I apologise, yet unidentified from Trinity Racing, and Andre Amador. They're the only 4 riders who have hit the front. And in fact, over this particular section here, the bunch could afford just to knock it off a little bit if they wanted to as well. There's no need to panic here because they know what's to come. They should, I would imagine, even if it's not on the first climb, but the second and third climbs today, there could be a bit of an onslaught. As we see a gentleman that decided to just take a break.
Middle of the field.
Sit in the middle of the field. Brilliant.
Welcome to Scotland.
Indeed. He didn't even have any snacks. I thought he might have a tartan flask and some shortbread, Brian, but may have had that earlier on. So 41 Ks to go. The next climb, or the first climb, should I say, categorised climb of the day, comes in only 14 kilometres. The climb of One Side Rig. Now, Brian, I'm going to put you on the spot here. I don't know if you do know them. Do you know any of these climbs personally? Have you ever ridden up Manslaughter Law and Hardens Hill, for example? Do you know these climbs?
I don't know this part of the world, but I think nowadays, if I saw the name of the climbs, I would keep well away.
Yeah, you probably guys are pretty worth putting an extra few K on and going the long way around.
Yeah, well, I do that in Kent where I live. They've got a hill nearby called Toys Hill, and it's no fun whatsoever. It's the only toy that I would throw out the pram.
I do know Toys Hill. I've raced up that many, many years ago. A little bit more urgency here in the peloton as they wend their way up this little climb here. A series of uncategorised little peaks.
It was really dramatic, though, the time gap dropping so quickly.
It was in the space of 5 or 6K they lost the best part of 2 minutes. It was that first long drag out of the town, out of the port. So it really, really was. So well in control for the peloton now. And you get a sense that although the peloton moving along steadily, incrementally winching in our break of 6, that things are going to kick off very, very soon. And when you look at what's still to come in this race, there's still some very difficult stages, but there's a couple of stages with small climbs near the end, but there's not a stage with such densely packed, difficult climbs, and the last of which is essentially a plummet down into the line in Duns as well, with a tiny last kilometres flat. But Brian, just looking at the last couple of Ks or the last kilometre today, it's not super technical, but do you want to just talk us through what to expect on the run into the line?
Yep, we have got pretty much straight in, but the thing is it's downhill, Matt.
Yeah, it's this plummet off the top of the final climb, yeah.
Yeah, and it kind of levels out when we turn left onto the main roads, just with about 1,200 metres to go. You can't really see the finish because it swings left and right. But by that time, I don't think we'll see a huge bunch. I would be a little bit worried if this was going to be a bunch finish, but I don't think. I think it might be a reduced group or, a very small group that's going to fight it out, because when we come off, it will be a fast run in, but it seems to be from the kind of last 1,200 metres when we turn sharp left onto the main road in towards the city of Duns. You cannot see the finish until pretty much, after the deviation. So I think into the last kind of 100 metres you can only see the finish. So I think it will be a fast run in, and I think the riders will have to be aware that, where, that from that kind of deviation, and done a little bit of homework on this, but it's not overly technical.
No, it's not super technical. As you said, it's that drop off the climb, the drop off the final hill. It's a long descent. They actually lose far more elevation and they drop back down. Well, they got the climb to the top of Hardens Hill, and then basically the descent is double the distance. So they plummet off that climb, and then they head through 3 and 2 kilometres to go, and then that's a left-hander, then the slow drag up to the line. As you say, you could almost call it a slight chicane, couldn't you?
Yeah, that's 230 to go is when they slightly go left, and then I would say 100 metres they go right. So that's 230 to go at the deviation. You can't see the finishing line until about 100 metres to go.
Yeah. And nobody would have, I'm not too sure. I guess some of the local teams, some of the domestic teams, because the Tour of Britain is the biggest race on their calendar. And I used to do it when I used to manage the Sigma Sports team. We'd recon, we couldn't recon the whole race, but we'd recon particular stages. Yeah, the local stage. Or we went down to the southwest and did all 3 Devon and Cornwall stages. We had a look at those finishes. But knowledge of the finish is going to be crucial today. So Brian, you're a DS, you haven't seen this finish, you've got the team meeting, you've got a rider that you're going to protect for the win today. How do you go about trying to find out information about that finish? There's a lot of open source stuff at hand, but it's absolutely critical that you get as much information as you can on a finish like this that is, as you say, pretty unsighted.
Yeah, well, we'll look at, a lot of the teams, they wouldn't have looked at this stage. They use VeloViewer as a platform, so they'll look at that. They will look at, Street Map as well. But the thing is, in some finishes, it's very difficult on the kind of Street Map because, the barrier systems and, and some actually rely on videos. I've done a few videos for the team in the past where I've been at the finish and I've done the video and the run through, but it's always very difficult because there was a stage in a race that I was toying between the idea of Mark Cavendish or Edvald Boasson Hagen going in the information, and it turned out it was probably suited to Mark Cavendish, but the information I got back. So you rely on where you're getting that information from. So it's okay looking at VeloViewer. It's okay using Street Map and relying on sources. But what it was important to me is, this is what I was saying about having staff members. The staff member in the car doing the mechanics, that's so important. But so is the Swan Ewers. We saw them just down the road, some of them still here. What they'll do is, we're coming out away from Duns, and we're going in a bit of a loop round back into Duns. So they'll go back down this road to the finish. That information from one of the Swan Ewers would make a big difference. And if you've been an ex-pro or done a bit of bike racing, that kind of information on it goes left, it goes slightly uphill, and the wind direction, all this sort of stuff. These are the important facts that you put down. Some races that we've covered have come in and done finishing circuits. They don't have a finishing circuit straight in here, so you rely a little bit on feel.
Yep, I think we're getting a slow motion replay there. Oh, there's a crash just at the back.
Yeah,
I just noticed that. A couple of riders just came down. One of the riders from Ribble Weldtite having to put their foot down, so a crash just at the back of the peloton there. Thankfully, it looks to me as if only a couple of riders have come down. But no, you are right. There's when you have a finish that you haven't seen, it's on circuits, it's absolutely fine. You get a couple of opportunities to see it. But as you've just described, this is a straight-in finish, and there's nothing like a bit of first-hand information as well. It's all right speaking to other people, but generally if it's second or third-hand information, it can lose a little bit in translation, not necessarily through intent at all, but to get the most accurate, up-to-date information as well. And factor in that with something as simple as the direction of the wind as well. So we're looping in the town. Are there buildings around? Is the wind swirling? Is there a gap? All these sorts of things. You can piece together this really important intelligence to give you stuff that's hard and fast facts to go on and make your tactical call. Well,
we know that buildings and various different structures buffet the wind, and it can change it a little bit. You can look on whatever we use, whatever platform you use for the wind, and look at it quite accurately. But that's why always in the big races like the Grand Tours, you have a car in front, and we've got a car half an hour, 45 minutes in front the Tour one year, and when I'm looking at the wind direction and where we're turning left and right, it changes as the day goes along. So that's the important thing, is having these cars and having this information and having it straight into the cockpit to make these big decisions.
Yep, it certainly is. Now there's the few riders just off the back there who got caught up in that crash. Thankfully it looks like they are relatively unscathed. And you see the wind now coming from the different direction. We're heading back inland, as Brian just said. Actually, a few more riders were caught out, but they've got the wind is coming from the left-hand side into the face. And a few more riders than we thought were actually caught out on that crash as Ritter Hollenstein leads. Gap has stabilised now, and they have knocked it off ever so slightly. They've taken the best part of 3.5 minutes in 20 Ks out of the breakaway. And there's another few riders just off the back, caught behind that crash. But they're certainly well in control now. You can just see the team of Trinity Racing on the left-hand side. They've got a rider on the front. They've also got a separate little arrowhead on the left-hand side, because we do have the first categorised climb coming up relatively shortly. We crest that climb at 27.7 Ks to go. It is the climb of one side rig. Elevation, 425 metres. And here's some more stats.
Rory Townsend.
2.1 Ks. Sorry about the rather fruity language there. 2.1 kilometres at 5.7 Ks, but yes, that was the Irish champion, Rory Townsend. So it looks clearly that a few more riders than we thought were taken out the back with that crash. So just under 35 Ks to go now on stage 2 of the Tour of Britain. We started in Hawick in the Scottish borders in the county of Roxburghshire, and we're heading down to Duns in Berwickshire. We've been up in a north-easterly direction to the coast. We're now looping back inland, and we have 3 difficult climbs to come. There's been a breakaway that has been away since the very start today. Charlie Tanfield and Harry Tanfield, the brothers from Ribble Weldtite, are in the move. Matthew Teggart, the leader of the sprints competition for With Sungod, he's in the white jersey. Scored maximum points again today, so a very good day in the office for the Irishman. Also there, Adam Lewis of St Piran, the 27-year-old. We've also got Ukko Peltonen, the Finnish rider from Global 6 Cycling, and rounding out the group, the South African from Team Quebecer is Travis Steadman. And still, by the skin of his teeth, he is the virtual leader of this race. He's the best placed rider in the move at 1:02. As we look at Red Walters, the Grenadian national road champion, not too sure if he's just off the back or something's happened to Red, whether he's caught in that crash.
I think he was, because he started with a different bike, didn't he? He started with the...
You're right, yeah.
And he's on the spare bike.
Yeah, it was well out the back, unfortunately. That's a very unfortunate situation. He looks to be a long way out the back on his own. You're well spotted there, Brian. He's got a... Well, I don't think he's going to be getting back in the... So, not a particularly nice sight to see, a rider completely out the back and on his own without any support. It's quite unusual, that. But meanwhile, up front, this is the thing. We talked about the colour blocking, didn't we? That rider there from Ribble Weltite, that's a very, very unfortunate indeed. This is Finn Crockett, the bronze medalist from Scotland in the recent Commonwealth Games. There's a really come a cropper there. His radio's torn out, gashes to his hip and elbow, and he looks like he's on a spare bike as well. So unless he's actually on the bike of
Red Walters.
I think that's Red Walters' bike, isn't it?
Yep.
So he's also got the Irish champion with him as well, Rory Townsend. That's a big, big shame. They do seem to be Rory Townsend, the way he's riding there, just can't quite see the bunch there. Good. Maybe a minute or so off the back in the convoy there.
Yeah, it doesn't look comfortable in that bike.
No, it's a little bit too big, isn't it? There's sort of one frame size too big by the looks of it.
They passed the Swan Ewers car and he was standing on the left-hand side with a bike. There are rules and regulations about, you know, passing up bikes and things like that, so possibly getting one of the spare bikes from the Swan Ewers car to the team car at the back. But yeah, it's not often you see someone like off the back after being involved. It didn't look as if he was involved with the crash. It looks as if Finn Crockett was involved with the crash. They switched bikes, and unfortunately for Red Walters, he's on a spare bike on his own. Yeah,
certainly looked like it. Now, you are right. Now, one team that's fallen foul of that it was Philippe Gannet last season, or earlier this year, took a bike change. I think it was in one of the French races earlier in the year, and he was disqualified. Now, the reason why he was disqualified was the fact that he took the bike in front of the race. What you can't do, you can take a bike from the side of the road if it's behind the front of the race. You cannot take a bike in front of the race, and it was marginal, but it was just in front of the race. He pulled over to the side of the road. Now, had he taken the bike from the side of the road as the race had passed, he would have been fine.
Well, I think that's why it seems to be kind of kicking off a little bit, in the Ribble Weltite car are under pressure, and they're not on the breakaway, so they're having to rely on getting some help from St Piran. Yeah,
that's Liam Holohan, a rider that we know very well. He's one of the he's this assistant DS working alongside Steve Lampier. So Liam Holohan, again, another illustration of the fact that these teams, especially the domestic British teams, they race against each other week in, week out, and clearly there's a lot of resource needed, spare bikes, etc., assistance to riders. So it looks like their team car has dropped back, and they're relying on bidons and gels from Liam Holohan there, sat in the car. A rider that we both would, well, I don't know if you raced against him, but a really likeable lad, actually. Packed in the sport quite young, moved into coaching, and now DSing. So another Yorkshireman as well. So, but the gap completely stabilising now, but we're getting ever closer. We'll be at the foot of this climb in just a couple of kilometres' time.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate we never got the opportunity to see that crash. We saw something happen at the back, but I think the worst team involved there was Ribble Weltite, the local rider Finn Crockett, seemingly the worst, but it did look as if he was making his way back to the back of the peloton with the Irish champion. So now we see more riders from Trinity Racing coming towards the front. The gap's still 1:15 to the breakaway in front, and it's on these small roads, and I'm pretty sure that in the run-in and to the finish, these roads will not change. This next climb is 2.3 kilometres in length, the next one 1.2, and the last one only short and sharp at 900 metres. So that's why we're starting to see a bit more activity at the front. They'll know that the run into the finish is going to be on these kind of small roads, and it will be important to stay close to the front as possible. But 1:15, a bit of information being given up to the rider in the breakaway, Adam Lewis. 1:15, but by the looks of things, Trinity Racing, they did put one rider towards the front, are really putting all their eggs into getting a performance on today's stage, which if they light it up, it's going to be entertaining for us. But there's a lot of teams in this race that have sat back. The wind played a part yesterday in the run in towards the finish, and we had a group of about 50 riders sprinting it out for the victory. So you see Kwiatkowski on the right hand side, just trying to move up with Omar Frowley and move up with Tom Pidcock on the left hand side. Pidcock said he was at the back yesterday after a natural break and never had the time to move up. He's got Richie Porte also there. Amador just swings over to the left hand side of the roads. So on the left of our screen as we watch, we got Trinity Racing, Israel Premier Tech in the middle with the Ineos Grenadiers moving up. I think by this time 30 kilometres ago, and you know the climbs are going to start soon. If you're anywhere down the back now, you're a little bit too far back. There's absolutely no chance of moving up either on the left hand side or the right hand side. The only place to move is the middle of the peloton, but then there are high risks that you're bumping against other riders. So Amador coming to the front now, he's starting to increase the tempo. The whole team of Ineos now coming towards the front, with Bora Hansgrohe getting involved as well in the green. So the whole team of Ineos Grenadiers, they know they want to be in the front. Dylan Towns just bringing up the race leader on the right hand side for Israel in the white. Already the breakaway are starting to break down. Big effort today from them. I think their team have to be really proud of them. But it's the Team St Piran rider Adam Lewis, and one of the riders of the race so far over the last couple of stages, Matthew Teggart with Sun God. But it's a big effort now from Kwiatkowski and Ineos. So good job done from Amador, but this is not just a tempo being set here by Kwiatkowski. This is intent to try and break the race up.
Well, this is action-packed, isn't it? This is Thomas Gloag, who's moving clear now over the top of this climb. Kwiatkowski looking around. The face of Kwiatkowski says it all, doesn't it? But this is our first real look at Gloag. Looking very, very good on the lower slopes of this climb. Still a couple of kilometres to go. It goes up in steps, but averages, well, this is the situation at the head of affairs. Great riding here by these two British riders. It's been another top day out for Matt Teggart as they go over the top of this climb. The two Tanfield brothers just starting to struggle a little bit. Also the best placed rider in the group, Travis Steadman. Again, that's certainly steeper than 6%, that is for sure. It's one of these horrible climbs that goes up in steps, flattens out, then kicks up again, Bright.
Yeah, this is just a replay of just what we've seen, but then we saw a sign saying 14%. This is Kwiatkowski with Omar Frowley there, Thomas Gloag. But the race leader is there, all about positioning. Still just under 30 kilometres to go, but that was a bit of an effort from Gloag there, going from distance, but decided not to kind of push on.
Yeah, very impressive move. The man will be in yellow and black next year. So I've got two surviving riders from the breakaway. Tell you what, Adam Lewis looks pretty stylish on a bike, doesn't he? Looks actually a little bit like Liam Holohan back in the day. So Lewis and Teggart now lead, 28.8 Ks to go. And the climb does kick up again. The top actually is at 27.7 kilometres to go, and it is still Michał Kwiatkowski leading here. And there's a few riders already in a lot of difficulty at the back.
This is not tempo riding now. This is trying to big effort. This is going to try and explode the peloton.
To try and look a little bit further back at our race leader. Remember, the race leader is Corbin Strong after that sensational win yesterday at the Glen Shee Ski Station. He is the leader of this race, and he was up near the front when we saw Kwiatkowski on the front earlier. I didn't see him down. One rider I did see, and not too far away, surprisingly, was Dylan Teuns. But as you said, this is a big effort, maybe to try and isolate the leader, or at least get rid of the leader. And automatically, if Strong does get dropped, Omar Friele will move into the lead. But of course, we have time bonuses on the line, and this is the devastation that has been caused behind. Unsurprisingly, Amador out of the back, and a couple of other riders as well. And meanwhile, this is the face of Harry Tanfield, the first rider, I think, to be caught from the breakaway. Still Michał Kwiatkowski on the front. Still a sizable group here. 1 or 2 riders drop, but Ineos Grenadiers clearly want to make, Brian, the last part of this race as difficult as possible. And this is technically the start of the climb itself.
Yeah, the wind just coming, you see the Scottish flag there just coming from the right-hand side. But looking at the way the race is opening up now with Ineos Grenadiers trying to kind of shake things up. I was a little bit worried about Thomas Gloag trying to go. I think he get carried away a little bit.
Yeah,
what we were
keen.
saying before was, you know, when you put a rider in front, you put a little bit of pressure on the rider. And we hit the first climb and, you know, he starts to go on the attack. Okay, he had second thoughts about it, which is, you know, quick learning. There's no reason to do that. But I think we're starting to see some questions answered now with Kwiatkowski now making that effort. Now we see Richie Porte. So it does look as if Richie Porte's kind of sacrificing himself now. This is going to be, this is his swan song race. It would have been nice, heartfelt, if he could have, you know, gone out with a win. But it does look as if they're putting the heat on Thomas Pidcock to deliver the win for them today.
It does indeed. Well, it's my mistake. The start of the climb is at 27.7 kilometres to go, and the top of the climb is at 24 k's to go. So it's a long climb. You can just see a beautiful shot here of the peloton.
Yeah, it's 2.3 kilometres in length, so it's the longest climb in the run, and the next one is 1.2, and the last one is only 900 metres.
Yep. The last one comes with only 6 kilometres to go, and then importantly, it's pretty much a drop down all the way to the finish. So a slightly reduced peloton, and there are 2 surviving riders. One from St Piran, that is Adam Lewis, 27-year-old, doing a really good job, driving hard on the front, very stylish on the bike, and the rider behind him in the white jersey, he's had a very, very strong opening couple of days of the Tour of Britain. Earned that white jersey of intermediate sprint leader yesterday by taking every single sprint, and has done the same again today, so we'll end the day with 18 points. So a very, very healthy lead, but the Ineos Grenadiers are the team that are really taking it up. And interestingly, it isn't Israel Premiertoko riding now, it is Ineos trying to make things as difficult as possible, and they need that for the riders that they have amongst their number. Tom Pidcock, Magnus Sheffield in particular, and Omar Friele, who's been more than capable over this sort of terrain and has that advantage given that second place yesterday. They want to make it as difficult as possible, don't they, and really kind of take control of this race and try and whittle that group down as much as they can before trying to hit it on the final climb.
Yeah, it's sizable. The group behind, you're talking about, you know, 60 riders at least now, but I think this climb looks a good tempo climb. The way these leaders are going up it, they're going up at you know, quite a rate now. We had a steep part where Thomas Gloag went on the attack there, decided not to continue with it, but they can up this climb pretty quickly. On the left hand side you've got Urenstad, they're looking after Sharmik, who was up there yesterday in the top 10, but a kind of pace been set now that he's not going to split things, but the looks of things, it gets a little bit steeper, and just see the top right hand side of a picture, it kicks up towards the top here.
Yeah, the steepest part of the climb they're just going to hit now, actually. The opening opening kilometre or so ebbed and flowed, and it's the point that they're hitting now, which is its steepest. It's around 6 to 7%, and the final couple of hundred metres it actually does flatten out. So this section now, the second part of the climb, is the hardest. Only 16 seconds now for our 2 leaders. It's been a bold performance. One of these riders, you would imagine, is going to get the most aggressive rider award. Yesterday that went to Matt Gibson, and you would imagine it's going to be one of the 2 riders out in front. I think it might actually go to Adam Lewis.
The green jersey is there for Stephen Bassett, deciding not to get himself in the breakaway, and this does
Good
kick
move.
up towards the top of this climb here. So he's there being attentive, a good position, and he'll be looking to take some of the points at the top here.
Yep. Got 3 third category climbs. Third category climbs award points for the first 4 riders, 4, 3, 2 and 1. So a possible maximum of 12 points on offer. Remember, it started the day with a very good lead after winning every single climb yesterday. So the race has unfolded perfectly for him today. We saw him at the front because, of course, the riders in the jerseys start at the front of the grid. It looked like he might go in the move, but the sensible thing to do was to sit back because the climbs are really backloaded today, as you can see. And the way he rode yesterday, it wouldn't surprise me if he does take another haul of points over the top of this climb. But so far, these two riders with a 15-second lead, 25 Ks to go now, are looking pretty good, but I'm expecting maybe a second wave of attacks to come. Really fluid pedalling style there from Adam Lewis. And again, a rider we don't know much about, but this is the beautiful thing about the Tour of Britain and these smaller teams getting in these moves. It gives us an opportunity to see these riders and how they can race, how they can ride. It's very, very important race, isn't it? Not just for the preparation for the World Championships, the prestige of the race, but also showcasing the domestic teams and young riders of the future.
Yeah, it's huge for them. But you see Stephen Bassett now deciding that he wants to take maximum points at the top of this climb. You can see them just hanging out in front, and Bassett doing what he did yesterday and, you know, climbing very well. He took all the points out in the course yesterday. Of course, Corbin Strong took the 10 points at the finishing line, but he's coming strong now as Bassett, and looks as if he'll be taking maximum points here at the top.
Yep, and the teams that were leading behind won't be worried about Bassett at all. It's all about the points. He sits at 3:29, so unsurprising when the break was caught yesterday, went straight out of the back, but his focus in 500 metres time is to go for the points here. So a really good job being done by Bassett there. He's ridden very smart, and the way the race has unfolded has really been in his favour as well. But he's going to have to work hard over the top, but the accelerations that we saw yesterday, very, very strong indeed. So he moves through, was just riding alongside. So only about 200 metres to go to the top of this climb. And look at this. Teggett also getting stuck in the King of the Mountains classification. This is great stuff. Well, it's broken again. Teggett's looking to maybe get up there in both classifications and goes again, so it's not over just yet. But look at the way that Bassett is stomping on the pedals here. Brilliant stuff here. Teggett goes on the right-hand side to take maximum points. Wow. Very strong riding by the Irishman here. It looks like he was broken. I said he was, but he wasn't. Into a headwind, he takes maximum points. And I think after that performance, he might deserve the most aggressive rider as well. Second place for Stephen Bassett, so 3 points in the bag for the King of the Mountains leader. And a brave battling performance there from Adam Lewis, who takes 2 points over the top of the first categorised climb of the day. And it looked like Richie Porte soaking up the last point. And we have a reduced bunch, maybe 50 riders there, Bri.
Yeah, but that was really impressive from Teggett there, taking
impressive.
All the sprints. But, you know, just thinking about the opportunity of keeping himself up there in the King of the Mountains. We say King of the Mountains compared to, you know, other major races, King of the Hills more like, but I think it was a case of Bassett made that big effort there and paid for it a little bit in the last 200 metres. But yeah, good effort. And this rider here, Matthew Teggett, has to be the rider of the race so far. 2 days in a row in the breakaway, taking all maximum points in the sprints and, you know, fighting out for the King of the Mountains.
Yep, great job. Really good job. See a couple of riders just struggling to get back in contact here. Richie Porte has a bit of a word with Bassett. Looks like Teggett about to be caught with around 20 kilometres to go, but he's still fighting. I think he's pretty much secured the most aggressive rider award. But Richie Porte now on the front, putting everybody in the gutter a little bit. Crosswinds over the top of this moorland. Magnus Sheffield in second position. The blue jersey there of Omar Freely. He sits second in the points classification, to keeping that jersey warm for Corbin Strong, who of course is in red. Haven't seen Corbin Strong just yet, but I expect he's tucked away somewhere. But I definitely can't see him. It's a very distinctive jersey. Now, where are the Israel Premier Tech riders? They just ensconced midway through that group. Very interesting indeed. Can't quite see them. I'm sure he's still in there, but I haven't spotted him just yet, as we see a conversation with Magnus Merihofer. Don't know what that conversation's about. Maybe dropping back to pace one of his... it's like he needs a team car or a bidon, yeah.
Yeah, 20 kilometres to go is probably the cut-off, so he knows that. And, you know, the fact that his team car trying to get up there is always going to be very difficult in these roads.
Now, I'm sure they are in the mix.
There they are.
Yeah, I can just see
Tynes.
Dylan Tierns just in the centre there. And looks like there's a couple of riders there from the Caja team as well, just moving up the outside. He's at Trinity Racing in that blue kit, but Richie Porte, his first ride in the Tour of Britain way back in 2010, en route to 4th place on general classification. And I know that he's more than happy to be hanging up his wheels after this race, moving back to Tasmania, but I know that he'll commit 100% to try his very best to ensure that one of the team wins this race overall. The big question is, will it be a rider from Ineos Grenadiers who wins this race, or will it be somebody else? Mason Holloman just at the back there. Still haven't spotted the red jersey.
No, he has to be in there 100%.
Yeah, you'd have thought so, yeah. You'd have thought so.
But he's just
doing a good job, yeah.
Sitting ensconced in this group here, just in the middle of it. But Ineos have taken control of the race with Richie Porte here, Magnus Sheffield, Omar Frowley and Tom Pidcock. Made a mistake yesterday. I don't think he'll make a mistake 2 days in a row, but this would have been so different if the wind was in another direction. I know that's kind of blown across them at the moment, but I think the next 2 climbs going to make a difference. We've only seen that one attack really apart from Bassett of course, but from Tom Gloag going early. Bit of a strange effort, but he decided to pare it back and sit in the peloton. But if the team have ridden and he's got the legs, then he has to think about it. Will he go on this one? I think he might wait to the final climb.
Yep. Well, the wind, as they're riding at the moment, the wind's pretty much the same direction it was at the start in Hoyk as it is in Dunn, so it is pretty much a head crosswind all the way running to the line. There's a couple of little changes of direction, but now they're heading into a little bit of a headwind, so difficult to split it. Far easier to split, as we know, in a cross tailwind, but the wind pretty much on the nose in this particular direction. And next on the menu, Manslaughter Law. And the top of that climb comes at 16.8 k's to go, so not very long until we hit the bottom of that climb, so not much of an opportunity for these riders to recover. And Richie Porte still leading, so experienced, so well liked. Spent a couple of years with Trek, of course, after starting his career with CSC back in the day, or Saxo Bank, and has helped, of course, Chris Froome and Bradley Wiggins to victory in the Tour de France. And then what a wonderful ride it was with Trek Segafredo. A slightly unexpected podium, but that really important podium, wasn't it, for him in the Tour de France a couple of years back. Winner of the Dauphiné, winner of Paris-Nice, winner of the King of Wollonga Hill at his home tour in the Tour Down Under, and a very popular, likeable figure. So he'll be all in today and is doing a very good job at the moment. But you get a sense that if it doesn't all kick off on this next climb, it will certainly be the final climb. But they've got a long drop-off after the top of this next climb to the final kick-up. So there we are. Just see the red jersey there, sat in about 30th wheel, sat right in the middle of the peloton. And given this headwind, that's not exactly a bad place to be, Brian, is it?
No, not at all. We were talking a bit earlier on, many kilometres ago, about Ineos Grenadiers doing nothing, saving all their energy, and you have to kind of try and lean on them and put pressure on them, and they still have numbers towards the front here. They've got 3 riders in front of Tom Pidcock, and looking good for this. Uno X have put their riders up towards the front. They've got a couple of options with Johannesson and Sharmik. They're the riders in the yellow and red. Michael Woods moving up as well with Corbin Strong on his wheel. They have to be near the front now because they're expecting the attacks to come in this climb.
Yep, they certainly are, and they've got a nice drop off. The climb starts very shortly, and there is Mike Woods just constantly glancing round, the experienced Canadian. Some good wins this year. Just on the right hand side, that's that's an American, Matteo Jorgensen, just moving up the outside. Very good all-rounder, and just on his wheel is the experienced climber from Australia, Team DSM, that's Chris Hamilton. So Tom Pidcock just on the inside there. So in 1s and 2s, this group has now swelled again, and this wind direction, you never know, it could actually slightly neutralise this race. That remains to be seen. But over the top, if this was a tailwind or a cross tailwind, it would be in pieces, wouldn't it? It really is. It's amazing how much difference the wind can make. So hard work on the front for Richie Porte, and a little bit of hard work on the left-hand side as well there for Mike Woods, constantly just glancing over his shoulder, making sure his teammate is in a good position for the next climb as we get confirmation of the KOM result. Teggett took the win ahead of the leader in that classification, Stephen Bassett. 3rd for Adam Lewis, and 4th place for Richie Port. Cattle grid rattled over the cattle grid. Look at that beautiful heather. Purple just changing pitch and tone as we head into the autumn, as Richie Port treads on the power at the bottom of the climb and opens up a little bit of a lead. Don't think his intention is to do that. He just wants to make this as hard as possible. And this looks pretty steep.
Yeah, 1.2 kilometres in length, this climb. Michael Woods has been forced into kind of helping because they have been riding pretty much all day. They have got only 3 riders now at the front. They've got the race leader together with Michael Woods second at wheel. Dylan Towns a little bit further back, but this is a strong tempo. This is going to stop the attacks going kind of down the road. So, but the way this is kind of forming, Matt, but the wind direction, unless someone goes over the top here, nice some patchwork here.
It's gorgeous, isn't
it? It could come down to this kind of final climb, 900 metres, if nobody decides to go on this one.
Yep, this is the climb of Manslaughter Law. Crests at 406 metres. Well, there, this man's job is done. Is clearly out of the back there, Stephen Bassett, but that was a big effort he made to bridge across. Still a good day, though. Still scoring points. 2nd place on that climb. You can just see by the angle of his bike how steep parts of this climb are. Meanwhile, Richie Port is focused on setting a very hard tempo on this climb. Michael Woods on his wheel. Magnus Sheffield just behind. Great riding here by Richie Port. Real fluidity, efficiency in his pedal stroke. Looking around, constantly glancing around, seeing, trying to get a look into the eyes of the riders around him. Maybe getting to try and sense any weakness on the shoulders of Corbin Strong was Omar Freely there, sat in on the wheel of Magnus Sheffield. 17.7 k's to go, so not a super steep climb this one. They've been over the steepest part here, Brian. It's only averages 5.8%, so I do think you're right. I think it could be the final climb that if there's any differences to be possibly made on this stage, it's going to be down to the final climb, because this tempo is a good one. It's certainly making riders hurt, and clearly nobody can attack off this at the moment.
No, with the tempo of Richie Port and the wind direction, it's not kind of helping. It's not kind of opening the race up. Still, a lot of riders content and just kind of sitting there and waiting. Corbin Strong still looks good. You know, he might be thinking of a second stage win. Tom Pidcock might want to make up for, you know, mistakes yesterday. He's well towards the front. Yesterday he was sitting too far back, but then you get Tiller, the Norwegian champion. You know, he can sprint a little bit. So yeah, I think the wind direction is keeping this peloton together. But I think as we go towards this final climb, I think there's a few riders that will want to try and do something, because they'll realise and look around this group in front that there's some fast men still in here.
Yep, there certainly is. You can just see the Italian road race champion in there as well. Watch out for him, Filippo Zanna. You can just see wearing 91, that beautiful Tricolore kit. So 7 national champions are here. You can just see on the left-hand side of some of the GB riders as well. We haven't talked too much about the GB team today. They consist of Connor Swift, Rob Donaldson, Jake Stewart, Sam Watson, Josh Giddings and Josh Charlton, managed by John Herity in that white kit. And I can see Jake Stewart at the head of affairs as well. And on these shorter climbs, although Jake Stewart is more of a sprinter, a classics man, they're not going to have too many problems getting over this sort of hill. And obviously they'll be looking after Sam Watson. But Sam Watson actually lost a little bit of time yesterday, just off the back of that group. He's at 21 seconds. And there is Jake Stewart on the left-hand side, just behind Tom Pidcock, as Richie Port continues to press on up this climb. There's a good pace is being set, good controlling riding here by the Tasmanian. Yeah,
I was looking at Jake Stewart yesterday. He just never had the legs in the last couple of 100 metres, and yeah, I don't think you'd want to take him to the line today. You can see he's super fast. He's just on the right-hand side, looks comfortable. He's sitting behind Tom Pidcock.
Well, look at this. This is Jacob Scott attacking. Remember, he was 2nd overall in the King of the Mountains classification. And that little glance over the shoulder was like, guys, I'm just going for the KOM here. Just going for the KOM points. So the champion of the King of the Mountains back in 2019 and last year pulls back a few more points there. Stephen Bassett will not score on this one. Scott didn't score on the last one. So good little move there by Jacob Scott. We know the class of this rider. And that was a very, very shrewd little slide off the front there. And then he slots back into the peloton, making sure that he's not disrupting the racing. And that was a good little move by Scott there.
Yeah, that was intelligent. The points were up for grabs there. Small effort there. I look behind. I'm not going on the attack. I'm just taking the points. And, why not? I'm just disappointed with the wind direction in Scotland 2 days in a row, because it could be so much different.
I know. It is worth saying. This isn't, the wind direction in bike racing is massively important. Of course, it's the riders ultimately that do the riding, that do the racing, but the wind conditions can determine the way that riders race, because it is so easy, or so much easier, should I say, to sit in a group like this, even on a climb. You talk about, drafting on climbs being virtually non-existent. Of course, the slower you move, the less advantage there is in drafting. But on a steep climb with a block headwind, you save so much energy behind.
They're having a laugh at the front here.
They are,
Michael Woods and Richie Porte. So
I think they all realise, don't they, that the wind is actually neutralising the race. So there's nothing that anybody can do. Even with the strongest rider on the front, there'll be a natural selection of riders. That this is Gaboro now. Now Gaboro, such an aggressive rider. Don't let this rider get too much of a lead, because he is very, very talented indeed. Multiple Giro under his legs. Second and a fourth place in this year's Giro d'Italia. And this is a good little move. Very interesting little move with just under 16Ks to go. This is what we want. Riders taking a chance, Brian.
Yeah, but he's a slight rider. He doesn't have the kind of big power. And, they're not really kind of interested in trying to kind of chase him down. They're just going to let him kind of dangle out there, and hopefully the wind will take its toll. You can just see this kind of false drag all the way up.
Yep, it is. There was no instant reaction, but the thing is, if he opens, there we go, they're chasing now. So Magnus Sheffield, they've got on the red, like Gaboro. You don't want to give Gaboro 40 seconds in the last, especially with the last 6K being downhill. So it's Magnus Sheffield who's now doing the chasing. In fact, it's Jacob Scott dragging them across the front, perhaps thinking of more mountains points. But Gaboro, such a smart rider. Great to see him on the offensive. They've got a good team here as well. Have Bardiani, CSF, Filippo Zana, Battaglin, Fiorelli, Gaboro, Marcellucci, and then Sasha Modolo. But his gap is only a little one now. But if anything, it's not a bad position to be in on this relatively technical descent to lead into the final climb, Brian. Because positioning now, of more importance, because these climbs can be really technical, especially with that gusting wind. Yeah,
I don't think there'll be a lot of change in position, purely because there's not a lot of room to manoeuvre. But one rider, I don't think is a major panic. It's if 3 or 4 riders go down the road, then it starts to become a lot of a problem. But nobody's wanting to put their nose in the wind now. It's just a case of just sitting back and waiting. The wind direction today is the major factor, and good to see Bardiani go on the attack here, but no one willing to join him. I think Jacob Scott tried to, but he was shut down straight away. A few of the GB riders up there towards the front in the white, but no place to move for a lot of these riders down towards the back.
No place at all. And it is indeed, well, it was indeed briefly from what we could see. Gaboro only has a slender lead, but the shape of the bunch behind gives you a real indication of the situation with the wind. And although there's not too much wind blowing today, only about 10 kilometres an hour, which is about 6 miles an hour, on this high elevated ground with no shelter at all, its effectiveness is almost doubled, isn't it? It does feel a lot stronger than it actually is when measured. But Gaboro on the hoods, over the top of the climb, and slowly but surely he's opening up a little bit of a lead here. Now this is interesting. This is interesting. Still 13Ks to go, and still around 8 kilometres till the top of the final climb. But who is going to take up the chase behind? Remember, Gaboro only 10 seconds down on the general classification, and a rider that is very effective over this terrain. But I think a lighter rider into this headwind is probably going to be in favour of the bunch. But I do think we might see the Ineos Grenadiers take things up again. Or should it be the Israel Premier Tech team that take things up? Because Gaboro is over 10. He's got more than 10 seconds lead now. This is quite intriguing. Get a bit spicy.
It's Richie Porte and some others trying to take off-road to try and move up here towards the front. So Richie's had a rest at the back there and starting to move up. Puncture for Niels Pollitt. He's another rider that could have featured, got over this last climb and could have featured in this final sprint, the German champion. So unfortunate puncture for him. He's still got time, however, to get back on. It depends where his team car is. So Richie Porte, I think, has been called back to the front, and hopefully he'll do the work for Ineos Grenadiers to try and bring back Gaburo.
Yep. So it is a rear puncture there for Nils Pollitt. And meanwhile, up in front, the Italian Gaburo is flying, picking his own line. That's the beauty of being away on roads like this. Lifts the bike gently, deftly over that category, back on the power again. He's one of the lighter riders in the bunch, but believe you me, he is a classy bike rider. Briefly into the slipstream of the moto, taking the racing line. Beautiful moorland in front of him. This is a good, well, it's not an opportunist move, it's a smart move here, because if he ends up with a little bit of a lead over the top and there's a selection, he's at the front of the race. So it's smart on multiple fronts here, Brian, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just a pity no one went with him.
Yeah.
That's that made a big difference, having at least one person to kind of share the workload with. But he went there, everybody hesitated, a few riders maybe sitting and waiting for this last climb and possibly the sprint victory. But we've got a bit of downhill here. We've still got a small rise, and then we go towards the final climb. It's only short, 900 metres, but it tops with 6 kilometres to go, then a shoot downhill into Duns.
Yep. This is a real plummet down now, so they won't be closing too much of a lead here. Let's just get a bit of a slow motion replay. This is of the puncture, unfortunately, that has befallen the Bora Hansgrohe rider Nils Pollitt, second a few years back in Paris-Roubaix, of course, winner of the stage of the Tour de France last year. Very likeable rider indeed. And meanwhile, Gaburo, he's not going to lose too much time. Now, that car there, I wonder if that's going to drop him behind. We've got no indication of his exact time gap, but I'd imagine it...
Well, if that was a Commissaire car, it must be 30 seconds.
That's going to say that was pulled over to the side of the road for a reason. It's saying the information we've got is 10 seconds, but I think it might be just a little bit more than that as he...
This regulator car's too far. He's helping out here, he's getting in the way, the regulator car at the front of the red one, but... Yeah, it looks as if it's increased a little, 20 seconds to put the Commissaire back in there.
With Davide Gaburo, let's have a look. He glances around. No emotion on his face. But he's a rider that will actually like this terrain. Riding his Cipollini bike. 24 seconds it's saying here, Brian. And remember that final climb that you were just describing. It tops out with 6 kilometres to go, but the measured part of the climb is only 900 metres. So, well, actually, it depends on how you measure these climbs, but we've got information, depending on where the bottom point is, that it's 1,900 metres at 4.8%, but the steep part is actually at the bottom. So he's got a drag now, basically. Whether you count the climb or not, it's uphill to the 6 kilometres to go now, and then we plummet down the other side. So Gaburo has a 26-second lead. And here, Brian, as well, although we've got this headwind, it's slightly sheltered. So this is going to suit him a little bit more. That little bit of protection from the wind will actually help a lighter rider, won't it?
It will. I just smartened that no one else went with him, because it would have added a little bit more spice, a little bit more help. 28 seconds now, and I think if we go back to the peloton, we'll see that Ineos Grenadiers, possibly Richie Porte, will start to ride again. Still think it's going to come from the group behind, but it's a good effort here from Gaburo, and he doesn't seem to be slowing up any.
Yeah, he's looking very good. 29 years of age, from Ambovolone. As I talked about before, he's won last year the GP Alanya, but his most significant results this year: 10th overall in the Tour of Slovenia, which is a very hilly race, and then 4th on stage 18 of the Giro, and 2nd on stage 8 of the Giro. That was the stage in Napoli, and remember how difficult that was. The stage won by Thomas de Gent. Really brutal, tough stage. So he is a talented bike rider, and with 9 Ks to go, 3 of them uphill, he's enjoying a lead of 28 seconds, and he's only 10 seconds down on the general classification. And we haven't seen what's going on in the bunch, because they need to start trying to bring this guy back, because he is, I think he's pretty dangerous. I think he's an underrated rider, but there is still, Brian, we need to recognise this, a lot of firepower behind. And it's very different when you hit a climb. Even if you're a good climber, hitting a climb after riding in the wind as hard as you can on the flat, isn't it? It's a really different proposition.
Well, he's going to hit this final climb with, almost 30 seconds. the top of the climb is 6 kilometres to go, so that's in 2.4 kilometres time, and then it's pretty much downhill. Even if he has 15-20 seconds, you know, he could go all the way to the finish, because it's predominantly downhill until we hit the main road and turn left, and that's only 1,200 metres to go. So I think we're going to see attacks on this final climb. I think we're going to see Tom Pidcock go on the attack, because I don't think he can afford to risk, you know, dragging, you know, some of the sprinters here to this final. He was beaten yesterday in the sprint. Corbin Strong is still looking strong. He's there towards the front, and you know, we said Jake Stewart is also there. So I don't think they can afford to wait.
I think you're right as well. This is not too sure where these two riders from St Piran, whether they've clipped off or are trying to get back on, remains to be seen, because we are zooming in very, very closely indeed. Now that's Alex Richardson on the front, and then just behind him, that is Jack Rootkin-Gray. Now, we're not too sure what the situation is there. So this is clearly the bunch. Not too sure if those riders are chasing to get back on, or they've just clipped off the front. And what's happened here? There's clearly it's a crash. It was one of the riders from Trinity came down, and took one of the riders from Team DSM with him as well. Lucky not too many riders came down. So this is group number 2 on the road. So good riding by St Piran here. They had Adam Lewis up the road initially. See how much of the lead. So Alex Richardson is a very, very talented biker. Remember, spent a couple of years with Alpecin Phoenix, and has opened up a good lead here, and it is the blue of Israel Premier Tech doing the chasing. You can just see right at the north of your screen on this almost runway-like road that we have 1,500 metres to the top of this climb. Gaboro has a gap of 27 seconds, and over the top of the climb it's only 6 kilometres to go.
This is a local lad, Oscar Onley. I think he was the rider involved with that crash there. So unfortunately for the Scots today, Oscar Onley involved with that crash. We've seen Finn Crockett involved with the crash earlier on today. So in the home country, not going well, but you know, significant gap. You can just see the climb, or the top of the climb, just up towards the left-hand side. It's only a short climb, and he's still holding on to 23 seconds. But you know, there has to be attacks. We're hitting this final. If it's 6 kilometres to go at the top, then it's 1,100 metres of pain. I think when we come onto this climb, Matt, the likes of Tom Pidcock, we might see accelerate to try and come across this gap. Yep,
and they need to start doing it now. He's just gone through the sign. There are the two riders in between. It is the duo from St Piran. Good riding. It's Jack Rootkin-Gray of St Piran and Alexander Richardson. Now, Alexander Richardson is a very talented bike rider indeed. That's recently won. I think looks like Rootkin-Gray is going clear actually. So let's have a little look. It is indeed Rootkin-Gray. Alexander Richardson is actually dropped back now, and this is the face of Gaboro on the front. So Gaboro looking very good. David Gaboro, and chasing him now is a Rootkin-Gray, and behind is the peloton being led by Israel Premier Tech. This is the last climb of the day. This is stage 2 of the Tour of Britain. The race being led at the moment by Corbin Strong of Israel Premier Tech. He is in the red jersey of race leader. If you look closely, he is sat as rider number 4. It is Richie Port actually on the front of the peloton again, leading them into this headwind.
Yeah, Rootkin-Gray is just over 3 minutes down. Don't know what happened yesterday, but he's been brought by Richie Port, so it is slowly coming back together. Still not breaking into pieces, still no bigger attacks there. Omar Friley and Tom Pidcock still there, but this man is doing a tremendous job. He's about 500 metres away from the top, still holding on to 19 seconds. Still a danger in my book. If he goes over the top with this advantage, he stands a chance.
Just depends on how, if Richie Port just continues to ride, and there's a big group. We could see a big group come over the top of this climb. 18 seconds, so the lead is coming down. It's coming down quickly. Look at that. He'll be very happy to see the motivation from the Italian Tricolore on the left-hand side there, but Richie Port continues to ride so hard as a lone rider in these headwinds. You just see Negasi Helu Abrea moving up on the outside, the only first Ethiopian rider to ride in the Tour of Britain. And Gaboro again looks unimpassioned. Well, for the first time there, we just saw him gritting his teeth and grimacing as Richie Porte starts to line this group out. Only 200 metres to go to the top of this climb, and no significant splits. This wind really possibly determining the outcome of this race. Not the splits that we thought, but there's the flag on the right-hand side, Brian. It's making this very difficult to split.
It is. Unfortunately for Gabura, it looks as if he's going to be caught. It really all depends now who is in this group. I think Jake Stewart still in here for Great Britain. No attacks coming, so it is pretty much all together.
It certainly was a Gabura after a good effort off the front, about to be caught by Richie Porte, and the rider just behind him, just unsighted at the moment. That is Mike Woods, tucked into the slipstream. And then we have our race leader, and as we go over the top of this climb, seeing the way that he sprinted yesterday, unless something bizarre happens, it looks like he might be going into another day as race leader. But remember how strong Omar Freile is. The tactic of the team might change now. This is fascinating stuff.
Nils Pollitt has made it back.
Yeah, that's a good
ride.
The
German champion. So 2 days in a row. Looks as if we're going to see another bunch sprint.
It looks like that might be possible. Also, we've got Movistar in the mix as well. Just moving up the outside. They had a good ride yesterday. It was Gonzalo Serrano who finished third on the stage. And Richie Porte doing a massive pull on the front here. Jacob Scott moving to the front as well to try and take more points in the King of the Mountains classification. So Jacob Scott doing a great job here. Again, slots onto the wheel. Again, doing the right job, just not moving off the front, actually pulling the bunch along, so earning their respect here. Well, this is interesting. Ooh, there's a big attack here by Nils Pollitt on the left-hand side, straight over the top of this climb.
Yeah, just back from his puncture and, you know, waiting to the top of the climb and going over the top. Good idea. Michael Woods grimacing as well. Omar Freile. When this man goes, you have to be straight on him. He's such a strong rider. And to actually come back after a puncture, come back to the front of the race and go on the attack. And you can see the rider here from DSM really struggling to hold the wheel.
Yeah, I think that might be Max Poole actually on his wheel. The rider, the British rider, moving up to World Tour next year. The tack is over. They swing across it. There we go. Straight on the left-hand side. Dylan Teuns, very dangerous indeed, but he's been followed by a rider from Movistar. Dylan Teuns straight over the top, has a little look round, straight onto the hoods, and he's off. Good move here. Magnus Sheffield in third place there. Movistar have pulled over because this is now up to the Ineos Grenadiers to try and bring back. And Magnus Sheffield is the rider tasked with bringing back the Belgian.
Yeah, small group here. I think it was Serrano there for Movistar. So it's Dylan Teuns in front here, chased by Sheffield. And small group now of 6 riders, but it's all going to be downhill all the way towards the finish. We do come off this climb, turn sharp left, and there's only 1,200 metres to go.
Well, this is absolutely fascinating stuff. We've got a little splinter off the front. Dylan Teuns, the new signing for Israel Premier Tech. Remember, they have the race leader. As long as one of the riders from that team wins this bike race, that is what it's all about. But we've got a split, 5 riders chasing. So Teuns leads. We have 4.2 kilometres to go. We have about 45 riders left in the peloton. And it's a bit of a headwind finish here down into Duns. 4 kilometres to go now on stage 2 of the Tour of Britain. We started in Hoyk and we are finishing in Duns, 175.2 kilometres. A 6-man break dominated the day, leading by as much as 5 minutes. But now it has all come back together, and the man on your screen attacked over the top of the final climb of the day of Hardens Hill. It is Dylan Teuns, the winner of Flèche Wallonne, plummeting down the other side. And this is going to be a rapid few kilometres now, Brian.
It is, and it looks as if it could be coming back together now. But a good effort there initially by Nils Pollitt over the top. Come Dylan Teuns, but they bumped, just throwing their riders out there into the left-hand side. So close one there.
He was a little bit. Magnus Sheffield descending like an absolute demon, has opened a gap behind. So again, he cut the apex of that corner, and that rutted surface, as you said, you lose that brief bit of cohesion, or adhesion, shall I say, and you drift out to the right-hand side. And Magnus Sheffield has brought things back together, and it looks like it's Camille Bonnier coming across the gap with one of the riders from Movistar. So a thrilling finale here as Magnus Sheffield gets on the tops. A 106 flick of the elbow. It is indeed Gonzalo Serrano. So Serrano, after a good placing yesterday, is asking for assistance, and he's going to get it from DSM.
Yeah, he is, but there's a regrouping, getting into a kind of colour order now. this is going to come down to a sprint finish with Sheffield and Towns all coming back together, or are we going to see another attack as we run in towards this finish here?
Well, this is a chaotic finale here. It is all back together. It is now Team DSM on at the front. They've got 4 riders there, and also in 5th position and just moving up, or 5th or 6th position, is the rider from Great Britain. And that is Sam Watson, silver medalist in the British Road Race Championships, trying hard to find, well, there is the red jersey. Watch out for the red jersey of Corbin Strong. Watch out for the blue jersey as well of Omar Freire, the runner-up. Yesterday we got, well, 1.8 kilometres to go now, and it is Team DSM leading the charge at the moment. It looks like Case Boll is in here as well.
Yeah, 3rd place is Case Boll. Whether they're going to be looking at someone else, does look as if Case Boll sitting 3rd place, but so many riders in here thinking about this finish now.
Well, this is a chaotic finale here. Remember, we've got Uno X riders up not too far away. Erasmus Tillett, Johansson and Anton Charming are up there as well. 1,300 metres to go. And DSM have got control of the peloton at the moment. Remember, it's a fast run into the line, but the finish is unsighted. Corbin Strong moving up on the outside, looks very, very composed. And also moving up the outside here is Tom Pidcock as well. 1.1 kilometres to go. In fact, we're inside the last kilometre now, Brian.
Yeah, we are. It's a kind of straight run in for on this main road, so they're kind of lining up there. Case Boll would be, I would say, the fastest rider of DSM, but it looks as if they might be trying to kind of lead out one other rider. So Sport Vlaanderen come to the front. Corbin Strong in the red jersey coming into this final kilometre, but just watch out for Jake Stewart.
With Jake Stewart up there as well, Tom Pidcock there as well. There's the blue jersey of the runner-up yesterday, Omar Freire. So a good lead out here from Sport Vlaanderen. Case Boll is 3rd rider there. There's a little bit of a left-hander coming up. Then there's a small chicane in the last 150 metres. So everybody holding off. Nils Pollitt also moving up the outside. Jake Stewart on the inside. There's a left and then there's a right. There's a little bit of a bottleneck here. And now DSM open it up on the left-hand side, and GB take it up now. It looks like that is Sam Watson leading out. Jake Stewart on his wheel, also in the mix there. One of the riders from Trinity Racing. Jake Stewart opens things up. It looks like it's Luke Lamperti as well. Case Boll on the wheel there. Jake Stewart leads through. Stewart on the front here. Stewart goes. Boll on the left-hand side. Stewart looks like he's got this. Boll in the centre. Stewart, Boll. Boll takes it on the line, or is it Stewart to photo finish for first there? Very, very close indeed. Either Case Boll or Jake Stewart. But what an absolutely rip-roaring finale that was, Brian, here in Duns. And we still don't know who the winner is.
It was such a chaotic sprint in the end. You know, it was led out well. Good homework from Jake Stewart. I think he just about got that. But you know when you've won and no reaction from both of them, they just put their head down. It was chaotic, and the way it kind of opened up, it was Sport Vlaanderen on the front here, but just behind. But so many riders were coming. Nils Pollitt on the right-hand side started to come up there with Groschardt on a wheel. On the left-hand side, you got Uno X, but the movement over to the left blocked him. But it's a good lead out from Watson here for Jake Stewart, and Lamperti was on the wheel, ready to pounce, but so was Boll. And when they open up, Jake Stewart goes now, maybe a little bit early there, but unsighted finish, comes round the last corner. He's got Boll on the wheel, and at this stage I thought he's got it, but Boll, such a strong rider, he's coming down the right hand side. Can Jake Stewart hold him off? It comes down to the throw in the end, Mats, and I think Jake Stewart gets that.
That was so close. As you said, neither rider knows who's won. And let's have a look at that again.
Corbin Strong getting 3rd, so he takes a 4-second bonus. But for me, it looks as if Jake Stewart got that one.
Yeah. Oof. Well, we'll wait and see. They both look each other straight in the eye. Corbin Strong. Oh, let's have a little look at this. Oh, no. It looks as if it might just
camera angle, I think.
Oh, it's the angle. Well, we'll have to wait and see. We can't call that. No doubt about the 3rd place finisher. And that is our race leader. So Corbin Strong extends his lead in the general classification. Jake Stewart on the right, Case Boll on the left-hand side. Well, they don't know who's got it. Well, that is the camera angle, because well, from there it looks a bit more like Boll, but yeah, Boll. Case Boll is your winner. Well, there we go. Big win from Case Boll. Another rider moving on, but that is a big win for Team DSM. And Brian, when you look at the way that they took that they took that finale, a brilliant bit of riding. The only time they hit the front today was on that descent. They took it up, although you have to take your hat off to Sam Watson as well, who put Jake Stewart in a perfect position. But in the end, the big, powerful rider from the Netherlands took the win. But that was an exciting finish, wasn't it?
It came down to the throw in the end. I still think the 5 metres to go, Jake Stewart was still in front. Just came down to that throw.
Well, there we go. Great ride by Cees Bol. And importantly for a sprinter, that's his first win of the year, so a very important win indeed.
So you were only sighted with the finish, so
exactly.
Watson had to go 100 metres to go to the finishing line. Jake Stewart leading this one out, and it's always difficult when you lead a sprint out. Cees Bol, we know he can sprint well, very strong rider, but I think he just lunged that split second before, and that's what made the difference.
Certainly did, very close, millimetres in it. Good sprint by Luke Lamperty as well, and we should get confirmation of the result very shortly for you. But Nick Corbin-Strong definitely in third, so another 4-second time bonus for him. We'll see him increase his lead in the general classification, so a very good day for the young New Zealander. Well, a breathless finale to an intriguing stage. I hope you all enjoyed that at home. So good day for Team DSM. They're a team that often gets things right, such a well-drilled squad. Pim Ligtaert, the Dutchman, their DS for this race. As we're just looking across at Duns Castle, there's the confirmation of the result today. Cees Bol takes the win for Team DSM ahead of Great Britain's Jake Stewart. Corbin-Strong, our race leader, in third. Then we have Stanislav Anielowski in fourth place. Then Luke Lamperty in fifth, Kenneth Van Rooy in sixth, Tom Pidcock seventh, Edward Prades in eighth. Not too sure if that's Alex Dowsett or not in ninth. I doubt it, all the work he put in. I think that might be a misplaced number. That definitely is the Castle of Duns. It's now actually a bird sanctuary and an ornamental garden as well. So good defence there, Bri, by our race leader Corbin-Strong. Extended his lead at the top of the classification. But again, the wind played its part today, didn't it? It was well raced. The breakaway ran exceptionally well today. A fantastic day for Matt Teggett, who's extended his lead in the sprint classification. But I think ultimately, it was a wonderful finale, but the wind gave us the result ultimately. We had some of the bigger riders you wouldn't expect ordinarily to stay there who were kept in check. So we move on to another day. But still, I think that was a wonderfully exciting last few Ks.
It was nice to see that, Israel Premier Tech trying to kind of attack more than anything. They didn't have the numbers in the end. And I think the DSM having the numbers made the difference.
Yeah.
Sam Watson did what he could, but I think it was a long enough sprint by Jake Stewart, who launched but pretty much led out Cees Bol in the end. But a strong sprint from Jake Stewart, and it was only the throw in the end, that fraction of a second throw. I really did think that Jake got it, but it was that throw in the end, and it was an exciting finish. But just goes to show you, when you've got the leader's jersey, you have to use up your team, and you're limited in numbers, and Corbin-Strong had to do pretty much all of it on his own there. Yep. With Dylan Towns going on the attack, using up Michael Woods a little bit, he was on his own, and when you're on your own in a chaotic sprint like that, it was always going to be difficult. Yeah,
I think from an Israel Premier Tech perspective, they've got to be relatively happy with that. They tried, they've got depth in that team, so they've got options to play with. And for Corbin-Strong to, as you say, freestyle his way to another 4 seconds to extend his lead. And when you look at the terrain that's yet to come, well, he's in a very, very good position, isn't he?
Definitely, he's increased. What do you can only ask to increase your, your lead in the general classification. He's managed to do this, but you have to say that I'm not too sure what Sport Vlaanderen were doing here. Obviously keeping the tempo high, but it was helping DSM here. And it was a case of just kind of sitting and waiting. It's one of these finishes where the finish is unsighted, so you have to watch. And you know, we saw a couple of riders. We saw Niels Pollitt just trying to come up the right hand side here late. Here he comes now. He had a late attack, but also on the left hand side, Uno X were coming, and he can get blocked as the riders move towards the left. This Sam Watson was just waiting, so he opens up. Kes Ball just went straight onto the wheel. Lamperti was there for Trinity. Corbin Strong just pushing and shoving for himself. Managed to come round Lamperti. Maybe he was in a better position. He would have done a little bit better. But we always say that position and timing is going to be key. At this stage, I really did think that Jake was going to pull it off. But it was just that fraction of a second. The throw just before the line for Kes Ball just made it.
Yep. It certainly was. It was a thrilling finale, Brian. It's been a pleasure to have you alongside me today. I'll see you again tomorrow for stage 3 of this race. We'll be sticking around for the podiums. Here's that finish again. I'm excited to see over the next few years how Sam Watson develops as a bike rider as well. It's a perfect lead out. I say perfect as it could be in the end. Millimetres in it. Kes Bol just waiting, biding his time and coming past Jake Stewart right on the line. And that late lunge, there we go, that little bit of a throw, took it in the end. 3rd place for the race leader, and then a very good 4th place as well for Stanislav Anielowski of Bingold Power Sources. Solid performance by him, good ride by Luke Lamperti as well. Tom Pidcock just inside the top 10 there too. So it appears that the time bonuses in this race are going to be very, very important indeed. But Kes Bol takes his first win of the year and the 10th win for his team DSM this season. And there is the moment that they got confirmation. The photo finish was analysed and Kes Bol announced the winner. So a few of the drop riders just are rolling across the line here. Great crowd here in Duns, the market town, formerly of course the county town of Berwickshire. There's a big square where they used to have a well-renowned livestock market back in the day. We saw Duns Castle earlier on. Now a park and a bird sanctuary. It's been rebuilt and renovated back in 1820 and now serves a completely different purpose. And it is the home of Jim Clark, who I think would have been very intrigued and excited to have seen the finish of a bike race in his hometown. Jim Clark moved to Duns from the age of 6. Let's have a little have a chat with our race winner. An interesting chat there with Cees Bol. First win of the year. No wonder he's smiling and giving us a big thumbs up. The Dutchman from Zaandam. So some podium time for the man from Team DSM very shortly. Hopefully we can have a word with a couple of the more protagonists of today's stage before we move on to the podium. There is the moment again that the team found out that he'd won the stage. Chris Hamilton there with a big cheesy grin. Great to see, because they did drop him off so well going into that descent. Took things up with a couple of Ks to go after that very dangerous attack by the Belgian Dylan Teuns. Nice attack by Gaburo as well earlier on, just to open things up a little bit, just to force those teams to chase. But a sizable bunch made it to the finish. We thought it might split up just a little bit more, but headwinds on climbs can make for a different story. Here's our race leader.
Hi guys, we're going to try and start out the international sound. For some reason, I don't know why it's gone off.
Nice chat there from Corbin Strong. Another day in the red jersey, and we head into England for the first time in this edition of the Tour of Britain for Stage 3.
Win this race overall, and that really would be quite something. Great ride from him today.
All the way into the North Pennines. We have
Podium action. But tomorrow we head from Durham to Sunderland, 163.6 kilometres on the menu. Again with around 2,500 metres of elevation, very similar today in fact. The climb of Chapel Fell is the first climb on the menu.
The needles on top of
The
those
climb
big
of
chop
the
lifts looking out.
You'll stay with us for the rest of the week.
Alan, thank you very much
And
indeed.
you can
Your
also watch the
attention,
Vuelta
please,
on the GCN
for
Plus, so
the
lots and lots of
victory
cycling.
To receive the trophy and the Magnum of Champagne for the team of DSM, your stage winner, Cissabon. AJ Bell, race leader's jersey, plus the Magnum of Champagne. To the race leader.
I think we know who the race leader is.
Premier Tech. Yes,
It is Corbin Strong.
It's Corbin Strong.
Corbin Strong. This race as we head into stage 3 of the Tour of Britain. Well, there's the confirmation of, well, we haven't got the timings on there for you, but Corbin Strong still leads ahead of Jake Stewart and moves into second place. Omar Freely in third. Anders Hallen Johansson in fourth. And we have Tom Pidcock, Gonzalo Serrano Rodriguez, Kenneth Van Rooij, Felix Grosshartner in 8th place.